Fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Skylines and clouds are below us now. Skies
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Yo, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to Stone's Live Poker at Stone's Gambling Hall. This is JDR and my new friend here.
I'm Scott, a.k.a. the Hop Grenade.
He's new to me, but he's not new to you guys.
That's right.
You guys know him. I'm glad to be here because I'm excited. I think that this game's going to be great. It's going to be a big game.
It's kind of amazing we haven't done a show yet.
I
You
know.
know, I've watched several of your shows. I know you've been commentating what's a few months now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a few.
And somehow this is the first time our paths have crossed.
It was meant to happen, man. It's meant to happen. So I'm glad. I'm happy we're going to do this, man, especially on a big game like this, dude.
It's going to be great. It is a 5-5 game with a optional straddle. And you know how the optional straddles go around here. The option is it 10 or 100? What is the option? You know, this was going to be a Mike Postle and Pals game.
Yeah.
Maybe you saw some social medias from earlier. Mike Postle, this is normally the Mike Postle show, as you guys know.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Postle is not here tonight.
Not tonight.
So naturally, it's not a Postle and Pals game. It's just a normal Stones Live dumpster fire, 5-5 with an optional straddle. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, we're going to see some actually, I saw the lineup, and I'm liking it, man. I'm seeing some people that are heavy hitters. So I like to do we have a list? We have a list of those people, right?
Let's
make that list.
Let's just eyeball it. I
Yeah.
see Mark over there. I know who else. We'll get down to the felt in a minute. We'll see. Normally, these games are generally like there's just a great mix all the time of familiar faces, guys we kind of know, guys we really know, guys we've never seen before. So here we are. We are down to the felt.
Yeah.
The beautiful gray felt of Stones Live to call some cash poker. Now you are normally you're most of your poker hours have been spent in cash, right?
Yes, I would say that's what I know and that's what I love to play. Oh, thank you so much,
Producer Mike on it.
Yeah, boy, we got the list. I'm actually gonna go and log in. Just want to say hi to everyone in Twitch chat right now. What's going on? And also our YouTube. I hope you guys are doing really well. I appreciate everyone coming by and hanging out with us. We're gonna have a great game. We're gonna go through the lineup here. We have a list, so we're gonna show you what, let you guys know who's who.
Absolutely, and we recognize all three of these guys in this hand. Harlan, of course, the infamous Harlan. Billy Ray. There's Billy Ray. I don't recognize him. Kappa, and of course Eric.
Kappa's in the chat.
Yeah, and there's Eric's massacring this FOP. Nobody else has anything. So yeah, like JDR said, what up to you homies hanging out from the top of the show. Always appreciate you guys. Street Boxer, M Mill, Sandy Joy, Segatron. What up, guys? What Bryce in the house?
Yo.
Dirty Bird. Nice to see all you guys. All the fam in the Twitch chat as usual.
What up, fam?
Hanging out.
I gotta get my token so I can log in here. It wasn't working earlier, so I'll be chatting with you guys here soon.
It's nothing like trying to log in when like you're like we're already on and I'm trying to log in. For some reason it's like impossible.
Did I ask for a token? I think I opted in for that, so that's my fault. Man, we already have like this hand right here is huge. But no one really hit the flop, so there's except for Eric, and he has the best hand right now. So looks like he's gonna take down.
Scooping it up. Yeah,
it's kind of a small pot anyway. So
everyone kind of missed it, and Eric liked his ace all right, but didn't really know. I kind of looked away once the flop hit because it didn't look like anyone was gonna get out of line, and averted my attention to the Twitch chat to say what up to you guys.
You know what? I'm excited to like kind of get in the heads of these guys, these big stake guys, because I'm not a big stake guy. I'm kind of in the middle. 2-5 guy, and that's kind of been my standard. So it'd be nice to kind of see what these guys can bring to the table on a high stakes level. So I'm interested in that, man.
It's interesting. Like, yeah, I mean, where is the line for sort of like what is considered low/mid stakes cash and high stakes cash? I mean, of course, it depends who you ask. 2-5 in many circles is basically considered like low stakes, no limit hold'em. And I'm not really sure that the people who think that would consider 5-5-10, even despite how big these games do get, to really be high stakes.
You don't think that would be an intro to that?
We're climbing the ladder.
Yeah,
we're
are.
We're a rung or two up.
So that's what we're talking about, right?
Sure, and yeah. And
what do you guys think in chat? What do you guys think? Where's the line or the gray area of high stakes, middle stakes, and low stakes? Or do you guys kind of just mesh it and not really care?
I suppose it is subjective, right? Because, I mean, this is high stakes to you and me, right? Because we're not generally sitting down with $5,000 buy-ins.
Because we're still working our way towards that,
we're climbing the ladder. I mean, honestly, to tell you the truth, I've kind of hung out. I like leapt up to the fourth rung right in the beginning in 2003 and just kind of stayed there, because I settled in and found like that the games were consistently good and I could win at them a lot of the time,
Right.
And I never had the thing like, I know a lot of people do. I've had buddies in the poker world that have this where they're like, they have to beat the next level. They want to get to the next end boss, beat the boss, move on. They're video gamers. And I never thought like that because I don't want to like get to the point where I now start failing because the failings are catastrophic. I had buddies that did this, right? They could beat 5-10 consistently for 2 years, moving up, and then they would like not even shot take. They're just, I'm on to the next. I want to beat the next boss, but then they get their asses handed to them and they lose half their roll. And I just like I respect it because that's the way to really get to the elite levels of any profession. But I never really did it. I just wanted to make money at the games I knew I could beat.
Right. I think the people that move up quickly that way, I think, are just really confident in their ways of learning and how they can adapt to it and apply things really quickly. And I think those people are so confident in that, but they're missing out on some of the grind there that you're going to have those those downswings for weeks or months, and so you may not be prepared in some aspects of maybe your financial life or bankrolls or just which games to pick, that type of thing. So it's like you got to weigh all the options out.
the couple of guys I'm referring to specifically in my personal circles, it wasn't even really, while the financial part was obviously sucky, that even really wasn't the problem. Like, it was the emotional thing. Like, they just, like, didn't deal well with just getting absolutely clobbered. And to their credit, they didn't even really move up, like, that quickly. I mean, they spent maybe 2-3 years consistently beating 5-10, and then we're like, I'm going up.
Yeah, 2 years is a long time. I think if you're playing on a regular basis, maybe you're trying to become a pro, and you're putting in the time, and you have a good sampling of your wins, and so really just recognizing your EV during that time, then you can really progress. If they did that, then they could say, hey, let's move on up, because hey, everything is looking pretty good. But if you're not really seeing a really positive EV for your year, then maybe slow down a little bit, right? So I think it's different for everyone, right?
Sure,
because there's a lot of young guys out there that are smashing it, right?
Sure.
They've only been in it for a couple years versus like some of us who've been here 5 years, 10 years, 15 years.
Totally. And if I measured my results by the first 2 years I played, I killed games for 2 years. And I mean, it was 2005, I wasn't even really
That was like
great.
the sweet spot too.
Yeah, exactly.
So you were kind of like, oh man, like you were getting there, but you were still kind of in that pool of learning, people that are learning. And some of the older players that were playing poker already, and the ones that were good, were like really raking in during that time.
Oh yeah.
And so now we're like, oh, we're trying to get ahead of everyone with our knowledge,
Well, maybe it bit me in the butt, because maybe had I, been more interested in continuing to climb the ladder during that time, maybe who knows what could have happened. But as it stood, I was plenty happy with the money I was making. I was beating the game. But then the point is, like, okay, well, 2007-8 came around, and like they were not good. You know what I mean? Like it takes a longer timeline to really like experience what the swings of poker can really mean,
right?
And sometimes you're winning for a year or 2 years. Does that mean you're a winning player?
For those
I don't
2
really
years?
know. You don't
maybe.
know either.
We'll see. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like here in YouTube, Maddie, what's up, Maddie? Random Rich Life says 25-50 and above is high stakes.
That's good. That's a good line.
I like that.
That makes total sense. Hello.
Absolutely. Oh, nice. Oh, you know what? Coffee sounds so good. I'll get that later.
Coffee.
Let's see what Stones in their Twitch says. What, bro? What's going on?
This is going to be an interesting hand here. Well, let's watch this unfold.
All right.
Here on the flop, Rich has made himself a Cetosaurus Rex. And the only hand that could really challenge him, at least on the flop, was the gut shot of Ray. Harlan came along, looks like on just a float. Really? Wow. Okay. Rich bet, Ray called, Harlan called as well, and Harlan picks up a great card for his hand. Not sure what he was looking for, if not the Jack of Diamonds. He didn't want to see a king, even though he thought maybe he did. But what is that? A bet by Harlan, a raise by Rich, and a snap call by Harlan. That's a board pair for Rich. He didn't need it. Fours full of jacks, monstrous.
Yeah, I think Harlan can get away from this pretty easily, missing his draw, which is just what he was the only thing he was looking for, really.
Yes, and Rich checked. If you notice, Rich checked river to give Harlan a chance to bluff. Rich plays it absolutely perfectly, right?
I liked it, yeah.
He raises turn when he can get a call out of something like a flush draw or queen king, something that is drawing and wants to call. And then on the river, he makes a nutted card for his hand. Like, he really can't be beat. And so he checks because he realized everything just bricked off that they might have been drawing, not like diamonds, like straights.
Right.
And so I have to let him bluff here. I can't bet and have him call. What does he have?
Well
he back
said.
into 3 jacks?
Absolutely, yeah. So I think that is kind of on that next level thinking, which I think some of you guys maybe in chat would agree. I think that's a brilliant play, absolutely inducing that bluff, possibly because, that's really the only option there otherwise.
When the board obviously makes a brick on the river, and what does your opponent have?
That's great. Love it.
Dirty Bird, thank you for the congrats, man. I appreciate that a lot, dude.
Yeah.
And Wetbry, I echo that for you,
absolutely.
my friend. Thanks, guys.
He is a married man now. So I love it.
Bling, bling.
Good stuff.
So Jeremy here, who a couple of hands ago, we did
Sandy
see that.
Joy, lady, what's up?
Oh, hey, yes. What up, guys? So Jeremy, a couple of hands ago, he had the ace-10 of clubs. He 3-bet Brian. Brian had 7-4 hearts. And then Brian did flop a 4. He flopped the best hand, but also the nut flush draw belonged to Jeremy, and he just actually shipped it. Brian checked, and Jeremy just jammed, and it forced Brian off of the best hand. So here he's back in the mix with sixes.
Yeah, wow,
this is not a
nice,
great
yep.
flop for him, but he does get outflopped actually here in 2 spots.
Yeah.
Mark's got the best of it. But he's going to continuation bet. It's not a terrible flop for sixes. I mean, it's not great against 3 opponents, but when the board's paired like this, you still sometimes have the bet. I mean, maybe not against 4 guys.
Yeah, your hand kind of gets magnified on a board flop like this, at least. So if you're seeing weakness, it's normally pretty good to just take a stab. In this case, Mark has a perfect opportunity. I would say someone betting 125 could possibly have a wide range here, the perfect spot to bluff. So Mark here could go in for a raise here.
Yeah, I would imagine that probably is his least likely option. You know, I would imagine that Mark would be folding or calling there more than raising, just because Jeremy has
position?
all the aces.
Oh.
Well, not yes. Yes, he gets to be in position
That's
on
true.
the turn.
Yeah.
But B, because like Jeremy has all the good hands. You know, he raised pre-flop, and now could he just have anything? Yeah, he raises pre-continuations bets. But you know, he has plenty of aces. He has plenty of like 2 kings that are just betting. So Mark doesn't really know. And instead of calling and continuing to play in like a big pot, he actually just folds. So there's a really, solid continuation bet by Jeremy, I guess. But see, here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
I think the reason Mark folds is because he's got Joseph to act behind him. So I think that's one of those situations where if Mark calls, Joseph folds. And since Mark folded, Joseph's now, that's just an easy call. And then it looks like no more money went in, and he just gets to show down the queen for free. So the sixes takes 1 stab, continuation bet. Do I have the best hand? I don't really know. I'm not just going to check, give up. Like I'm the pre-flop raiser. I'm not just going to check, give up. I'm going to try one time here.
Yep, absolutely.
And you know what? Maybe I can like spike a 6 on turn, or maybe everybody just folds, but I'm not just going to check, give up. And then once it didn't work, he got called. He just waved the white flag.
You know what's interesting is in that flop is a lot of times your play, you're going to apply it or discuss it based on possibly what you would actually do on the table. Given that I'm not playing this higher stakes game, but in a 1-3 game, I could see myself probably raising because it's maybe a lower stakes game. You know what I mean?
So,
like,
and would the aim of the raise be to try to get worse to call, or to try to get better to fold?
I'm basically get better to fold.
So what would fold? 2 kings?
Basically just a bluff. Yeah. So anything. So maybe let's see. Pre-flop. He raised pre-flop. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So
he from the hijack, right? And he
from
gets
the
called
hijack,
in 3 spots.
Right.
It checks to him, and he makes a continuation bet. So now you're on the button behind him, and you're going to raise there, trying to get better to fold. I think King is the only hand that is better. That might not fold, actually. Like
right,
it might.
Exactly. I was just thinking that. Like, yeah, if you are trying to get better to fold, then
there's
yeah.
only
But then
one really hand that's better that might fold.
But I definitely like raising instead of calling there, unless you're really banking on playing the position on that.
So, in other words, like you actually just want to induce a fold,
correct?
Like, no matter what they have,
right? Yeah, and I think it's because I think if I were in the higher stakes, I may be a little bit more hesitant in that, but that shouldn't really affect it, of course, because you should be adjusting to your rakes. But I'm just saying, like, applying that right now in this exact scenario, I think maybe if I were in that spot, I would have probably folded just like he did, or
with
called.
action behind.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But because I can see myself playing a little bit more aggressive, I'm kind of like giving you a little bit more of what I would do in the stakes that I normally play, and trying to apply it here, and maybe seeing, okay, you know what? Maybe in that situation, I would fold. Maybe that would be the better play.
So a fold makes sense to me. A call makes plenty of sense to me, actually. Despite action behind, I mean, maybe
despite action behind and despite the position, or including the position.
Because of the position.
Because,
like you're marked on the button,
right?
There. So you do have position, and you probably flopped the best hand, but you don't really know. It can go either way, right?
And that's right.
But I'm not going to fold to 1 bet. Like if I'm seeing a flop in position with Queen Jack, like I'm Ace Queen, and the original razor continuation bets, I'm not folding to 1 bet, especially not with position on him, right?
So
I'm
you're
gonna
calling
just call,
to
I'm
hope that he
turn.
checks. Hoping that he checks and to see the turn.
He's going to slow down a lot if he doesn't have an ace on turn, and if he does have an ace, like he'll probably just bet again. Now the argument that goes in your direction,
right?
Like is like if you raise there, and let's say like 2 6s is just going to fold. So did you want that? Well, You don't want it in that, like, if you just showed down the cards and ran the board out, you would win a lot.
Right.
But you do want it in that if you just call, an aggressive opponent is not going to slow down necessarily on turn. They're just going to bet again.
It might be inducing them to bet again.
Sure,
on it,
and
to
then you might
again.
fold incorrectly.
Exactly.
So for that reason, a raise can make some sense.
So my raise there, the raise that I was thinking was to give that aggressive play is to, yes, make the better hand fold.
But a better hand folding, only really king. A
Right.
worse hand folding,
That's true.
which you
Yeah.
don't necessarily want in theory, can make sense in practice in a situation like that because, yes, worse folded, but worse might have blown you off your hand if you played it more passively.
That's true. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so Eric
Very
has
nice.
flopped best here, second best for Harlan, and Jeremy with me. So it looks like Harlan's got the lead here. Harlan just called. Is this a call of the straddle? It looks like they both just called a straddle. All right, so it's the battle of the two pair draws. Eric's got way the best of it here.
So it looks like it was raised pre-flop to $75.
I think they both just called the straddle.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's like a pretty big pot right now.
It is. Yeah. I mean, and Harlan is not slowing
it's
down.
inflated, and maybe it's not inflated. I don't know. We haven't really seen a lot yet. We'll see. We'll see how these pots progress.
This looks like a value bet to me. Like Harlan is betting 225 here. It's like a 1/3 pot bet. And it's screaming, call me. And Eric's like, okay, I call you with my top pair. And both are going to dislike that card. It will probably... Harlan might not think he has to bluff here. He might just check. And then Eric would just check back. Jack? If Harlan... Yeah, it's just going to go check. I mean, Eric couldn't... I don't really know why he would value bet here. He
checks back.
Sure, yeah, and he's just going to win. Boom. It makes total sense. Yep. Harlan had just enough showdown value, and it felt suicidal to bet
felt
a
pretty good,
third
especially with that
time.
ace coming out.
Sure, it makes total sense. Check, and Harlan's like, God dang it all.
Nice work, Eric. Hey, Chad, how are you guys liking these hands? We're seeing a lot of
Tell me what.
a lot of action on almost every hand here. I'd like to see what our stats look like about half an hour out. See what that looks like. It'll probably be something drastic, something great. The VPIP's probably gonna be pretty high.
Oh yeah, we always
I love it.
You know, around here, as you guys know, we aim for 100% VPIP. That's our friend AC, who is known for. Sometimes he actually is over 100%. Like he plays in hands he wasn't even dealt into.
Giving advice. That's called coaching. No, that's illegal.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, Brian right here, I've played with him. The first time I played with him a few years ago, I'm sure he doesn't remember me because he just crushed me. I was kind of new to the 2-5 game during that time. But ever since that time, I just always looked at him as like, man, avoid this guy at all costs.
Who's
and it's
that?
Brian on
Brian.
C3. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
and I'm thinking,
sure.
man, like this guy, I hope he doesn't watch this video and take advantage of this. But yeah. That guy intimidates the hell out of me.
Does he?
Just want to let you know, like he's a good player.
He's a
He's
beast.
a good
player. He's experienced. Plays a lot.
He likes to. He likes.
He mixes
to be,
it up.
He mixes it up, but likes to put that pressure on.
100%. Now I know
Pressure
there's
wins.
some more thoughts about that hand with the ace queen, but in the meantime, man, look at that, Billy Ray making that big Setosaurus Rex, a very dangerous dinosaur.
Wow.
And Billy Ray's got all the jacks. Can anybody
it's
contest?
Billy Ray. It's Billy Ray. So I don't know how familiar these guys are with Billy Ray, but yeah, they're gonna give him some action.
They are, and Eric's got outs. Hey, Mike, was this a bomb pot?
Oh wait. No.
No. Okay. No. Just a bunch of people seeing hands.
The bomb pie, I think it would be a big pot.
So
right now.
Billy Ray better, keep his fingers crossed here. 8 or king is not going to look like it's that connected. I mean, Eric's got exactly 9-10. So Billy Ray's doing what I would do in this spot, putting in a raise right now. Let's bloat this MRFer. Let's do it.
Absolutely.
But
He
Eric's
loves that call.
100%. And Eric's coming
man.
along because he's got outs to the nuts.
Well, Eric's going to not that 4.
The 4 of pumpkins is a brick, and that is a beautiful looking card for Billy Ray. He basically can't lose right now. He loses only to queen. Seems difficult.
Oh, are we going to see some dramatics by Billy Ray? I hope so.
I love this. See, here's
what a question.
Here's a mistake, and I'm sure you see this all the time in like a 1-3 game where an opponent like Billy Ray in this spot, he check raises flop, and you call him with something like an open-ended straight draw, and then a total brick on the turn, and they open check. And you're like, really? Check back. Happens all the time.
All the time.
And I don't know. People think they're going to get cutesy. They think they want to check raise because they have a monster.
Clever.
But the thing is you just check raise your opponent. Open bet. Like if you open check,
You
they're just
gotta
going to check back.
continue that, yeah.
And Billy Ray does that
Regardless.
smart. And look at him bloating this pot with a monster.
What's up? What's
and
up?
that's
Oh,
close, but not
Jeez.
what Eric needed. Man, I wanted to see an 8 so bad. I thought it was an 8.
that 9's gonna be pretty much an easy fold here. Whatever
Sure.
Billy Ray does. So.
And now if that were something like, say the 5 of clubs, maybe you would see Billy Ray check, but maybe not, because honestly, can't Eric have like king queen and ace queen here and stuff that in what call Billy Ray does check.
It's really interesting that check there by Billy Ray. He was getting fancy there. You always want to bet those, man. You got to get that value
when
for
something
your hand.
when something like the 9 comes on the river, it's interesting. Like, what is Eric gonna call? I guess like king queen ace queen would make sense. Yeah. But he does go for the. I mean, he picked a pretty good time to check river, but his opponent had rivered an eensy weensy teensy pair and decided, I don't know, check. Is a 9 ever good? But it wasn't.
MB Crouton, what's going on? How you guys doing? Harlan at 6K. Yeah, is he? We'll verify that. I hope you guys are doing well in chat. If you guys have you guys played with any of these people on the table? These players here, I've seen a few of them. Have you played with any of them?
I've played with Mark before for sure. Mostly Omaha 8 or better. I've played a few sessions with Mark.
Oh, is that a game that you regularly play?
Yeah,
or?
when I feel like just having a good time. Sometimes I gotta wait for my car to charge, and I'll just hang out and play some. Oh, speaking of that, Justin, I need that charger, please.
You can borrow mine when mine is.
Oh, is that
charged.
you? Are you the other Tesla?
No,
Oh.
no, that's the other Tesla.
There's 2 Teslas.
There's so many Teslas.
There
Speaking
are.
of Teslas, they're
There's 2
everywhere.
freaking Teslas.
Right, Wattbride probably has a Tesla.
Yeah, well, when he's
know
not
he's played
driving
with
his
many.
Tesla, he's playing with most of these guys on the reg. That's for sure.
I think he does have a Tesla. Actually,
Does he really?
I'm pretty sure. Well, I know a couple people. Wattbride might have one. You play with? I know Wattbride's played with quite a few of these guys.
Oh, for sure. And I've
so,
also,
Dirk, what's going on?
I haven't played with a bunch of these guys, but I feel like I have because I've called hundreds of hands that they've played at this point.
Yeah.
So like I know Dave really well, Brian really well, Eric I know all right, Mark. I mean I know most of these guys. Now
Okay.
this seems like a bomb pot, right? Mike?
Yeah.
It is a bomb potosaurus.
Let's go, guys. Bomb pot. Let's get it.
Queen 8-8. Anyone got an 8? Who's got a date with an 8?
75. 75 is the bomb pot amount.
Small bet. There's 360 out there.
$75.
Tiny little bet. It's a feeler bet / I have a queen question mark bet. Harlan's got one too, and no one's got an 8. Mark's got a diamond draw.
You can't raise, right? I mean, is that the rule, right? I'm pretty sure.
No, you can. You just can't pre-flop.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, interesting.
Another 8.
Yeah.
And that actually, Harlan and Brian are gonna like that card a lot. I mean, they're not gonna love it because who knows? It's a bomb pot, and someone could have an 8, but it does make your hand pretty damn good against hands like Mark has, where they are now drawing dead.
Hey, Christian, 2 bad stones is an hour and a half from me. Of course, it's worth the drive. I would say. I mean, what is worth a drive for you to go to a casino that you know is gonna be just fire?
Well,
What is your cap? Like solo drive.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
sure. Given that I have an electric car, the Mighty Tiff, you damn right. I guess no, I'm just kidding.
The actual flex.
Yeah.
The double flex verbally, flex physically. He's got it. He's all dressed nice. Too. Look at me.
Right. I'm wearing a collared shirt.
I'm so cash, man.
I'm wearing boxer briefs because I know we're only waist up, but the top half of me is
sure
looking
we wanted
fly.
to know that.
The max drive, probably like 90 minutes.
90, okay, hour and a half. There you go.
I've gone
Come on
up to
over,
like
Christian.
2 hours before. I have, but the thing is like obviously there's a lot of losing in poker, no matter how good you are. And if you have a losing session and you have to lick your freaking wounds all the way on a 2-hour plus drive, it feels bad, man. And I've definitely been prone
Boys
to
to
like
Men track.
pulling over and licking my wounds with like a king size Snickers. And I really shouldn't be doing that sort of stuff. I'm
man.
like soothing myself, and the long drives make me prone to it. So I'm lucky enough to live only a 10 minutes from my home card room. Some people don't have that luxury. How long? What would be your cap?
very short actually, because I have to have someone. I'm like,
If I
man,
can't walk there, forget it.
bro, I gotta. Yeah, I mean, so good 45 minutes is good for me. Hour. Why? I'm asking myself why. Why am I going further than I need to? The logic in me kicks in.
Well, and now
How about you guys, chat?
I'm spoiled. Like I said, I live closer to Carmen. You are extra spoiled because you spent a lot of time in Vegas and everything was just a hop, skip, and a jump away, right?
Yeah, man, it was. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
I actually would go back to Vegas and live there. Sacramento, I love it here because, man, have we grown or what? Like the card rooms spreading and like Stones being at the top of all of that, because just this place is great. You know what? Someone did bring up a good point. Card rooms are kind of like, a little light, these days. What do you think? You think that's something's going on? Like
In terms of
like at tables filling up and stuff like that? Or I mean, I've been playing several places. I've kind of noticed that.
an increase in traffic?
No, in reduction in just the amount of tables.
A reduction.
So I'm not sure. And because it's a Saturday, I've been playing a few days now.
So are you saying it's a pattern or just like today?
I'm just this week actually, yeah.
So, but very recent, just like in recent days.
Yeah.
I think there's just ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
In casino traffic. I mean, it's
I mean, normally, like, is there? I'm pretty much saying, is there an event going on that I don't know
what I'll bet
about,
it is?
right?
We just came off of Labor Day weekend. People were
that's
traveling.
right.
People were partying.
That's
Everyone's
what it
in more
is.
relaxed mode
That's
this week.
what it is.
Yep.
Yeah,
I know,
people
like
are
I've
doing outdoor stuff, right? Outdoors. You like
Exactly.
outdoors? I like outdoors.
Yeah, the sun is all right from time to time.
I like the felt better.
Sometimes if you can get like a graphic printed on the felt, like a sun graphic. You ever play at Mohican Sun? They have a sun on the felt, so you're kind of outside while you're playing.
Okay, all right. I'm 65 minutes from Stones and 82 to Thunder. All right, well, Brian, I got you. That's not bad. It's a little further than me. Maybe a few minutes shorter. How we doing on the tables? So just so you guys know, this is a game here that is a 5. It says there on the bottom on our title, both in the YouTube and both on Twitch. Actually, Twitch, we don't have a title. If we can update that, please. And the title should be 5-5. And it says 10 there, but the 10 it's actually just a 5-5 with an optional straddle, which in this.
No, there you go. Mandatory straddle.
Oh,
But you can straddle for whatever you want.
So it's mandatory straddle 10 and above. Woo, that's a beast, guys.
It's a big boy.
Whew.
That's your big
Yikes.
boy.
The minimum buy-in, $2,000 to get in this game. So a lot of people started. So you'll see here people stacked up with that can match stack. Anyone now?
These
So,
games,
yeah.
These
So-
games roll like that.
Oh,
They
yeah.
roll deep because it's all table match. What up, Aunt Doom? Nice to
Love it.
see ya. And
Yo.
Bot Lady's like, Vegas is literally an inferno. So confirmed, all of Vegas is on fire per Bot Lady.
Okay. What?
And that seems unfortunate.
What's going on? Oh, yeah. You know what, Vegas? I got so used to it that, like, we're like, oh, it's so hot. Like, from, tourists or friends coming in. So hot here. Oh, yeah, I forgot that it was hot because that's every day for me.
Totally.
It's like, it's hotter than, it's 2 degrees hotter today than yesterday? No, I just stay inside. I think that's why I got into poker, actually. It's because I was like, you know what?
Air-conditioned room.
I'm going to work inside.
Totally. It makes sense to me. Stones is 420 times better. Trey, not Tommy. Truer words were never spoken, man. What?
Hop grenade. So, okay, so just so you guys
That's
know,
me.
I know. I know.
No, okay, just make
I was
sure.
just gonna say, hey, the hop grenade guy. So just so you guys know, this is, and I think we mentioned it earlier, but I'm sure we have new people in the chat. What's going on, guys? Me, Hop Grenade, and I. This is our first time meeting.
Yes, so true.
And I'm having a good time with Hop Grenade.
Fair to Midland.
Well, I'm having a good time regardless of how he feels, okay? So anyway, we're getting to know each other a little bit. We actually don't know much about each other. You actually guys know more about me individually and him individually than we do about each other.
That is very true.
So yeah, so
Yeah,
you
you-
guys catch us in the lie.
Yeah, and you guys should know, like, or you should let us know, rather, like, what questions should we ask each other,
Oh,
What
no,
are the good ones
I
to
don't
ask,
like that
you know?
game. Hey, okay, no, I'm just kidding. Do what you want, but I don't like it. There's a limit. Not truth or dare, is it? Great game, Stones Rules live at the bike. Okay,
it's-
all
you know,
right. I didn't read that part. I should have read it.
We appreciate it a lot, John. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Yeah.
You know, all credit due to those guys. They're trailblazers,
Yikes.
you know. But thanks for hanging out with us, man. We enjoy this game too, and we're glad you're with us.
Yeah, definitely.
Rich is really glad to see that flop where he has made the best hand. Interestingly, the equity lead belongs to Eric ever so barely because he has those 2 live overs and he does have a gut shot straight shot of the nuts. His clubs are covered, which is interesting, and yet he still has that equity lead. The importance of runouts in this game. Now, nobody else can really contest, I don't think. Everybody kind of whiffed. And Rich is going to make a nice size bet here. 3:15 to go.
Is Billy Ray considering a call here?
Nah. Does he even have cards?
He's
No, I
looking
think-
right now. He's waiting.
Where are his cards?
It's behind his Billy Ray big hand. You don't even see a corner of the cards, but I did see it sneak behind it.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
And
like,
so
there it is.
Yeah, there, you're right. Yeah, he's like, I should know that Billy Ray's not going to just
Right.
like snap fold.
I was like,
He's got a 2-pair draw. He's got bottom pair,
exactly,
top kicker.
yeah.
You know.
I mean, I didn't dress up for nothing. Oh wait, no. What am I talking about?
No,
that is Billy Ray.
That's Billy Ray. Yeah.
My bad.
You know. I'm sorry about your daughter, Billy Ray. She's become quite a weirdo, and that sucks.
Ooh.
Oh, shots fired. JK, lol.
I'm a fan, actually.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I say weirdo in a loving
Oh,
way.
yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I agree. I'm a weirdo.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
You're not
It's not a
weirdo,
pejorative,
then,
you know?
You could have more fun.
Like, I mean, what is the alternative? You're normal, you're boring? That sounds sucky, you know?
Bland.
Any individual that can use as much brain power and lifetime focus that we have paid to this game, you gotta be a little weird.
Yeah.
You gotta be
like
a
it.
little weird, and it's all right. We
You
love
see those
it.
white shades that he's wearing over there in seat 8? Let's see. Seat 8 is Mark, right? So let's talk about Mark a little bit. I don't know if anyone here knows Mark. I thought he was actually one player that I knew, but it's actually a different guy. I don't know. Let's. Anyone here in the chat know any players and want to vote? Do we want to vote for the biggest pot? Is this
Oh yeah,
time
of course,
for it?
sure. Let's get
do
him in.
that.
Yeah, you start, man.
Yeah.
Who's gonna win the biggest pot? I'm gonna write
Okay.
him down.
You know what? I'm gonna go with my boy Mark.
Where's that pen at?
The pen is right here.
You're gonna go Mark. All right,
Yep.
I'm doing it.
I'm gonna go with my boy Mark. Let's say Mark at man. You know what? I can't even think this large. How big of a pot can we get here?
He's so used to
Shoot.
1-3. He's
I
like
don't-
$350.
I don't want to underbet this. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go full pot size. Let's do 10. Let's say 10 grand. Is that still too low? That is low, huh? I'll say 10. Let's just put in 10.
10K.
10K. What do you guys think? How about you guys?
It's a big boy.
Is it? Is it?
I mean, it's
I don't
not.
know.
It happens all the time
It's
on
gonna
this show, but it
progress.
is a lot.
All right, guys. Who's up?
I'm going next. I'm
Yeah?
going next. Yeah, we'll get
All
your
right.
guys' guesses for sure. Get them in.
All right.
I'm going.
Bart. He's like 10,001.
Mark. I'm going Mark. Mark mixes it up. Mark likes to play
Oh,
pots to understate
speaking
the
of
case
Mark.
considerably.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Mark's going
S.
to win himself a 6.1K pot.
6.1. I like it. That's more reasonable, and I think it'll happen. Absolutely. Trey, what's up? Yeah, go ahead and guess. What is the biggest pot of the night? What is your prediction? Brian, JFK says Brian for 7.8K.
Okay.
R. Dirk says Jeremy for 4.2K.
Jeremy, 4.2.
All right.
These are good guesses.
These are good guesses. If you give me a guess like $69, Trey, I don't know if we're really taking that into consideration since we have pots that are already above that.
69,
Okay.
420. Yeah.
You should have said 6,900 or something like that. Come on, brother. I'm going to overanalyze this for sure. Sold. I love it.
Wet Bry's going rich for 2.4. Wow, so modest, Wet Bry. For a guy who grew up in Vegas, that
Wow.
seems so low.
Did I say this was a 1-3 game?
Yeah,
Just
right.
kidding.
Rich 2.4. I mean, you know,
David Morales in the YouTube chat says Jeremy for 4.7.
David Morales.
Yep. And then Big Stiffy in YouTube also. Brian S. I like it. 8.6. That's our, aside from my 10K, 8.6 is next up. And that's a big one too, so I like it. Billy Stiffy for Brian. 8.6K. Curtis, what's going on? Curtis wants Dave for 8K.
Hold on, I'm trying to keep up here.
I'm so
Brian.
sorry, man. I'm
Oh,
like,
you're good.
Come on.
Firing it up.
He's
here.
hourly.
You know, yeah, and I'm handwriting. I'm not typing, you know.
I'm treating him like he's salary. Get it done. All right,
Tell
guys.
you what, you got to work till midnight on Sunday. What's the problem? You're earning your money. Yeah. 8.6. And what do you got? 2 different guesses? What price in the YouTube chat? Putting in different guesses? No. I already got you. What, Brian?
Penalty. Brian should know better. There's a penalty for knowing better and saying that stuff. Come
Curtis.
on, dog.
Davo for 8. You're the second part of your prediction, Curtis, wherein he will, on the very next deal, torch it all off. I like that prediction even more. And Davo is a man with a sense of humor and knows to take that in the spirit in which it's intended.
All right, we're going to take a few more. Callfold, Mr. Callfold in the YouTube for Harlan, 7.8K. It's up to you how many we want to write down. I'm not sure, actually. This is a lot. We normally don't have this many.
Callie Fold, of course, would have a very hard time winning the top pot since every time he comes to Callie, he just folds. And you never win when you fold. Oh, wow. I'm going for the low-hanging fruit tonight, guys.
Did you guys time that? How long it took him to actually come up with that? You saw he was like, oh, I got a good one for this one.
Good one.
We liked it. It was good. Good.
Harlan got him on this flop. 2 pairs, and no one else has much. Well, I shouldn't say that. Mark has 8s, which are actually often good on a flop like this. It's a little harder against 2 opponents. A queen is easily out there. But, when you just have 1 overcard to your pocket pair, you like that, all right? And especially when it checks to you. Oh, wait. No, Joseph bet 100 and I see. So Mark checked out of the small blind. Harlan checked. Joseph fired in position with ace high. And then he got a call from Mark, and now Harlan is raising. I love this raise from Harlan.
I do, too. Actually, that's a great size bet right there.
Look, and it's going to get...
Whoa! Did we get a call from Joseph on the ace-king?
What?
Ooh, is that true? If that is, I like it, but I don't really like it.
Now, here's the thing. Okay, let's say instead of 5-6, Harlan had 7-8. Would he play this way? Sure.
Right?
Sure he would. So now that would look great if Joseph calls and it's like, wow, ace high, best hand, and he calls. Amazing. But, what are we doing on turn? Now, Harlan doesn't have 7-8. He has 2 pairs, and Joseph is drawing dead. But what would we do with ace high air on the turn if Harlan really did have that? Is Harlan just going to open check after check raising? I don't think so. I think he's just going to lead again with 7-8 if he chose to play it that way on the flop. And then what are we doing? And so what's Joseph going to do now? And that's all in the very ambitious prediction of Harlan having 7-8. So it's a curious call. Angel 96, Angel J 96. Thanks for the follow.
Yeah,
welcome to the Stones fam.
Nice.
We really appreciate it.
I think, and I think for Joseph, those are really good thoughts. But I'm absolutely confused. I think he really is just trying to see if he can catch an ace or a king, and hoping that maybe there's a check behind on turn. I don't really think he's really.
Well, you mean an open check?
Harlan's
the first
check,
to act,
exactly, right? Open
yeah,
check.
I think that's just not going to happen very often. Now we just brought that up earlier, where we do see in a 1-3 nonsense casino cash game. People do that. They try to get cutesy. Not in this game, and not Harlan. See, you know what I mean? If he's gonna play that way on the flop and choose to raise, even if he just had something like 7-8, I just don't think he's almost ever open checking the turn.
You know what's funny is now that we bring this back, actually, so we were talking about what is high stakes to you. That actually gives me an idea. So to you, high stakes actually is what you feel that you could be out of line more often, right?
Sure.
And then when you're thinking about playing in a game that you haven't played before, and you see yourself not getting out of line so often, that's kind of the spot that you're in, right? Now you can measure, what game am I comfortable in? Financially, on the financial aspect of it, that might be it.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable in the current game that you're playing? Are you out of line a lot? If you are, then maybe the game is too low, too small of a game. If you're not out of line at all, then you might be playing a little too high stakes. You want to be able to mix it up, and I think that's a pretty good.
I think that's a great barometer. Yep, that's a good word to the wise for sure.
What up, Freight Ford? What's going on?
What up, Daddy Slap? Nice to see you, man. Nice to see all you guys. Freight Forward, what up? Freight Forward went to 1 semester at Butte and then transferred to Chico State and then spent the next 4 years hammered on Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. Good times, Freight Forward. Nice to have you here, man.
Yeah.
Billy Ray is going to like that flop, all right, especially with that ace of spades in his hand. Jared C. now following on the Twitchers. Thanks, Jared C. We appreciate that a lot. If you guys are new to the show, please hit the like and follow and subscribe buttons. They're free, and they go a long way to helping keep the lights on around here.
Man, you're really good at catching those follows, man. That's good stuff.
You know,
Does it pop on here, too?
It's right here.
Okay.
So I've spent enough hours on Twitch at this point. It's all just kind of second nature.
You know what's funny is I should be embarrassed because I spent a lot of time on Twitch, too, actually. What's your experience with Twitch? How are you involved in Twitch, aside from tonight, of course?
I had let's see. Actually, well, I will tell you in just a moment here after we see what happens with Billy Ray, because Billy Ray does pick up another spade. It goes a quick check around.
Oh.
And he does make a wheel.
He does, right.
He has the best hand. He had the best hand on every street. Every street.
He does have the
pre.
ace blocker there, so he might be pretty confident here that his hand is pretty good. Let's see what sizing he's going to look for. It's a 980 in the pot right now. Actually,
it's Harlan that's gonna. No, I think the camera switched before the action started.
I gotcha. Okay.
Harlan's gonna lead into everybody here.
Oh man!
And it's not gonna work at least in one spot. Either it's now Billy Ray calls. Joseph is gonna have a very hard time over calling. You know, that's a spot where you're gonna be torching plenty of the time. It's not in this spot, but the best case is that you would call to chop this like 3 ways. So I mean, it's an ambitious overcall, but he does overcall. He just is like, you know what, call and pray. First of all, there's a flush available. Second of all, any 6 makes a straight, and it goes bet call in front of you, and you overcall with just an ace. He's right to do it this time because Harlan was just air barreling, and he is going to get to chop up that money with Billy Ray. But I think like the significant majority of the time, overcalling there if you're Joseph is torching.
Right.
Like if Billy Ray folds and you want to call Harlan because Harlan is fully capable of bluffing, as you see, then fine. But I think if it goes bet call in front of you and you make a habit of calling there, it's going to be a money losing call for you.
Maybe
in
a third
the
of the time. You might be.
Yeah, third of the time
Probably
you
a
might
third
be
of
right.
the time, yeah. Billy Ray here.
I would think less than that,
You
actually.
think less?
Yeah, when it goes bet call in front of you like that, especially with if a flush wasn't available, I would be more in that camp.
That's right.
But any spades beat you and any 6 beats you,
true.
and you're against 4
Definitely,
people.
right. There's too many people in there, too. I like it. Jeremy here is actually leading the pack with 4.8K. I like it. Reminder, everyone, we started with 2,000. Everyone bought it for 2,000, and that was the maximum buy-in. So everyone can match that. But it looks like 4.8. So we're close to 5, and I think as the night progresses, you guys are going to see that these big pots are going to come in. 1.9K is right now the record for Rich, sitting in seat 9. And he's not there, and it looks like he's taking a break, and I don't blame him. If he looks like he's probably pretty stacked.
He's texting all his buddies, guys, I want a huge pot. I'm just kidding. Rich is super seasoned and would never do something so silly. Our Dirk is like, Joseph called a check raise on the last hand with ace king high.
Right.
So he's not folding a straight.
Right.
You're absolutely right, our Dirk. 100%.
Absolutely. I was just going to mention that. You know, we're going to find out here, as I said earlier in tonight's stream, I was telling everyone it's going to be great to kind of find out what kind of players are actually playing in these type of games, right? So this is a one sample, and I think we're seeing a variety of different type of players, different styles. I'm liking it so far.
Indeed.
A couple hours in.
So everyone pretty well whiffs this. Mark's got a weird straight draw. So to answer your question, my start with Twitch was... I mean, I've been playing cards for a lot since like 03, you know, since way before Twitch ever existed, and was kind of in a lull from it, actually. Like, I'd been focusing on building my other businesses. I have 2 bars that I own, so we're building that business, and in craft beer in my other life where I work in craft beer.
Oh, that's so awesome.
So I'd kind of gotten away from poker and was focused on that, and just playing very occasionally in my spare time. And my buddy in the video game industry, I'm not a gamer, I didn't know what Twitch was. My buddy who works in the video game industry was like, hey, you got to check out this. They just added poker to this gaming platform, and you got to check out this guy Jason Somerville, man. You would love his stream. And I didn't even know what any of that meant, but he gave me like a URL, and I just remember pulling up Jason's stream one morning, like in like 2015.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
And
that's when he started, around there.
Right in the beginning of his Twitch streaming is when I started watching him, and then quickly grew to love his stream, and was just started having it on my screen like every day as I was doing my computer work for my other businesses. And it just became a part of my like daily. He streamed every day, and I was working on the computer like a lot of days, and he would just hang out on my screen all day long.
That's so cool.
And then actually through a total coincidence, because my bar is in the Bay Area and Twitch is headquartered in San Francisco, a couple of the Twitch guys came into my bar one day randomly, and they posted like on social media. They were like, "Hey, we're at the Hop Grenade. We're having craft beers. Don't let us down." And I like saw it and I was like, "Hey, the Twitch guys." So I replied.
So
I was
cool.
like, "Hey, you guys are the guys that bring us Jason Somerville. Beers are on me." And then so I ended up
Nice.
becoming friends with those guys, and then we struck up an amazing friendship, and then started going to Run It Up Reno, and just kind of
Right.
hanging around the
Oh,
Twitch
man.
poker world. And now here I
Now
am,
you're in.
neck deep, man.
You're in.
Neck
He's
freaking
all
deep.
in. And you know what, guys? That's also great. Like Twitch right now is like, to mention here, like, yeah, poker hasn't been on Twitch for very long. So
It's so new. It's
yeah.
only what, 4 years?
Yeah, something like that. And so Stone's getting in on this is like going to be awesome because now we can kind of just expand on bringing you guys, kind of like everything that's new, everything you guys want to know about. You let us know, guys. Let us know if you guys have any ideas for the stream. If you guys have any ideas of how to make it better, we definitely want to hear that.
Joseph
All
had
positive feedback.
Joseph had a brilliant idea here. Flop trips.
Oh,
and it worked out
yeah.
nicely. All of his opponents are in dire straits. Rich just pick up an up and down straight draw on the turn here. See now, Joseph checked flop. He just wanted to. He doesn't want to I guess give away the strength of his hand or something. But now no money went in, right? So here we are on the turn. There's only 150 out there. And Rich is betting, and Ray is calling with a bad gut shot. And now it's back to Joseph, who has the monster. And that is a call I would never just flat call there. I would always
You know what though?
raise.
It's crazy enough because I was thinking I'm not surprised that Joseph did that. He's looks like a pretty passive player when it comes to having the hand or drawing to a hand.
Well, yes, except for he did call the check raise with Ace King High just a few hands ago. So I mean, the man will play cards. The man will play
Right.
82. And I just think there's just so many hands that picked up draws there on the turn. Heart draws are now drawing.
And he
Jack,
wasn't
queens,
scared of
8
any
queens.
of it
Well,
either.
But see, the problem now he wasn't scared of it, but the problem is not that he's scared of river cards, but the problem is. How are you going to get more value out of your opponents on the river unless unless they make their hand and you don't have the best hand anymore?
Right.
Those hands
Once
are going
they
to want
don't
to
make
call
their
to draw
hand,
at you,
right,
or
exactly.
they just fold and you don't even have to fade hearts or kings or sevens or whatever the cards are that they're looking for.
Yeah.
So if
Definitely more benefit in those options that you presented.
If I chose to slow play on the flop like that instead of just betting and trying to build a pot straight away, you're up against so many opponents. If I chose to check it like that and it went check around and it went and on the turn, now I've induced exactly what I wanted. It's gone bet call in front of me. There's no way I am just going to flat call there and let my opponents either draw for free or maybe they have
Which is
a 9.
exactly what
There's hands
happened.
that will want to call if I raise or might fold out their equity if they don't end up calling, but I just think against bet call, multiple opponents, that's just a great time to build the pot. And there's two things that will happen. One, they will fold, and you don't even have to fade their straights. Two,
Right.
they will call
Money
because
one.
they're drawing live.
Correct. Yep.
Either
Build a
one is
pot.
good for you.
Right. Values there. Make those bets because on the river, if they don't cash, no more value.
100%. Now, if your head's up, that's
Well done.
different. If your head's up, you're like, I don't know what the hell my opponent has. I don't want to blow them off. I have such a monster call. But when it goes bet call in front of you, I think that's a clear spot to raise, start building the pot, and get some value for your big flopped trips.
Absolutely. And Harlan here wakes up with a huge hand, flopping trip 10s here on the flop. 10 of hearts, 4 of spades, and 10 of clubs. And Eric actually has a pretty good hand here, and he's probably going to like this board. Mark also has a 10 with a better kicker.
Sick.
So this is going to be a cooler, I'm thinking. Let's see how they
Sick.
handle this.
Now, Eric, as you can see, we do true outs on Stones Live. Normally, there would be, according to the graphics, a jack left to hit for him, the jack of hearts, to make the best hand. But since there's a 0% next to his name, that means that card is DED dead.
Wow.
And the 4 saves Harlan here.
No, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yep. So
Good stuff.
Now, it's
Little spoiler, but okay. I gotcha.
wow, it goes check around
Holy
and Mark finds an ace.
Wow, this
Oh
is
my
amazing. What is going on here?
This is so sick. I can't believe it went check around on the
This
turn.
is insane. And Mark decides to go all in.
And
with
Harlan's gonna snap him off.
480. Wow. Well,
What a card for Mark to find on the river. Wow.
this is really what a bummer for Harlan. And how it went down is just unusual.
And that's what you
They had some
call a cooler.
A cooler.
That's
for
just
sure.
a Stones Live cooler.
The crazy thing is
my
this
God.
cooler I thought was going to be like like a blizzard, because I was thinking it was gonna go a lot bigger than this. It looks like, let's see what happens.
The turn went check around. That was the crazy part. And Mark's just going to have a full
We
double
made it
up
to
here.
the river with a small pot. That's interesting.
I mean, Mark didn't have that much to start the hand, I think, was the main factor there. And so, I mean, Harlan is lucky they weren't deeper, I guess. That's just a crazy, crazy lucky find. That run out is such that, like, Mark is just destined to have a double up. Now, look, for all of the strategy talk and, thinking through decisions on every street, man, sometimes, like the way the cards lie just sort of dictates. Like, Harlan is destined to double up Mark in that hand. There's just not much he can do. Yep. He flops top trips, turns a boat, and is not any good on any street. Mm-hmm. He was chopping for 11 seconds on 4th Street. That was it. But it's just he can't fold. He's never folding.
He's never folding.
What can you do? Mark just gets a courtesy double up. Thank you, Harlan. Next.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Tuna fish. What's going on?
What up, tuna fish? I had a steak of you for lunch.
What are you guys up to tonight? Are you guys on a Saturday playing some poker, watching us on your mobile, at home, kicking back? What are you guys up to?
The people on this table, what they're up to is just limping in this spot. Limp, 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 limp. I think might be the first time we've seen that tonight.
If you guys are open and looking for something to do tonight, I think coming over here might be a good idea. What do you think?
Never a bad idea. Stones is a good time, as always had by all.
We have open seats. We have several games going. We have 1-3 no limit. We have 2-5, a couple of 1-3 games, and a couple 1-2 no limit games. And of course, we have the 4-8 and Omaha games, 8 or better. If you guys are interested in that, come check us out at Stone's Gambling Hall here in Citrus Heights, California.
Yes, indeed. Now here, Brian, the flop here actually went check around. Despite the fact that Mark has the queen and anyone else? Mark has that queen. Brian, now this is a spot where a check makes a lot more sense to me than in that 4-4 X hand from a few hands ago. Brian is against the whole table, and does he have the best hand? Yeah, probably, but now is the time to exercise some pot control. I don't want to bloat this pot against the entire table with one pair just yet. Mm. So he exercises pot control by checking on the flop, and
oh my God.
then on the turn, he does exercise some value-y, let's get some money into this pot, and it's perfect because he's going to get worse to call. He rivers effectively the nuts. He didn't need it. And is it going to get a value bet paid here? Yep, Mark's going to check snap call. Because of Brian's check on the flop, he doesn't believe him. And that river card is great for Brian because it makes it harder for him to have a king. So Brian, I think, gets maximum value there. Now, that's a spot where checking the flop gets you max value. Yeah. Now on that 4-4 X hand, checking the flop basically set him up to make minimum value on that hand. But
that's
Brian,
a pretty dry flop there also.
Yes, but not against the entire table. I mean, there's... I mean, it still is. It's like I said, he still probably has the best hand. Yeah. But it's still a great time to exercise some pot control.
Yeah,
Keep the pot from getting bloated because we probably have the best hand, but we still have just one pair. I don't know. Could someone have a set of sixes? It's not impossible. Could someone have queen six suited? It's not impossible. I don't really know, but I can confidently play turn and river for value if I can just keep this pot a little bit more reasonable, and now's the time to do that. I think is what's going through Brian's head. I'm just saying I like that spot to pot control. Even though that flop is really good for him.
I wouldn't mind. How many players to the flop there?
Oh, the whole table. I think it was 8
It was
ways.
there. All right. Okay.
Yeah. It's not a bet would not be bad either. A bet would not be bad.
I would say if there was 2 or 3, a nice small bet. I think a good third size bet, or even smaller actually, would be nice just to get some money in there. Such a dry board like that, because people having just mediocre hands, they're gonna call there just to see. It's kind of silly. Folding a hand if there's some potential there.
So Queen 10 has the second best hand there, and he has a backdoor straight draw because he has a 10 in his hand. Yeah. But he really just kind of has a 2-pair draw. So let's say now, Brian, with that hand, it's in the hand of Mark. Mark loves calling and seeing more cards. Yeah. Is Mark gonna fold to 1 bet? I don't know. Probably not.
No.
Is he gonna put 2 more streets of value in on turn and river if Brian continues to stay on the gas? I'm not really sure. No. I don't think so. Even Mark. Yeah. So that's another thing that that flop check sets him up for, is to have his opponent not believe him and to go a little more nuts with Queen 10 than he might otherwise have.
Definitely.
I just and
definitely an
not that a
idea,
bet would be bad. A bet would not be
Right,
bad.
no,
He almost
no.
certainly has
We're
the best
just
hand.
discussing other options. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
especially
I like it.
especially since we have that direct comparison from a few hands ago of the 4-4-X flop, where the same thing, like you flop a monster and you're against the whole table. Everybody saw the flop. Well, and both flops went check around.
That's
so what is the
crazy,
difference?
too.
You know,
Right.
what is? I think there's like a really clear difference in those two, the
Yeah.
way those two boards are set up. Okay, these are ways to illustrate like when do we slow play? When do we? You know what I'm saying? Like when
Yeah.
do we pot control?
There are times to do it, and it's to master when to do it is what puts you at that next level.
For sure. What up, Drew Rep? Hey, good to see you, man. Dropping in to get your brain filled with knowledge by me in the form of
Historical.
in the form of historical sayings such as handball against the drifts.
I like it. I like it.
You know, I've met enough David McCullough biographies that I pick up tidbits like this over the years, you know, and I'm glad you appreciate it, man. I appreciate you, brother.
I have a feeling Hop Grenade is he's a reader. Are you big time into reading books about like informational books, or are you
I consume,
novel guy?
Nah, I consume nonfiction ravenously. Yeah, I'm like
About what, like in the industry, or like what do you like to read
mostly
about?
historical fictions. Like I love infrastructure project books, Panama Canal, Brooklyn Bridge, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Biographies of you know,
Just learning.
like
I agree.
interesting people. You know, as I've said a million times when I talk about this to people, as soon as the past becomes not interesting, I'll start reading fiction. You know, but until then, man, I just find
does the history change?
Well,
if it's fun now,
I just
it should
find
be fun
these
later.
things to be like right,
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
Like, it's
So
relentlessly interesting to me.
Right.
Yeah.
It's part of you.
Yes,
I get it.
And people,
It's cool.
I hear people all the time. They're like, "Well, you know, I like reading the romance novels because it's like empty calories. Like it's just kind of a way to relax. You know, same reason people watch Real Housewives, which is okay, fine. But the people
That's
I know
their
that say
poison,
that
right?
do it basically
Yeah.
exclusively, like, which is
Oh.
fine. I get it. They work hard. They want to relax. I totally get it. I'm not talking smack. So Mark here has the top pair, and Rich has 9s and 5s. Unlucky for Mark.
Yeah. This is a draw heavy board actually.
It is.
What happened pre-flop here? It looks like there was a call for $15.
Just a
Check, and they
limp.
saw the flop.
Yeah, just a limp.
So a
So-
rare occasion, but we're keeping the pot pretty small
So,
here.
and because this pot is limped, Mark has no idea. Neither one of these guys knows where his. All Rich knows is he almost certainly has the best hand.
Right,
Wow. What
not
oh my
anymore.
God, the case
Oh my
9.
goodness.
Rich has 9s full, and Mark
Oh
thinks he
my
just rivered the
God.
best card in the deck.
Yeah.
All of the 4-5s and 6-5s and all the other hands that Rich could have had that were beating Mark now are not, except for Rich has 9-5.
Oh
Yeah.
my
What
goodness.
a cooler.
Hey.
Wait a minute.
Wow. Okay.
Check. No, check call. Got it.
7.
7. So
What a
I think
bet.
did we do a verbal right there? I think
Did he make a pot-sized bet?
Mark said check, and Rich probably said 700, and Mark went, call you.
Was it a pot-sized bet?
Wow.
He maxed. Oh my goodness. Way to go, Mark. I like it. 700. What a bet. I think I would have aimed for a little smaller, but that's cool. I like it. Good stuff. You got paid.
That was amazing. Wow, what a cooler. And again, that's another just a Stones Live cooler for Mark. You know, that's an argument for not limping. You know, you kind of set yourself up for weirdness in a limp pot when you just limp in and check.
Hate it
Not that
too.
it's like, you know, it's not awful queen night, but like you just are like, you have no idea where you're at.
So
Mark check calls incorrectly 3 streets. Not his fault. He has top pair, he has top pair, he has top trips, but he has no freaking idea where he's at because it's just a limp pot. Would it have played differently if it wasn't? I'm not really sure, but it's still just sort of a good rule. Like, just don't limp. If you're gonna open, generally speaking, let's just open for a raise. I don't know how applicable that sentiment is to that exact hand, but it's just tough, man. That's just a cooler. I'm not really sure what you can do.
Yeah. Well, anyway, nice takedown.
Yeah, good pot.
Nice work. You caught what you needed.
Yeah, I know. Well done, sir.
That was the card.
Trey, not Tommy. Do I remember that hand where T-Bone tried bluffing Mike Postle and the graphics were wrong and Mike had the nuts 9-8 suited? Yes, I remember that hand like it was yesterday, dude. That was unreal. The graphics had Mike on. I don't even remember what the graphics said he had, but it was like, gee, jack high. You got to remind me, Trey, not Tommy. But it was perfect. It was perfect. It was like all the way on the river, they're like all in and we were like, what is Mike? And then the graphics magically changed, and Mike had 8-9 of spades, the nut straight that he had flopped. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, were you on that?
So good.
Were you commentating?
I was calling that show. Yeah.
Oh,
That
okay.
was months ago. That was a long time ago, but I remember
think
that
I
hand
saw
clearly.
That hand. Yeah, I saw that. That was
hand
amazing.
was unreal,
Yeah.
dude. Of course, Mike
would do that. Yeah,
magic
I remember
graphic
that.
change. His 8,
I was
9.
texting. Actually, I texted Mike on that one. I
was
was
so
like,
cool.
"Hey, nice hand, buddy."
Oh man,
I
that was
remember that.
ridiculous.
Oh yeah, nice.
I
love
wanna-
it. I love it.
I gotta rewatch it so I can remember exactly what went down, but I do remember right at the last
It was
second.
a few weeks ago.
The
It was
graphics.
maybe
Oh no,
3
I think it
months,
was a lot
2
longer than
months,
that. It
3
might have been
months.
more like 6 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I'm termed out, I'll finish my book and ship you your knowledge book.
What up, Adrian?
I will read it with open arms and open mind, Drew Rep.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Man.
It is sick. Very, very sick.
So what about you, man? What was your introduction to Twitch poker?
I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I have not an addiction, but I really enjoy watching other people do the thing that they do.
Listen, man, we know how addictions work around here. You know?
Oh my goodness!
Give me
yeah.
the marbles.
Marbles coming to you live in about 3 hours.
Not soon enough.
Yeah. So, and nice. Okay, way to get that in there. Hey guys, so just so you know, if you're new to the stream, there's gonna be this awesome thing called Marbles on stream here at Stones Live, where you compete with your fellow chat and you become a marble and compete in a race.
It was it's a good time. Of course, it's a skill game, so I hope you guys have been working on your marbles.
Right.
That was
Yep.
you, Train Tommy. Oh my God! Remind me exactly how that hand went down, because as soon as I read the description, I will remember it clearly. Man, what a sick hand.
So let's see what we have here. So we have Jeremy here. He looks like he's raising it to 130. Or wait, no, he's just calling a bet to 130 pre-flop. We have 5 to the flop here. We have 10 King, Rainbow King 5-10. And let's see who's hitting what.
Mark has the best of it here
He
with his
does, and a good kicker.
10. Yes, but he better hope he doesn't see an ace. Eric is drawing up and down to the 9 of the ace. It's going to be hard.
Man, this
all
is
the
rough.
aces are out there, and the 9 too. So
They
Eric,
don't know that.
I'm surprised Eric's. I guess you know why? Because his Jack and Queen are live too. He can't know that his Jack and Queen are live, but indeed they are. Mark's all in
Wow,
here.
okay.
He's only in for 155, so it looks like he's going to get probably 2 callers here. Jeremy calls with air, you know, just because he's like, I don't know, can't ace high be good here?
Open-ended looks pretty good. Enough to call. Did he
Now,
call? He did.
Eric goes for a pot builder raise isolator, and that forces Jeremy out. And now it's going to be Eric versus Mark, and Mark has to fade a 9, an ace. Those are going to be hard, or a jack or a queen. He does have the best hand. Mark is set for a double up if he can fade it.
That's not quite one.
And he actually makes trips, and that is going to be good. Mark had the best hand on every street, and he is going to double up, and ain't nobody upset to see Mark adding to his stack.
So Mark looks like he has gone in all in twice and has won both all in. And, you know, Eric had a good hand, and I like his shove there. He shoved there on the flop. Oh, no, on the turn.
Yeah,
to,
no, it was on
isolate.
flop. He actually,
Was
yeah,
it?
he just raises.
And
Yeah, he doesn't
isolate,
shove. He
yeah.
just makes
Just
like
to
a
isolate.
4x isolator raise. Yeah,
like
just
it.
so he can attack the all-in stack by his own self.
No, I was able to play with him a couple years ago. No, actually, he's been on the 1-3 games. Generally, a lot of these higher stake players are jumping to 1-3 here because it's actually pretty deep here. But a lot of times they're waiting for a bigger game, like a 2-5 game. So it's really nice to play against those guys because, to be honest, like for me, when I jump down to, I'm not sure. Do you play cash a lot more,
Yeah.
or are you more of a tournament?
No, the vast majority of my experience is in cash. I've played plenty of tournaments too, but overwhelmingly cash. Yeah.
So the thing here at the 1-2 game here, the no limit game here, is a fun game. It's a really great game. The problem is because the bets are a little bit smaller than what I'm used to playing these bigger games, is that it gets you to get out of line a lot more, you know. And so you got to be careful of that. So some of these players here, you can kind of tell they may be able to just bluff more often than others on this quote unquote big game.
Absolutely. Simple Life Remedy. Thanks for the follow, man.
Nice.
He's got a
Is this
remedy
about-
for the Simple Life. Just add some
Right.
Twitch poker to the mix, and you got a remedy for the Simple
You
Life.
got it.
Welcome to
Ooh.
Complexity, my friend. And welcome to
Bomb
Stones
Pod.
Live, dude. Welcome to this Bomb Potosaurus.
Yeah. Welcome. Okay.
Everyone puts what is it, $40
$75?
in before the flop?
Oh, is it 40? Okay.
I think it was 40, and then we just saw a flop and went from there. Lloyd Christmas 88. Thanks for the follow, Lloyd Christmas. I heard there was a 1,000,000 to 1 shot you were going to follow, but there's always a chance, man. And you followed, and we appreciate it a lot, brother.
Ooh, I like that reference.
Welcome to the Stones fan, man. Any mixed games planned? Oh, yeah, I see you there in the chat, brother. Yes, we do play 4-card poker on this stream. Something, Joe, I missed that one. Thanks for the
Everyone loves a
follows,
bomb
guys.
pot.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Mixed games, yeah, we do play Omaha 8 or better limit. We play pot limit Omaha 8 or better. We play straight PLO and of course Hold'em. So definitely some banana games find their way into this stream with regularity.
Well, Brian, hey, thanks a lot for joining us, man. Hope if you're still there, hey, have a good time going out with the wifey. Got to put that in for sure.
Have a good time, man.
Dan's World, welcome. Check raise flop.
Hey,
like
what up,
the
check raise
name.
flops?
Freight forward. When is the
Nice to
marble
see
game?
you.
The marble game is in about 3 hours, about 10:30. Is approximately around there that
Yeah.
we get a couple games in. So make sure you kind of, if you're gonna step away, set your timer for about 3 hours from now.
Don't worry, guys. We just have to sit through 3 more hours of this poker nonsense before we can finally get to the marble.
Right.
Believe me,
Get to the
we're jonesing just
juice.
like you guys are, even though we can quit any time we want.
Talk about mixed games.
Yes.
Put the marble in the mix. Can't find that out there.
Yeah.
Not in the poker category.
Now, have you been to a Run It Up Reno?
No, I haven't.
They're a blast. So the most fun, speaking of mixed games, I've had no more fun playing poker in my life than I have playing the 5-10 or 4-8, depending on what's running.
In Reno, Reno.
8-game rotation. Till like 4 in the morning in the Peppermill cash room.
Wow.
We're doing shots, and the guy from Sweden is
Crazy.
leading
Sounds
a
like a
drinking
good
chant.
time.
Oh, what a blast, man!
boy.
Freaking RAU gasm. Mixed games in the cash room. Where do I sign?
Sign me up.
And here, Ace Queen does what Ace Queen always does, and it goes down in flames. It gets outflopped by Jack 9, and adding to its woes, Eric picks up a flush draw and eliminates the Ace of Hearts and Queen of Hearts from Ray's outs. It looked like
Ace
it's just going to go
Queen.
check. Ace freaking Queen, man, you know. Check on turn, and on the river, Eric going to go for some thin mint value. Yep, he bets 300, and that's a pretty dry damn board, man. You know, Ace Queen high wouldn't shock me to see it call here. Of course, it's going to probably fold most of the time, but it wouldn't shock me. I mean, what does your opponent have? They call you on the flop, they check behind on the turn, and now they're suddenly leading at you on the river. It looks like a bluff. Like, doesn't your opponent have 10 Jack and Jack 7, the 10 Queen, these sort of hands that you're beating? I think, yeah, so you're going to see him call here. Not surprising. Yep, because he's reading Eric for something like a busted straight draw.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, wow, he raises.
And he calls.
A snap call from
Yeah.
Eric. Now, here's why I think Ray's raising. Obviously, it's not a value raise. He's not trying to
No,
get
he's
called by
not.
worse. What he's doing there is going, I think ace high is good. I just think ace high is good here. But what I don't want to do is call and then have my opponent go, God dang it, you're good. I just have king 4. And you're like, the 4 is good.
Wah, wah. Has
Right.
that happened to you before? Yes.
You think?
Everyone.
So what he's doing there, and that's a great note to make.
like
if
it.
you guys ever find yourself in a spot where you're just like, now he wasn't right that time, but you're like, I'm just certain my opponent has nothing here. I don't know how nothing their nothing is.
Yeah.
Like maybe they have a weird bottom pair, or something. I'm not really sure, but like, I don't want to like go with my instinct and then have them roll a stupid pair of deuces in the hole or something.
Yeah.
What that raise is designed to do is just get those hands to fold, which they will basically have to do to a raise.
Yeah.
So he goes with his read, and instead of just calling, he raises, and that's going to look like a genius move plenty of the time, and it was not that time.
Right. I like the raise. I like the raise for sure,
don't mind
especially
it.
with that example. I mean, you guys have all seen it. You make the right call because they are weak, but they're just not weak enough.
Right.
Because remember, guys, you still just have ace high. So if you want to evaluate it, if you really think that they have nothing, then
sure,
put in that bet.
His line does look like nothing.
Right.
He just calls flop.
Yeah.
He checks back on the turn. He suddenly leaves
Right.
river. You know, I mean, I see that. Like, what, you know, 2 3s in the hole, and they think they have to bluff. The river comes, and they're like, I don't really know. I don't know what to do, so I'm just gonna try and bet and bluff. I don't know. I get the raise. Anal Queen, what up, Anal Queen? Is this live? Yes, it is. The game is from about half an hour ago. We are live here in the booth with you guys. This is a 5-5-10 no limit game, and the 10 is the minimum straddle, but there is really no max.
10 and up straddle is essentially
10 and up.
what it is. Because, you know, we make up stuff here. We make up games here at Stones. Because, you know, you guys like it. We like it. So we're going to just put a mix of games here. That's why when you guys come to Stones Live, and make sure you guys follow, so in the future you'll be able to see all the other games that we have, such as big tournaments here, weekly tournaments. We have a lot of great stuff coming up. Do you remember? Oh, do we have a good hand?
Oh, Rich fucking nine. It doesn't matter though. Wow, so that's
crazy.
That's a huge pot all in on the flop. Joseph is obviously so stoked to get his money in the top 2, and Rich found the 9 was not any good. He needed 2 of them, and Joseph is going to double up through Rich there. Huge pot, 3.4K for Joseph.
So is a 2.6K effective there. Wow, nice hand.
Huge hand, huge hand.
Now, oh my goodness. So how big was that pot? 4.2K. We have our
3-4. Rich was. It says
sorry.
That's what Rich had in his stack.
Oh, okay.
The pot was 3.4.
So our biggest pot now is going to be that one, 3.4 for Rich. Yeah. So Rich. No. I'm sorry. Not Rich. I'm sorry. For Joseph.
Yes.
My bad. Okay. So, yeah, 3.4K. I don't remember anyone claiming Joseph. So far that's the biggest pot.
Let's scan through our list here. Brian, Dave, Jeremy, Rich. No Josephs.
Because I think I would have went what? Because actually my name is Joseph. I'm like, oh, how'd you know my name?
No, is that it?
Yeah,
I only know you by Jay.
So
you know, that's the thing about Twitch is like sometimes I only know people from their screen names, and someone's like, "Oh, what's his real name?" And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no
exactly.
idea.
Dude, you know what? Your name, Hop Grenade. I was thinking, okay, like Army, military related, or Hoppy, and it was Hoppy.
That's right. Jesse Cal, I think that was. Thanks for the follow, man. We really appreciate that. Welcome to the Stones fam. Thanks for the nice words there, Savage Joe. We appreciate that. Did they all distribute a second round? That was a bomb pot, I believe, which we do on dealer changes here on this show. Every dealer change, we do basically a bomb pot is everybody puts in a set amount. Sometimes they're escalating throughout the night. You know, say it starts at $20 and goes up throughout the night, or it just stays at 20. Everybody just puts in that set amount. We see the flop and we go from there. Just kind of adds a little fun degeneracy to the mix.
Cool. Absolutely. Hey, man, I love it. I love commentating with this guy. This guy, I can actually just take a nap here, and he'll just carry. He'll carry me for sure.
As the regular viewers, you guys know, I am plenty happy to. when someone's like, you know, oh, I really want to take a break, I'm like, have at it. I will just do the show.
Hey, Queen, welcome. YouTube, I see you there. I see you. Thanks for that sub.
Thanks, Queen.
Thanks for that compliment,
that.
too. Hope you guys are enjoying Twitch and YouTube. So if you guys do enjoy the stream, make sure you hit that subscribe button, that follow button, so you'll be alerted in the future about future games. And then later on, we'll do some marbles also. Switch over to Twitch for that one.
Absolutely.
So let's see. What do we have? You know what? Harlan, actually, we haven't seen him in a lot of hands, have we? We haven't seen too many. Maybe he hasn't been catching too many. So he's like, ace 4, you know what? Let's get in this. Let's see what's up. It was a race to 10. Is that what just happened?
I think it's the graphics are saying that, but it's probably just a call of the straddle. I think.
And then a 3-bet to 40. That kind of lines up.
I think that's just that's probably that's a call of the straddle, and now here we're 3-betting. Yeah. We're raising. It's just a raise.
Yeah, imagine that, guys. A 3-bet to 40. Right.
4-bet to 80.
5-bet all in.
We've stumbled upon a 5-5 limit game.
Way to make that happen. Let's go.
Thanks, Daniel Fareed. Good to see you, my friend.
3-6-2 on the board, Rainbow.
That's a good flop for Harlan, you know, as the pre-flop aggressor. That's a great board for him. It's very hard for all of his opponents to have hit that. And indeed, you can see they're all about 30 miles away from it. So he's just going to continuation bet. He has the best hand. And Joseph is going to float him. Joseph's going to float him with king high. and Joseph whiffs the turn. And Harlan makes a wheel. Man, what a great-looking turn card for Harlan. He can't know what bad a shape his opponent was actually in. His ace-high was good. And since you don't know that and you just got a random call, it sure feels good to bang off the wheel on 4th Street. Mm-hmm. And now he's going to bet again, and the hand's going to be over.
Yep. It's interesting seeing Joseph in these different hands. I'm starting to see that I'm getting more and more confused with the strat on some of those hands, and might be. What do you guys? When you guys are playing heads up, do you guys play that a little bit differently than you do, let's say, 4 or 5 players in the hand? I
think you've got it, right?
Yeah, you have to, right?
Got no choice.
Do you guys like to throw a lot of slow play in your game, or do you guys like to bet your hand? What do you guys feel? I'd like to get some opinions from the chat about what you guys feel about poker these days. Is it something that's obviously progressed, but in what direction? More aggressiveness is better. Being passive. Tell us what you guys think. And it looks like here we actually have a third here. We have Joseph, Rich, and Eric, top 3 on the largest pot, and 3.4 still is at the top, guys.
All right, speaking of heads up, this pot's heads up, and they both flop top pair. Kind of a cooler here. When you're heads up and you flop top pair like this, you're just good so often. It's pretty hard for your opponent to have you beat. They need an overpair or a better 10. So this is just an easy bet call. Jeremy's going to check to call here. I wouldn't be shocked to see a check raise, but yeah, check call I think you're going to see almost all the time. Not really tons of merit to raising. Great turn card for Jeremy.
Draws are opening up here.
That's a sick turn card, actually.
Yeah.
Both of these guys are going to absolutely love it.
Right. That hard draw there, Brian's really liking that one.
Yeah, so and a straight draw too, and so he's never slowing down. Yeah, that's a great turn card for his hand. It's an undercard to his pair, and it's a huge draw card for him, so he's going to bet again. And if Jeremy, I don't see Jeremy folding.
Oh, man.
I mean, but it's getting expensive, man.
Brian has like 20 outs though. Oh no, he's leading actually. Brian is leading. He is leading.
Well, Jeremy checked to him again, right? So Jeremy checks to him on floppy bets. Jeremy calls. The hand plays itself.
Yep.
On turn, now Jeremy actually is going to check raise, and I don't think that's going to work.
Oh, geez. Definitely not
I think
work.
Brian, I think he's just going to go with his hand.
You're calling 100% of the time.
Boom, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Jeremy's all in, and Brian calls it off, and Jeremy is going to need a miracle.
This is a big pot, guys.
Can he find it? A 6 or a jack? Nope. That's a
blank.
Barry Greenstein on the river helps nobody, and he's going to pull at it again and whiff again. In fact, Brian makes the flush he didn't need. Third board?
He didn't. Oh, 3 times.
No, that's
just
it.
Twice.
And that, my friends, is a Stones Live scoop for our friend Brian, and that is just barely not the top pot of the night, 3.3, but that's a huge score for Brian.
It is. Absolutely. Brian can't be any happier. He hit his heart, which he didn't need, like you said before, but hey, it's always good to say, hey, you know what? I hit those. So next time, I'll hit them again.
That's right. I agree with you, Daniel Freed, 100%. That's how I would answer that question too about more aggressive, more passive. I think a sweeping statement in either direction is too generalized.
I agree.
It's really the table. There's enough poker games and enough walks of humanity that play in these random games in casinos from coast to coast around the world, for that matter.
Right.
That there's just no generalization to be made. Any given table can be wild beyond Texas's dreams.
That's
true.
The
slowest old man coffee fest ever, and it's just up to you to figure out what's going on.
Exactly, and that's why I love Twitch and opening this up to such a broad audience. Right now we have a lot of people in the chat, 141 viewers.
Look, I think it's safe to assume they're players.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are players, but it's good to ask these questions because there's a lot of you guys at different levels in the game. Some of you may have not even stepped in a casino yet, and you know why? Because when I first started, I think it might be similar to a lot of you. Oh, look, we got a hand here. Brian has kings versus Billy Ray, who I'm sure he likes any ace here at this point, being Billy Ray. But actually, that's not a bad call. It looks like he has position over Brian. calling $75.
Snap call from Mark to complete the action. Chug Ninja. Thanks for the follow, Chug Ninja. We appreciate
have
that.
4 ways to the flop. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the Stones fam, man.
Yeah, welcome,
and that
man.
is a massacring of the board by Jeremy. All the jacks, bang bang, and Brian's kings are no good right
man. Yikes.
now. Now the saving grace for Brian is that he's up against 3 opponents. Can someone have a jack? Yes. Very easily.
Right.
Heads up would be a different story, and in this case, it's actually Billy Ray after it checks to him, and he's like, I don't know, if you guys are allergic to the pot, bet. But he's run into 2 people who have real hands, and so it doesn't work.
Oh, man, yeah. So Brian can actually find out. He can be very passive about this and just check it down.
And he was. Now, if you notice, he was on the flop, right?
Right.
It went check, and Brian checked.
Right.
And then it went to Billy Ray, who bet because it went check, check to him.
Right.
Now, on the turn, it goes check, check again, and Billy Ray has to decide if he wants to fire another barrel into the abyss.
I wonder if Billy Ray's thinking, well, these guys know my range, and so am I going to take a risk here and make a bet? Does he have it in him to go, I'm going to go in and make a good bet here. Bet size.
So what happens is that he just checks back.
Oh,
makes sense.
And he catches his. Did he catch?
He caught an ace, but it's no good.
But
Jeremy,
it was
Jeremy
checked.
has-
Right,
yeah.
right. So
And then it went check
that.
around. So here's the problem for Jeremy. Jeremy has the monster here, but he's out of position. He's first to act against multiple opponents. So he just kind of was backed into a corner where he never really knew when it was time to lead, right? So he open checks the flop. That makes total sense. Now Brian is savvy with his kings, and instead of continuation betting, he checks. He wants to exercise pot control right now. And then the hand got wonky because Billy Ray decided he was going to go for it. 5TA9, thanks for the follow, man. I saw you in there earlier, dude. Thanks for hitting that follow button. We really appreciate that. Because Billy Ray decided to fire because his opponent seemed allergic to the pot, that set up some weirdness. So now the trip jacks just calls, and it's back to the kings, who are like, I'm not going to fold kings now, over a call.
Right.
So now on turn, Trip Jacks has played it so passively, he doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to suddenly lead out on the turn.
Right.
So he just open checks.
Right.
And then kings again.
That answers some of the questions in the chat also, actually.
Sure.
Yeah.
So now Brian with the kings, he still has the overpair, but he's still I don't really know enough against multiple opponents, so he checks again. And then it got to Billy Ray, who's like, tank, tank, tank. Should I fire a second barrel here? Seems suicidal. He checks back to complete the action. Then the ace on the river. Trip Jacks is now like, do I value lead now? He just doesn't. He never really figured out a time to open there, so he just checked again, and then both of his opponents have some showdown value. Both of them can just go check, kings, check, ace, and then the 3 jacks wins. It makes sense. It's kind of hard. Jack, crappy kicker, out of position.
Yeah.
Maybe
at that
he can
point,
lead the river sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it depends, too. Like, you have a couple opponents here that could, he could be thinking maybe he can induce someone to actually bet. I don't know. Those guys those 2 would be the 2 great candidates.
So
to
I wonder.
be against,
That's true, but I wonder what would bet for value? I don't think almost anything. Even a rivered ace, as you see, a rivered ace is just going to go check ace against 2 opponents, right? So if you're trying to induce a bet, you're trying to induce a bet from somebody who has to bluff. Yeah, I think. I can't really imagine what is worse than Jack 7 that's going to fire for value. I don't see that. So you're basically hoping that somebody, Jack 7 X ace? I mean, what do they have? There's not even any busted draws, right? So if we check there, what are our opponents have that has to bluff? I can't even think of a hand that would have to bluff in that spot. That got all the way to the river.
Right.
Is an ace going to value bet? Are 2 kings in the hole going to value bet? I think almost never. Yeah. So the river might have been a good time to lead, but I get it,
Or the only time.
Or the only time. Yeah, really the only time. Yeah. But I get it. We're in the moment, you're in rhythm, you've been open checking every street. Maybe upon reflection, he would be like, yeah, I should have led that river. But in the moment, he's just he's in rhythm. He just checks a third time. I get it. I understand.
Looks like Brian took down a small pot here. Small meaning only $900. Yeah. Nice work. Brian is actually he's getting some hands. He's wanting to play. Oh man, I hope you guys. The only thing right now that's preventing me from going into the games It's my allergies.
Ooh.
I have some bad ones.
Oh man, those are the worst.
Yeah.
I didn't start having them until like my mid-20s, and you can't really understand how annoying allergies are until you actually have them. You like hear people talk about it. Kyle Johnson, thanks for the subscribe, man.
Yo.
Kyle Johnson is having an allergic fit over there to not having subscribed to the stream, so he clicked the like button, took some Benadryl, feels a lot better.
Right.
Thanks, dude. We appreciate that.
Let's go.
Welcome to the Stones
Welcome,
fam.
everyone. If you guys are new to the stream, this is Stones Live. We sometimes go more than 3 days, but on average, we stream 3 days a week. So hit that follow and subscribe so you'll know when we're on. Normally, it's Monday, Saturday, and Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, actually, are the normal times. You guys will see that right there, too.
M. Mill, what are you talking about? All we do is pay attention to this game, man. I'm like hyper focused on it, dude. Maybe you're not paying attention to the fact that we're paying attention, bro. Get it together.
Oh.
Ace Queen does flop a gut shot to Broadway. I'm not sure how I would know that, given that I'm not paying attention to the board, but indeed, that's what it has. It has been outflopped in a pretty serious way by Jeremy. Look at that board for Ace 10 of Hearts, man. And, man, everyone likes this. Look at this. That's a nasty flop. Damn. Mark got the gut shot to the Queen Eye straight, and the Queen of Hearts he's going to like a lot in his hand, plus top pair. Man, what an action flop. So Mark open checks.
Wow.
And then Ray figures he can bet because he just flopped the best hand here a lot, didn't he? I mean, it seems like it, but man, he is not in terrific shape. Harlan then decides to raise with his ace queen, which is, I mean, he's got a two-way straight draw there, the 9 or the king. And then that induces Jeremy to just shove.
Ship it. He says, I got a pair. I got the nut draw. I got position. Who cares about position? Let's shove it.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Let's
that's the move. You know,
Let's
he's got 2.4 in his stack. He flopped a monster. If everyone folds, fantastic. If someone calls, there's just no bad outcome.
Yeah.
So that's a great ship. That's exactly what I would do in that spot. And now look, it's going to force Mark off of. He's going to get better to fold, at least in one of these spots. If Mark. I mean, Ray's going to have a very hard time calling it off.
He's early because they have two people ahead of him. I mean, he has a mediocre hand, maybe a backdoor draw. At best, he's folding. I mean, generally, too, here's a tell here, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, I think the rest are just waiting for him to fold.
So now I would imagine Mark, this is just way too ambitious for Mark to overcall in this spot. It goes bet, raise, shove, and you call, which is queen, jack. We cannot. I don't think. But it is Mark. So if he gets Mark to call, okay, he's got a ton of equity against Mark. And then Ray is going to fold a better hand, so there's just so much merit to this shove here by Jeremy. And Mark is going to call. Wow. All right, man, Mark loves to gamble.
Joy.
He has the best hand, but, man, we got 2 pulls to come, and he has got to fade a lot of cards. So he is just – oh, what is this? Yeah, he did. He shoved. That's the all-in button in front of him, right? Yes. So Mark's going to go with it.
Oh, okay.
And now what's Ray going to do? I mean, we cannot call.
Oh, my goodness. Mark S. What a move.
This is crazy. Is Ray really going to go with it here? Jamin is in the YouTube chat kicking us a couple of bucks because he found $2 on the ground outside of Olive Garden. Nice. Thanks, Jamin. Thanks for kicking it our way, man. I'm surprised you were able full on those all-you-can-eat breadsticks. I'm surprised you were able to lean forward to click the mouse button, man. Nice to see you, brother.
Yeah.
As usual. I just cannot. How in the world can Ray go with it here?
Mark having the shortest stack here actually makes it easier for him to make this call.
Yeah, but it's gone bet, raise, shove, call in front of him. How the hell is he good?
But I think that if he had maybe another, I don't know, maybe 50%, he might be able to fold this one. But I think he's gonna go for it. He still has a chance to get that draw too, that back door for the straight. Ray here is tanking here. Looks like more than likely a tank fold. Harlan can't. I mean, Carlin's ready to fold.
Yeah.
So Jeremy's gonna take this down. But maybe we'll see.
Well, he's gonna have to. We'll see. He's going up against Mark. He's gonna battle Mark.
Yeah. So what's your vote here? What do you think? What do you like?
I like Jeremy's hand.
You like Jeremy's hand?
I do.
Me too.
You know, given that everybody folded, Mark's in obviously much better shape.
Right.
But Jeremy is very, very live. Well, the equity percentage is flipped.
And there
Mark
you go.
Holds.
He
Sick. Wow. And look at Mark. Look how stoked he is. I mean, to overcall in that spot with Queen Jack and win the pot is very fortunate. Very fortunate.
Nice hand, Mark. Way to go. And Mark can't lose right now. He's this is his third all-in, and he has taken it down. And so he's going to come up pretty heavy here. I think he might be at close to 4K now. And his first all-in was under 1K. It was approximately, I don't remember, but it was under 1K.
Yep.
So good run for a run good, that is, for Mark S.
Absolutely. That is some run good to be good in that spot and to hold. And we just took a quick poll and asked anyone in the card room to raise their hand if they're upset about Mark getting more chips, and not a single hand went up.
And I wanted to touch a little bit on earlier being a part of. I'm actually just to answer your question a little further from my experience in Twitch. I actually have streamed off and on for a few years, competitive gaming like shooters and stuff like that, and gotten really invested in that over the years, just at times, but nothing like too serious. But yeah, if you guys are interested in knowing my background, basically it's just competitive gaming, and as far as Twitch is concerned, I have thought about doing some poker on Twitch, but I don't know, man. Like, that's online, and I've dabbled in online, but a lot of it is tournament based. Like, if you really want to reap the rewards, it's tournaments online, not cash. Unless you're just a beast, right? And rolling high roller, I would say high rollers, then yeah. But cash game player, I like live.
To make a generalized statement, the most profitable ways to play in poker games here in 2019 is live, for sure, and then
for consistency,
depending on like what you're more specialized in, live cash or live tournaments. But live cash games remain juicy. They do. In 2019, they remain plentiful and juicy.
Oh yeah, we're still going. We're going strong. Poker's going strong. We love it. So just to complete that, actually we have a great hand here. We're gonna take a look at what we have. Rich here wakes up with pocket tens in the small blind, and it looks like it's up to him to call 340 raise from Jeremy in the hijack with ace 10 offsuit.
No, it actually was Harlan.
Oh, Harlan.
And Jeremy called behind.
Oh, that's right.
So this is an ambitious call by Jeremy, and that actually sets up a shove from Rich. And now I believe that's going to work.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody calling it off here.
Oh.
Harlan is going to have to put the rest of his chips in with ace jack off.
Oh my god, that's so ambitious.
I mean, there's no way he can know he's flipping here.
Ambitious.
A flip is the absolute best case scenario. Two tens is like the best case scenario. Wow. So this is a great shift by Rich, because you know what? If one of his opponents calls, especially given their holdings, okay, let's go. But it is often going to induce everyone to just fold out, and he's going to win uncontested money. So Rich, and he doesn't want to just call and see a flop multi-way out of position. So he just decides he's going to go with it, and he's picked a great time.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I mean, oh man.
Indeed. That's a good question, Jamin. Have you ever celebrated at the table after winning a pot? I mean, yeah, I definitely have. I try to keep it under control. And not much in recent years because, I'm like dead inside. Of course, that's happened. I mean, we're human.
Yeah, I mean, as much as poker players try to kind of calm down the emotion at the end, sometimes you're just, that day, maybe you're running really bad and you finally hit. I might see myself going, finally, I get one, something like that.
Sure,
but
and then firing off the air horn.
I mean, I kind of just, collect my chips, thank you, toss the dealer a chip, and then you're good to go.
Wow, Jeremy is going to go with it, and case 10 comes
this
out.
This is insane, bro.
I am shocked to see Jeremy go with it there.
Oh, my goodness.
They're going to run another board. There are no 10s left.
Ace 10.
Jeremy needs to find an ace quickly now. That is not it. It's getting thin. Paper thin, and Rich is going to hold. He makes he makes trip 10s on the first board and then a full house on the second board, and not a terrific time.
No third
run.
run.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Harlan would have won the first board. The board ran out 4 to a jack
that's
high
right.
straight.
Yep.
Oh, man.
He would've caught it.
How could Harlan have known? Of course, he can't know he's
Yeah.
flipping in that spot,
Ace Jack? Yeah, let's throw this away this time.
Oh, man.
PDX Bunny, I do see the message. Why so much talk about poker? I thought this was a marvelous stream.
Yeah,
so,
he's right.
Actually, so to continue what I was saying earlier, like my history in Twitch. So to kind of just comment back on earlier, like us talking about like not so much the hand. You know what? To be honest with you, my true opinion about it, and also I think what Stones Live is trying to do is, yeah, we can talk about the hands, and we have. The thing is, we don't want it to be just about that. I mean, okay, we see it. We're making some. We're talking about the the strats and what they're holding and what could possibly come of it. But we also want to talk about other things that are related to poker, because that's just kind of how we do it here. We mix it up. We have fun. We want to make sure we're interacting with you guys, because honestly, isn't it fun to interact with us? Let's do it, right?
I'm having a
come
blast.
on, yeah. So if we're just talking poker, then that eliminates a lot of the fun that we're having. So I just want to let you guys know, continue to talk. If you want to. We have a lot of people in chat. If you're lurking, which means you're just watching, that's awesome too. Thanks for all the support, guys.
Absolutely. In my other life, as I mentioned to you in the craft beer world, we do podcasts and stuff about craft beer. And
Ooh.
Inevitably, the more you focus on like brewing information, people are like, hey, man, play a game or something. Where's all the fun?
Right.
And then when you play
Exactly.
games, people are like, where's all the beer information? So the truth is, man, you're never going to please everybody. We're just going to sit in
gonna have a
here
good time.
and entertain ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
We got a long form show here, guys.
I
4+
love
hours. And, we don't take breaks. Like, we're just here hanging with
Let's
you guys.
get some hype in the chat. Come on, guys. Let's go. I hope you guys are having a good time. We're having a good
We're having a
time.
blast. We're gonna
and
talk
we have
nonsense.
some big games. This is a big game,
Happens.
guys. This is normally this is one of the bigger games here at Stones. And so we want to let you guys know that there are a variety of other games here. So if you guys are interested in coming in, definitely check us out.
Harlan not messing around here with the ace-queen suited, and he does flop the nut flush draw, and more importantly, his opponents have whiffed colossally. Mark does have a gut shot. Yeah, I spoke too soon. Mark doesn't like folding gut shots. Oh, but Harlan open checks. Wow. Well, I guess it's fine if you're just gonna turn the nuts.
All right.
So, he decides to...
You know what?
He slows
Good
down
move.
inexplicably. He doesn't continuation bet and just turns the nuts.
Yeah, that's like it. But you know what? They're still going to be wary of that diamond, of course. So,
Well, yeah, that's true. But Mark does pick up a pair to go with his straight draw, and so he's just going to bet. And now look at Harlan.
So this is Harlan thinking, you know what? How can I get the most out of his hand? Obviously, he's not worried about anything. He has the ultimate nuts right now. So let's see what happens. Looks like he calls. Now we have 3 to the river. And...
Wow, Mark makes a 6.
That's so sick.
His saving grace here is that the board is 4 straighted and the diamonds are out there. So I don't think he's going to get too hammered here.
The thing is, I think the mentality of Mark S right now...
Harlan checks again.
Oh my goodness! You know what? Mark S has been winning a lot of hands, right? So he feels like he's feeling pretty good, and this could possibly be a hand that he could bet. But he goes
because the board is 4 straighted, and he's just he has a lot of showdown value.
Right,
He's just like
absolutely.
check 2 pair.
Sometimes I like to see how adventurous our players can be, and it would have been nice to see a little bit more action, right? But no,
Not that time.
Yeah, not that time. Nice lay down. I like it.
Nice check
you
back,
actually
yeah.
see a lot of that. Actually, so you take this game and you put it into a 1-2, 1-3 game. Someone that has 2 pits, 2 pair on the river. You see it all the time. I'm betting. I got the best hand. You see a lot of that undisciplined, not even really thinking about it type of plays, and that's when you see, and that's when I think, yeah, this is another level, because you're gonna see some better plays.
And I think a lot of times when you see players do that, like, are they thinking, oh, I'm gonna go for some thin mint value here and get called by worse? No, they're just going
not.
like, I have 2 pair, bet.
Yeah.
Like they're not thinking it through.
Let's go.
Really.
And how do you know they're not thinking it through? Because it took him 5 seconds to make that bet.
I'm going to do my what up, man illusion? Hey, what up? Nice to see you. I did see earlier your question, PDX, in an attempt to derail me. And, of course, you know me, man. I will oblige you. Just as soon as this hand is over.
Because Brian wakes up with kings.
Yes, he does indeed. He was asking about my wedding, which just took place a few days ago.
Yeah.
Just a few days coming off of the wedding. It was a
big
good time.
congrats again.
Thank you, brother.
To our boy here, Hop Grenade.
Boom. Yeah, I got some good stories for you guys in between hands here. But in the meantime, we're going to see Brian go to the streets with at least Mark, who just snippety snap calls with his suited gapper.
Now, if Harlan calls here, I'd like to
he
see
does
a
call.
10.
He calls to complete the action. That makes sense.
Nope, not a 10, but 2 diamonds.
And an ace.
That's not too bad.
Which Brian hates. So if Harlan wants to step on the gas in this hand, he could find a winner without making his hand.
Now, see that it's checked on the flop. Brian actually likes that a lot
he
better.
does. Yep.
Because now he says, hey, an ace would have bet there for sure.
Yes.
Now,
well, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
or at least that's a possibility. Harlan now here is thinking, well, it was checked through. I have a diamond draw. Let's see if we can let's find out what other is he betting for value here, or is he betting to get
Who, Harlan?
What he's betting for value here?
With 10 high?
Right,
No.
right. So what's he betting here?
He's semi-bluffing, right?
He's
so,
semi-bluffing,
Yeah, so he
right.
wants. So he,
Yeah.
if like it's better will fold.
Oh, and kings.
That he gets better to fold.
Exactly.
And
So
he's never going to get worse to call, right? Unless this opponent exactly has a lower flush draw.
So as for that type of hand, guys, so remember this hand now. So he has that draw. You're first up, 2 behind. Everyone checks the flop. What do you guys do? What do you guys do?
Well, it's awkward, right? Like Harlan is going to have a tough time leading there because he's in the small blind. He's first to act. So after the way the action went down pre-flop, he just calls to complete the action and then fires. He donk leads into 2 opponents. It's weird. Would he do that with an ace? I don't think so. I think he would check and call with an ace, right? So if he's going to lead there, what's he trying to say he has? Would he flop a set? No. What did he do? Flop an ace? He suddenly just leads out? No. Right. So that kind of looks like exactly the hand that it is if he decides to do that. So I think like he's going to just open check there all the time, even with a hand like ace X, even with a hand like a set. And then on the turn, he can like, well, all right, now here's the story. I have ace queen. I check flop. It went check around. Well, a blank deuce on the turn, I'm for sure ace queen is good. Now I'm going to bet for value. That is credible.
I like it.
And so Brian
it
just
happens
folds.
probably more often.
Sure,
actually.
and now that's what makes Harlan's semi-bluff. That's the power of the semi-bluff.
Right.
If your opponent calls, well, maybe I'll try and bang a diamond off. If my opponent just folds better, plenty of the time. As you can see, he gets better to fold, which of course is going to happen all the time. When you only have 10 high, everything is better, right? Mm-hmm. So there you go. The textbook power of the semi-bluff, and that line makes total sense to me. Open check flop, it goes check around, fire out on the turn, see what happens. And what happens is he wins with the 3rd best hand. Boom. Josh Farah is a big fan of Jamin. Hey, join the club, Josh. We're all fans of Jamin around here, man.
Hey, Teddy, welcome to the chat here. Asks, can I know the hand before deciding to run it once or twice? I think it's between the players. Like if they want to reveal what hand they have. Obviously, it's all in, right? Are they showing their hand first before making that decision? What do you think?
No, you can't do that.
You can't,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You decide how many times you're going to run it, and then you reveal the hands. That's the rules, man. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good.
Can you in the chat, man? Can you handle it?
I'm gonna try. Come on, Chad, give me some grace.
Real quickly though, I do want to say because it's funny. I called myself
reason.
dead inside earlier, and then PDX was like, "Yeah, you said that," and I immediately was like, "Oh yeah, he's married."
Oh no. I am part of the married group, and I'm happy to be in that group. All right, buddy. All right, guys. Hey, I appreciate every one of you guys for tuning in. The stream here is always fun because of you guys. So I hope you guys decide to stick around, and come back also for our Marvelous stream if you do decide you want to check us out later, and maybe see what other content we have on top of the cash game. So appreciate y'all. Jamin, yeah, you are putting out some pretty good comments here, man. Thanks for chatting with us. Chat, what's up? Claw. Sandy's still rocking the house. Bot Lady, what's going on? Bot Lady is one of our commentators here. Thanks for coming by. He has to call wifey and check in. Chug Ninja, you called it, dude. Good read. I'm married. My wife doesn't like poker. Feels bad. Feels bad in the chat. Okay, so we see Joseph here. He's shipping it with a pair of 9s. Let's see what's on the board here. I think so. Pre-flop, there was a pre-flop raise to 150 called by Joseph with 10. Oh, so 9-10 off. He calls $150. Man, I like Joseph's aggression here. He's shipping at 1.8, and Rich here has a draw. No diamond draw, just a straight draw. And so this is pretty much going to be a fold. No, he has a pair. I'm sorry. He has a pair of fives. And that's it. So I think this is a simple tank fold. He just wants to make sure he's not missing something. Possibly can contest what Joseph is doing. The thing about Joseph is because he's been in actually only a few hands, but he's making this bet here. It's really convincing, I think, because he hasn't really revealed any bluffs. And the hands he has played compared to... I'd like to see the VPIP, actually. Did we show the VPIP earlier? Let's check out with the VPIPs. I'd like to see where Joseph's at. I'm going to take a guess. VPIP... 20... No, 30. 29. 29. Let's do that. A third of the time. Yo, Ghost. I didn't even know Ghost was here. Of course he's here. What's up, Ghost? Thanks a lot. One of our... friendly moderators. Thanks again to our moderators in the chat. What's going on, brother? Check raise. What's going on? VPIP. Here we go. Stone's live. Hey, Mill. Thanks a lot for doing that, brother. Looks like Joseph. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. Joseph's at 52. These guys are playing it hard. Oh, these guys are all above 50. Oh, man. This is when you know we have a good game. Yeah. Let's get it, guys. Standard tank fold. Mason, what's up, dude? Standard. Well, I mean... okay, anyway, you got me. Josh Farah. What's going on, guys? All right, so everyone here in chat in both ours, looks like we have over 100 people checking us out in YouTube and also in our Twitch. I like that you guys are hanging out, enjoying your time, chatting with us. Normally, so in the chat here, you'll see. Let me see if we updated it just to make sure that you guys know the title. I'm pretty sure they updated it. Yeah. Okay, so in our Twitch chat, hey Mike, could you update our Twitch title, please, to 5-5 No Limit Hold'em, please, with Scott. If you guys don't know, Scott is actually my co-host here, and he's just taking a few minutes break. So, oh man, Harlan here. Oh my goodness, Harlan wakes up with aces, and Mark with a King 6 offsuit. We're heads up here to the turn. Looks like we missed a little bit here. Mark, pre-flop. Harlan actually just... let me see. Looks like they had it $40 pre-flop, so there was a small raise. Bet on the flop. It looks like aces is going to take it down here pretty easily. Mark doing a good job of laying down his two pair of kings. That's actually pretty disciplined. Nice work, Mark. I like seeing that aspect of you also. Way to go. Mark has King 6, yeah. What's up, Luna? How you doing? PDX, at 3% short of 100 is because he occasionally has to leave the table. Okay, I mean, I get it. I get it. All right, so let me see. Let's take a... So far, you know what's funny, guys, is just so you guys know how this stream works, what you're seeing live right now, what you see live from our stream is actually a 30-minute delay, 3-0. So what their action is here is something that happened 30 minutes ago. And so for obvious reasons, and if not so obvious, is just to make sure we keep things fair and no one's seeing actions before they actually happen from the players. Sometimes players do actually watch. Actually, you know what? They just instilled a rule. Actually, if I'm not sure, but I think there's a rule now that our players can't be on their phone, and that's why I think you guys are seeing a minimum. Like they can't be on the phone at all. We'll have to figure that out. We'll see. But I think it's specific to the live stream. So that's an update that I think I read a few days ago. So. Okay, so we have a flop here. We have a rainbow flop, 4 of clubs, jack of diamonds, and 8 of hearts. And it looks like we have Harlan hits an open ender, and Jeremy bets out 10-7, catches a 10. Mark also catches a 10. We all have caught a 10, is what's going on. Harlan really, I don't know if Harlan really likes that hand. I mean, he does catch a pair with his open ended, so why not? So his bet of 400 into, how much was it? A $1,600. Pretty small size bet, which makes sense. And they're all going to see the river here. I think they're all going to check to Harlan, and Harlan may just, I don't know if he can really see this as a good showdown, actually, because he has to put one of them on a jack, maybe a weak jack. Yeah, he does. And a weak jack is not there, so he actually let me see, Mark has that queen kicker, right? So yeah, there you go. So nice lay down by Mark earlier to now live another day and gains another 1.6. Welcome back, Hot Grenade.
Welcome back, me.
Oh man, they were talking some smack. No, I'm just kidding. They were talking like, oh, Wi-Fi update.
Let's scroll
go. Hey, and we don't mind it. We weren't talking too much smack, but hey, you need to do what you need to do, right?
You know, that's how it works. Ghost, what up, Holmes? Nice to see you. Yeah, it was great, man. We did the wedding at my parents' house in Bellingham, Washington. You ever been up to the Pacific Northwest, like Seattle, etc.?
I did briefly. I didn't really get to enjoy it too much. It was just for like a function, but yeah, I like it. It's nice.
Beautiful. Yeah, they have a house up there
yep.
in northern Washington on the coast. So it was like on a cliff overlooking here. I'll show JDR a picture here so he can get a visual on what I'm talking about. Beautiful, overlooking the ocean. Had a great time. You guys know the Set Girl 69. She hangs out here. IRL at Stones and in the Twitch chat. And her and I are official now. And Billy Ray has officially clobbered this flop. Thank you very much. Can I get one more coffee, too?
They are official. Will you go out with me? So that's like the triple. Will you go out with me? That means will you marry me? That's the third one. It's hidden.
That's right.
That's how they do it these days.
Exactly right. What's your phone number? Are you single? And will you marry me? So here, yeah, check it out.
This is not a dating site, guys. All right, just in case you just came in.
That's her backyard.
God,
they
that's
got married
beautiful.
like on the lawn down there.
That's amazing.
Right?
Oh, doing it big.
Boom.
I like it, man. To be there with the only person that matters, right?
Yes, and 100 of our closest friends.
Oh, that's great also.
It was fantastic all around, for sure. Train, our beloved Fat Train, hung out basically the whole time.
Oh, nice.
You know, he had like a 24-hour travel cycle from the Virgin Islands. Very difficult to get from the St. Thomas to Bellingham, Washington. It was like St. Thomas to Miami, Miami to L.A., L.A. to Seattle, and Seattle to Bellingham. It was gnarly.
Amazing.
So we set him up at the house. So Train hung out for like 5 straight days.
Man, that's so great.
That was a great time. Always fun to party with the Train. And I'm pretty sure that Brittany's the best, and this is a bomb pot. Is that right?
Bomb pot. Yes. How much? 120? Remember? Yes, it is. No.
No. Whoops.
Not everyone's in
Wrong
there.
dinosaur. No.
No. Is everyone in there? Bomb pot. Check.
7 deuce. 9 deuce.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume this is a bomb pot.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good one.
Either that
Look
or
at the
everyone's
hands.
just a
Look at the
nutcase.
hands. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? I was just looking at chips amounts and stuff, and yeah, just look at the hands.
Not a bomb pot. Is that right? Is PDX right?
Get out of here. Didn't we just make a point?
All right. I don't. Maybe.
There's no way 7 deuce can be in there. I definitely
deuce?
understand that reasoning. When you said it, I looked at it. I was like, I agree. But no.
Okay.
That deuce would have came in handy right there. Actually, no.
Well, here we are. Billy Ray's got the
that
stones here.
That deuce would have got him in trouble. Tough decision. Nice work, Billy Ray. You know, we haven't seen Billy Ray recently too much action, but he has had a lot of action, and he actually is up tonight. A lot of because I don't remember him rebuying, but here are the chip counts. Eric leading at the top with almost 6K, 5.7. Joseph, by the way, is at a 55 VPIP. I don't know if that surprises you at all.
That the VPIPs are high?
Joseph's VPIP, I thought he was playing a lot less, but everyone is above 50 VPIP.
It would only surprise me if it weren't.
Players are like more than half are above 50 VPIP.
It would surprise me if it were not that way. You know,
Okay, yeah.
on this
That's
show,
true. Yeah.
we're here to play. That is for damn sure.
We didn't come here to just not play and watch.
Exactly.
Right. So Harlan, ace-4, he's had that before, and he's comfortable with it. And Billy Ray with ace-6. Okay, they're going to go heads up here? No. All right, let's see. Call Jeremy with jack-7. He calls. Okay, he wants to play.
So Mark, I believe, was and Mark completes out of the small blind, and then the straddler Ray checks. So the straddle was huge. That's why everyone's calls are so big.
Got it.
And now here we have a bloated pot, $500 out there, and
That's
Jeremy,
huge.
Yeah.
And no one has taken a stab yet, so looks like
now in a limp pot, no one is going to go nuts here. So Jeremy does fire, and it checks to him on the button. And he has a huge hand, and he also has position, and he would bet from the button here when check 2 with a variety of hands. It doesn't need to be as good as top 2.
Yeah.
Mark has a 7, and he calls, and he better hope he does not see a 7 or a 3 on the turn.
What an overcall.
He is drawn dead. It's not. Well, it's just a call. Because it just went. It just went bet by Jeremy, call by Mark.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Nobody called in front of Mark. So
okay,
now we're just going to go heads up to the turn, and Mark makes 2 pair. That's an annoying turn card for Jeremy. He doesn't like it.
It doesn't.
So Mark open checks, and Jeremy snap checks back because Mark has all the 5s, you know. And so that's like the worst turn card on the deck for Jeremy. And then the 6 on the river. Now Jeremy figures it's safe to value bet. Mark has checked all 3 streets, and you know the front door hearts got there, and Mark really doesn't beat anything. What would Jeremy have to be bluffing with here for Mark to be good with his 7? Like even like, oh, just ace high flush draw. Well, that got there. 8-10. 8-10. Some weird straight draw that played it this way. It's really hard. It's thin.
What did we say earlier? Standard tank fold? Probably
Totally.
not. Well, I mean, yes. The answer is yes, okay? They made fun of me when I said that earlier. Let's see. Horsing around. What's up, love that WNBA? Are you in the right? I don't want to say are you right, but I like it.
I love the WNBA. Back in the 90s was on a very famous TV show called Saved by the Bell.
Oh my god!
And you know, in a less good part of her career, went on to do Showgirls. But really, she's mostly remembered for Saved. No, actually, no. She is remembered for Showgirls. Thanks for hanging out with us. I love the WNBA.
Yes, welcome.
I liked that movie actually. I'm not really sure everybody hated it so much. I thought you did a great job in the starting role. Ella Brella, thank you, darling. I appreciate the congrats a lot. Nice to see you in the chat. I am stoked to see you again IRL very soon. Rick Jackson, thank you again, man. How much salmon was eaten? A lot. Yeah, a lot. In fact, let's see. We ate how many forms of salmon? We ate grilled salmon. We ate smoked salmon. We ate lox. We ate
So good.
raw salmon. We had sushi one night. Yeah,
my
buddy.
favorite. That's
Basically,
my favorite
every
type of
form of
salmon.
salmon was consumed. Oh, and a salmon dip made with like cream cheese and stuff. You know, served with pita at Chuckanut Brewery.
Dipping the salmon.
Word to the wise,
salmon.
Chuckanut Brewery in Bellingham, Washington is the nut German lager producer.
Illegal. There has to be a line. Salmon and salmon dipping? Come on now.
It was basically every form of salmon in existence. Odyssey Golf, thanks for the follow, man. We really appreciate that. Welcome to the Stones fam.
Odyssey in the house. We
Jax.
get some sports in here, huh?
Oh,
Golf.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Come on. How about our football? Let's go. Football season.
Jax for Mark, and the equity lead actually belongs to Billy Ray. Really? Wow, okay. He's got a two-way straight draw there.
Looks like Mark's hitting the flop a lot.
Mm-hmm. This is not a bad time for Mark to raise. You know, he is against a lot of opponents, but that board is so drawy with those 2 diamonds and all sorts of straight draws. And as you can see, he's going to eke value here out of, for sure, Billy Ray is not going anywhere. So this raise is designed to get worse to call, of course. Right? Billy Ray has 9 high, and he comes along. But mostly
he raised it.
It's to charge all of the hands that are trying to draw, like Billy Ray and like Ray, plain Ray. So the diamond does not complete any flushes yet. It's kind of a scary-looking card. It's an overcard to Mark's jack, and it's another diamond. And actually, Billy Ray does back into the best hand here. His 8 of diamonds makes the best flush. Ray does have the 6 of diamonds, but he is against 2 opponents, and the turn went check. There's a bunch of money out there.
I wonder what Ray's going to bet here. 645.
I don't think he's going to bet.
Yeah, I think he's going to check, and then Billy Ray might take a stab. No?
Nah, because he has enough showdown value.
Right.
He has somebody to act behind him.
Yeah.
And if the guy behind him just checks, then Billy Ray's like, cool, I just win. 8 of diamonds is good, right? If his opponent behind him bets, like, is Mark going to bet there? Well, Billy Ray can consider a call to a bluff catch. Like, he would induce Mark to bluff if Mark was going to bluff. I don't think Billy Ray's going to fire there because how is he going to get called by worse? Would Ray have called him there? Maybe, but I think it's a lot harder. It's a lot easier for like Mark to have a better diamond behind, or it to just check behind and I just win. And I don't know that a bet there is going to make a ton of sense because are we betting for value? If we bet with that 8 of diamonds, are we betting for value?
Nope.
So we're turning our 8 of diamonds into a bluff. Wonky. I think checking makes a ton more sense.
You're right.
I have the newlywed glow reaction. Well, yeah, because now that we're married, I got laid. So I guess I'm still, okay. I guess you can still wipe the freaking grin off my face.
You whisper too loudly, my friend. I think Billy Ray's image has taken over me, and now he has pocket 10s. I like it.
I like it too.
He's under the gun +1. Let's go for that bet. $20 in the pot.
We're gonna go for that Skrilla.
What is that? 55?
I saw Skrilla 1408 hit that follow button. Thank you, Skrilla 1408. Welcome in, man.
Joseph wakes up with ace jack. I know he likes it. He might be calling. He needs to hit because he might be calling if he doesn't hit still. Mark, I like Mark in there. Mark's been in the gritty.
There's SetGirl69 popping into the chat. Excuse me? Never. I'm a lady of the night.
JFK, what's going on?
Yes, one last time. Yeah. That's right. You know, I'll have to make it last for the rest of my existence on this earth, I guess. I'm serious though, Vocal Terror. For sure.
Vocal Terror?
I wasn't just doing the
Ray.
Forrest Gump thing, man. We really did eat every damn form of salmon. Smoked salmon, locked salmon, grilled salmon, salmon dip. Here's Ace Queen in the hand of Mark. We're gonna do our worst with it, I'm sure. We're gonna see a flop 4 ways with it. GL
out of line. I like it,
and it does whiff. Hapoon, thank you for the follow, Hapoon.
Yeah.
Welcome in. We appreciate you hitting that button, man.
Definitely.
So the best hand here is still Billy Ray. You know, that's a flop that is gonna, your pocket pair higher than 2 of the 3 cards on the board is gonna be good a lot, but you are leery when you're in a pot against 3 other people. Like, how does nobody have a king? You know, so he just checks, makes total sense, and now it looks like Rich with a gut shot to the 5 and backup hearts is going to fire. And, obviously he's not good with 8 high.
Right.
He's just, it's check to him. He's in position.
Right.
He does have a very disguised straight draw, but he's just going to hope that nobody really likes it, and he's going to fire. Would Rich play, say, King Jack this way? Would he bet when check to? Sure. So Billy Ray's going to have to decide, is Rich betting a king, or is he just air barreling? Like, if Billy Ray decides to call, what's he going to do on 4th Street and later in the hand? So this bet by Rich is really, really good. It's going to get better to fold out. He has the 4th best hand of 4 people, and he's set up to win this pot. Boom. The power of position and aggression and hold'em.
Yes, and he does have a chance for a draw to hit, so that's working for him too.
Totally unnecessary tank by Ray. He had queen high air. I'm not really sure if he's just saving.
Standard
like
tank
the camera
fold.
time or what. Always good to take a minute to think.
That's going to happen, guys. That's going to be my thing, guys. We're going to do that. Billy Ray. Oh, Billy Ray. I know, right? What can you do?
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing you can do.
What am I going to do?
What can you do?
Mark says Okay, you win. Rich, nice work. Way to play that. Way to represent a set.
Or even just like king, queen, king,
Right.
jack, you know?
Aim for it. Go big. Although a set would not do that on a dry board like that. But nice work. Way to take it down. Way to just get everyone to fold.
Yeah, man, I love the WNBA is like, yeah, what is that? ZR Kaz. Thanks for the follow, ZR Kaz.
Yo.
Welcome in, man. Welcome
let's
to the
go.
Stones fam, dude.
We really appreciate you guys following us and subscribing, and it's a benefit for everyone, actually. We
Yes.
love you being here. You guys like being here, so now you'll be notified what games are coming, who's going to be here. Hope you guys are forming, like, favorite shows, favorite co-hosts and stuff like that. You know, it's okay to have that.
It definitely is okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love the WNBA is like, you know, we're not just thinking for no reason with that Queen 4. Maybe we maybe we min 4-bet Kappa. I mean, I never have really, you know, there's never an issue with you know, taking
Thinking.
a minute to think,
Yeah.
but like, you know, in that case,
Maybe
I mean,
less than
you
a
know, we have Queen High Air. I'm not, you know, I don't
all
know what
good.
he's considering.
You never know. Maybe he didn't know that. You just never know.
You never
There's
know.
variables.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm definitely not judging. Kappa.
Right.
All right, so Rich, wow, look at that board for 9-3 of diamonds. It's a pretty damn motley hand, and that is a clinic in clobbering flops. Nobody
And
has any
you know
equity.
what? And I like it that Rich here is in position again, and he's betting again for the next right back into it. But now he actually has a really strong hand. And so let's see if he can get someone to catch the line.
Wow, and it does go Billy Ray bets with an under pair, and then it goes call. No one's going to like that red honey. It kind of means nothing, so it just goes check around.
Yeah, I like that check.
Rich playing very cagily here. And he still has the best hand. 9s and 4s are good. Everybody has 2 pair.
Now, if he wants to follow his story, he still could bet, but he doesn't really need to.
He doesn't, and
But he could.
I don't even know what is this by Billy Ray. A value bet? I mean, he tried on flop with an underpair, and he got called in 2 places. The turn went check around. So then on the river, he's like, bet 50 question mark?
He's trying to get min call.
Fun Friendly 69. Thanks for the follow, man. Glad you're having some friendly fun 69ing with us here on Stones Live, man. Whoa.
Hey, I need a break.
Wait a minute. Cut that out in post, man. That's inappropriate. But we appreciate you. We appreciate the follow, man.
And don't
Thanks.
clip that.
Goes, do not clip that. Do not. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what Dave is doing firing 50 there. Like, does he? I mean, he has 2 pair. Does he think like ace high is going to call me? I don't even know if I asked Dave what he was doing there with that bet. Am I trying to get better to call or worse to fold? He might just be like, I had 2 3s, man. Straight Freak 23. Speaking of the old 69, Straight Freak, man. Welcome to the Stones fam, dude.
Speaking
Thanks
of it,
for the follow.
Yikes.
We appreciate all the follows and likes, guys,
All right.
a lot.
The next follow is going to be, speaking of Streak Freak, let's see who's following next.
It's
It's going to get
Danicus.
worse.
How dare you? How dare you, Taylor? Please. Come on, man. Family stream. Lucky One. Hey, what up, Lucky One? Nice to see you, man. We're going to hang in Reno again in October, dude. Hope to see you there, man.
I think we have a bomb pot here, bro.
Hope you can outlast me in another tournament by drinking your
So
way
we
to
have
the final
everyone
table.
in the pot with a King 5-4 rainbow board.
Is this a bomb pot?
I mean,
It sure looks like it.
Looks like
I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
I think it is.
Bomb potosaurus.
We've gotten tricked before, but it can't happen twice.
Poker RV, thanks, guys. Thank you, Poker RV, for that follow, man. Greatly appreciated. You are just in time for this bomb potosaurus. Not a bomb pot. Wrong, not a bomb pot.
Thanks, Mike.
It's just a bunch of unreasonable people seeing a flop.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I mean, there's literally like 80% of them with holdings that should not be in there.
Right?
So, can you blame us?
Not bomb, okay. What do I know?
Everyone was in there too. That's great.
Sucky spot for Ray here with his king. That is a really dry board. You really are only worried about better kings and weird 2 pairs, and Rich does have a weird 2 pair, and he's going to get paid.
Oh, man.
This is a bet and an easy call from Ray, who's going to be like, king good, right? And he's going to see Rich made
Yeah, a third size
a
bet was
good
perfect.
flop. Yep.
And you know what, guys? Let's see. It's 8:38. Okay, so For you guys new to the stream, we're gonna have some action on marbles later on in about 2 hours. It's marbles meets Stones Live on Twitch, where every one of you guys has the opportunity to on Twitch to turn yourself into a marble and compete in a race against your fellow chatters.
Coming up soon.
Yep, coming up soon. 2 hours.
Man, you know what? Your hint is well taken, PDX. I should look for dealer changes before asking about bomb pots, but important. I feel it's important to point out that we didn't ask. We announced it loudly and confidently.
I know.
Maybe we should have asked. All right.
We're like 0 for 2.
I know.
Gosh,
damn,
right.
feels bad, man.
Bad run.
Yeah. You're not going? Oh, all right. Well, have fun on your cruise there for your girl's birthday, lucky one. Where are you guys going, man? Cruise to where? Oh, what up, chat? Revoked? Hey, nice to see you, dude.
Hey, what's going on? Skrilla, Rigster. Yeah, you guys are ready. I know. Bot lady was cracking.
Now, did you happen to go through our guest and lineups and stuff and the satellite tournaments and all that good stuff? I want to bring that to your guys' attention as soon as we're done with this hand.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. We need to touch on that. It's very exciting stuff coming up, guys.
Absolutely. As usual around here.
So Rich is no stranger to being part of the hand with his 5 Dewey. I like his hand. Undergun +3. We got 4 to the flop, and he actually hits that. He hits that flop. Jeremy has a jack as well as Brian, but with not the best kicker. So.
Unfortunate, yeah, a bit of a sucky flop here for Jeremy. He's gonna have the best hand here a ton, even 4 ways.
Yeah, a lot of times you're betting here, and Rich is looking to call, which he doesn't mind. This is actually a really good board to have a jack 10. Brian, I think we'll probably just smooth call. I would say that's unless he really thinks. I don't know. Actually, it's just king. We might just call. Yeah. No reason to get out of line too much here. A 10 here on the turn. Jeremy hits and binks top 2. So Jeremy's gonna be. If he wasn't as confident, he's pretty confident at this point.
And top 2 is a monstrous turn card for Jeremy.
And he bets it nicely. He values with 800, so that's really great. That was about half the pot, I would say. Half pot bet.
A little bit more, yeah. And so a great bet. It's Rich has picked up a flush draw to go with his 5. So he's going to actually come along. And now Brian, Rich calling here might actually save Brian.
Brian doesn't really like
where because he would have to overcall here.
Yeah.
It's gone bet call in front of him, and overcalling feels like torching.
Right. Nice.
And he is going to great fold by Brian.
Very disciplined fold, Brian. Nice work. We like it, man.
Well done. That's an experienced fold right there. And Rich makes a deuce that is not any good. What a cooler. He probably thought 5 deuce or diamond.
Now, I think Rich is excited. Oh,
did Jeremy open check the river? Oh, wow. Oh, no, he shoved.
Oh, and he snap called. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, it was that quick, guys. It was that quick that he was like, I got that deuce. I got this in the bag.
Now, Jeremy he makes a miracle on 4th Street and makes absolute max value from it. He takes over the hand. On the turn, he cranks a good-sized value bet in there, and he sets himself up for a river shove because of his turn bet sizing.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, Rich just got unlucky to turn an offsuit deuce, to river an offsuit deuce.
Right, but to snap call that quickly is just like, that's a lot of money to just call. I mean, there has to be other hands that you got to consider that holdings that will beat you. Such as Jack 10. Jack 10 is a hand to be held for
so
this.
Another good way of making that point is like, okay, would Jeremy be doing that with just a Jack?
No.
Like if he had Ace Jack, would he play it that way?
No way.
No way.
Not an all-in,
no
that's
way.
for sure.
So basically now, if we're calling there for Rich, we are hoping that they have, King, Queen of Diamonds, Ace, Queen of Diamonds, Ace, King of Spades. You know what I'm saying? Like it's basically like a bluff catcher because is Jeremy really doing that for, with I don't think so. He has Rich has the worst 2 pair.
Yeah.
And he beats bluffs. I'm not really sure that a value hand is ever going to be doing that.
It was so fast of a call that he really just liked.
He was just like, I rivered 5s and deuces, I call you.
He must. I mean, here's the thing. Now that I think about it, I think he really just didn't really put anyone on any hand. Like he didn't really think of that. I think he just saw that he needs to hit. He hit his 5. He thought maybe a pair is good. Him calling down like that hits a draw. His hand got better. So his hand did get better on the river, but Unfortunately, it was the wrong one.
Yeah, it was. Now, so here, Jank Chank. He's like, he probably probably put him on an overpair. Yeah, I don't think that's the case, dude, because I don't think an overpair would play that way.
Even
like Rich
still,
is very
what
experienced.
is the point of
like,
betting that?
Why is an overpair going to go that would be such a huge overplay of your hand? Shove river for value with an overpair.
You're definitely making maybe a third size pot bet for value.
Exactly. Like if you're going to go for value,
makes absolutely
on
no
turn,
sense.
I see the bet being like 550.
Yeah.
Not 800. And then on the river, maybe, like JDR said, maybe like a half pot value. Or more likely, I think even than that, would just be check. They would just open check the river, presumably to call if their opponent decided to bet. But like, you're just not seeing single pairs, even over pairs, just fire off like that for all in. Like you're gonna almost all the time. That's gonna be like good 2 pairs and better, or bluffs, king queen of diamonds that biffed. You're just not seeing over pairs play like that in cash games.
And guys, I just want to let you guys know, like, I was just kind of thinking about it. Of course, we could see the hands, but we're actually putting that aside and putting ourselves in probably the mindset of what these players would have if they didn't know what the other players were saying. So that's definitely an argument. Like, yeah, absolutely, we see the hand, but because we can see the hands, that also allows us to analyze it even further. So, and you guys can definitely do that too. Lurkers in the chat, I hope you guys are enjoying the comment, our commentary on this, and the chat, how we're going back and forth. Well, feel free to chat with us. We love it.
I think it's just okay.
Yeah.
Holy moly, we have a Setosaurus Rex over Setosaurus Rex. Oh, this is such a cooler for Harlan. Oh, it sucks. There's nothing you can do.
Right.
Harlan's just going to go broke here, or whatever. He's going to double up Ray. But
oh,
man.
my gosh. Is that right? What, did he just ship it?
Pain.
Oh, my. With this ship, what's going to happen is it's going to be a forced call. I mean, there's just really... Or actually, not a call, but Ray's going to ship it.
This is it's just so sucky. God, there's nothing you can do. Like,
Harlan can't. What happened pre-flop? What happened? Was there anything? Did Brian raise?
Mark is going to go with it an ill-advised time. He's going to be looking for a lot of black cards quickly.
Rough.
And it's just going to be Harlan seeing the bad news that he is drawing to
the thing about
4, basically.
The thing about set over set, my opinion about it is...
not 4, no backdoor.
I would rather not be in that situation at all. Obviously, you want to be at the top, but it's just hard to play. Hard to play it unless, you're always betting that you have the best hand.
Wow, and
wow.
Mark makes a 6 that is... Oh, he might... Are you kidding me? He makes 6s full of jacks.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, if we want to, let's get it. This is a big,
are you kidding me?
Pot. This is an 8. Oh wait, what's the spot?
Mark
8.4.
runs out Jack 6.
Yeah, this is a huge
Come
pot.
on, man!
What a run!
They all have full houses, and Mark won.
No way! Mark coming into this with the worst hand until the river. Worst hand on the flop. That Jack definitely
not just the worst hand, but
and gets him that
a 5% hand.
Yes, absolutely. And this is now the largest pot, which is just insane. 8.4K.
This is ridiculous.
Mark is. Can we say run good, Mark? I mean, this is now your 4th all in at 5. Yeah. Nice work, hypes. Way to go, brother.
Yeah,
man.
Thanks, Skrilla 1408, man. We appreciate that.
And if we can get a clip, someone could clip that. I mean, that's a clip-worthy hand there.
So
absolutely.
I don't. It definitely. Oh yeah. If ever there was a clip-worthy hand, I love the WNBA. I don't think it was less than that because of the backup flush draw. Now, if he didn't have spades there, you're right. I think he's like less than 1%. But because he has 3 to a flush, I think he's and top pair. He's somewhere in the like 4% range there. I'm pretty sure. I saw that question earlier, Rigster27. Are we going to run it up Reno? I definitely am. My girl and I will be going. It will be our 6th, I believe, 6th run it up Reno. Are you going to go this time in October? You got to roll.
Yeah, it's a few weeks from now. I'm definitely putting that in my calendar. It'd be fun. Tournaments for me, it's daunting actually every time. Like I go in there because I know a lot of the players there. They're this is their thing. A lot of tournament players. This is what they do, and I'll go in there with the same knowledge. And I've binked a couple myself, but it'd be amazing just the feeling to bink it there that running up.
Well,
wouldn't it?
certainly.
Don't you get a ring?
Scoring a trophy. Scoring a trophy would always be fun. I've final table bubbled a few events. Feels bad, man. But you know what, man? The cash games are a blast. There's plenty of cash that goes on there too, and they're a lot of fun. And not my girl now. It's my wife. You're absolutely right, PDX. You're so right. My fling and I will be going to Run It Up Reno. We'll see you guys there, and you too, Sandy Joy, man. Excited. Very, very excited.
Did the red hat get stacked? If you're talking about Rich, he did not get stacked.
He called it off. He made a worse 2-pair than his opponent on the river and called a shove.
He lost a good penny.
Yeah.
Lucky, what's going on?
Yeah, what, do you speak from experience or something, Lucky? Yeah, freaking troll. Oh, my God, that guy.
Oh, it's not 8.4. It's the side pot. Oh, yeah, let's wait. Hold on.
Sometimes, it says all in for whatever the person ships in front of them, but it's just what they had, and they had more than their opponent.
Yeah. Well, he was at 5.6 at the time, right? Oh, no, he's at 5.6 now, so he's at 2.5 before then. Okay, well. Lucky for who was in that? Lucky for Harlan. Harlan and
huge turn card for Mark, who has his opponents dead to rights. Look at the equity percentages. Billy Ray's drawing to 1 out, and he's just checking. He's actually picking. This is not a spot where I would be checking. It happens to be a good check in this spot because his opponents have nothing. And there's more overcards here. Nobody can really call. All right, so as long as we are... no, Jack 6 did not shove the flop. I love the WNBA. He called it off, I think, right? He did shove? Oh, really? Mark shoved the flop on that one? Oh, you're right. Yes, I'm sorry. I take it back. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and then Harlan called, and the bigger set just, overcalled. Yeah, just a 6 spot there. I can't believe Mark won. That's crazy. Okay,
Kelly, yes, I agree with you. Live poker is still
confirmed,
profitable.
not dead. So let's go through as this hand is kind of in a lull here. Rich is actually betting. Mark has an easy call here. Rich is bluffing here, of course. This is not a value bet with ace high. It's just a hand designed to get 2 folds, but he is going to get 1 fold and 1 call, and Mark is going to scoop it up.
Thanks for that clip, Crouton. Appreciate it. You guys can always post it too if you like, just in case people didn't see it. You just there's a button there that says once you clip it, you can click on copy and you just paste it on here, and that's just fine. Thank you. You don't have to do that either. Just giving you guys options.
Now, as you guys can see there on the right side of your screen, Jeremy, it does have the top pot at 6.8. Now, the 2 picks of Jeremy are Dirk had picked Jeremy for 4.2, pretty big underestimate. And
close.
David Morales had also picked Jeremy for only 4.7. Wah, wah. The games play big around here. That's
and
for
look,
damn
we
sure.
have, oh man. So now, before the top one was 5.6. It wasn't Eric at the time, but now we're up to almost 7K, guys. 6.7 at the top. So we're getting, these chips are going to get there. I think we might hit that 10K mark soon, maybe.
Pretty dang sure that's going to happen. Now, let's go through, what up, MB Crouton? Thanks, man. So let's go through these quickly in between this hand here before we get to the next one. At the end of September, we have Jamin Burton coming to town. The Trooper is coming to town. And David Tuckman will be back in town. And and Alex Fitzgerald will be back as well, the
nice.
Assassinato. So we got some awesome special guests coming in. Our main event is coming up on October 4th. Day 1A starts on October 4th. You guys can get in on satellites, $50 Press Your Luck satellites. Poker Shaman 59. Thanks for the follow, man. Very appreciated.
What up?
The Press Your Luck satellites, really cool, innovative format for satellites where it's not just like, people are going to run up big stacks and then just stop and wait for their ticket. If you 10x your stack at any time, you can just cash out for your voucher and play with what you got left. So let's say you run it up to 90K, you got 10K over, you cash out your 80K for your voucher. Well, now you got 10K left to play with. You don't just got to sit back. You can go mix it up. So really cool, kind of eliminates the satellite bubble, and We're doing $50 satellites. Deezer 212, thanks, man. Thank you guys for the follows. Very appreciated.
What do you do with the voucher there, Hop Grenade?
Oh, that's going to be a seat for the main event. These are satellites to the main event. So you guys can win your seat to that event, which, like I said, starts on October 4th. And leading up to that, starting on Monday, September 30th, we're going to be having cash streams on the nightly with those special guests I just mentioned, special commentators in this booth, players at the table, and it's going to just be a 7-day whirlwind of fantasticness here at Stones that's coming up on Monday, September 30th. So all of you homies who hit that follow button, make sure you do the notifications too so you can find out when we go live for all that good stuff and all of the stuff between now and then, man. We stream all the time here on Stones, and we appreciate you guys hanging out a lot.
You heard it. If you hit that follow and that subscribe, you become one of the homies.
That's right.
Let's go, guys. A lot of exciting stuff coming. Thanks for explaining that. I hope you guys gathered that. And if you guys want to catch some of that and you missed it, you can always go back on the videos up top and get that information.
All those VODs are available for sure. We got a huge archive on Twitch and YouTube here. Many, many, many hundreds of hours of Stones Live. We've been broadcasting from the floor of Stones Gambling Hall for a few years now. And, man, is there a lot of great content. And we just strive to keep getting better for you guys.
Nice. 5TA9, what's up? Welcome. You the MVP for clipping that. I didn't see it. See, there you go. Thanks for clipping that, Crouton. Now you guys can watch that clip. Where are Marbles games? What? Okay. Marbles coming soon, guys.
Skrilla's like frantically hitting up his dealer's pager. 911, you know, the guy needs his fix. You know, I don't blame you, Skrilla. We're all in the same boat, man. You know, we're just waiting for our guy to pick up his damn phone so we can run over to his flop house and grab a sack of marbles, if you know what I mean. It's coming up, man. We're going to roll those at the end of the show, as usual. So about 90 minutes or so. And we will be shooting marbles with you. And don't forget, guys, the faster you click your mouse button, the faster your marble goes. Total skill game. So make sure you guys practice.
Also, the faster the wear and tear on your mouse.
Yeah, but it's worth it.
It's worth it.
Hella worth it. Mice are cheap these days, man. You know?
Dealer change incoming. PDX calling it. Whoa.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to ask rather than say, is this a bomb pot?
So this is This is the worst time to get aces, guys. All right, this is the worst time to get aces. All right.
If ever there was a bad time to get aces, this might be it.
Yeah, write that down. Bomb pots, please no aces.
Please?
Pretty please. And if you get it, good luck.
Open
you know you can't lay it right. Open fold.
The flop comes down. It's on you. First act, you just muck.
Oh yeah, and first act. Beautiful. Yeah, there you go. What a nightmare? There's a poker nightmare right there. You wake up in the middle of the night, your wife's like, what? Oh, you don't want to know.
You don't want to know. It was
sweats.
It was horrible.
Yo, let's get it.
It is a bomb pot.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Bomb potosaurus. Let's go indeed. The graphics are catching up here, presumably. There we go.
All right.
And does anyone have aces? Wow, look at that flop for Mark.
We got a queen.
And
Mark's. And the run good is good. The run good is good.
Look at the percentages here. Mark, no one else can win this, really.
Oh, my goodness.
Mark has it all.
This is the sickest thing.
Mark has it all.
I'd like to see him take a stab at this.
Now that we're here on the turn on the flop win check around, certainly we have a monster hand.
Yeah.
Brian has an inside straight draw. Dan has an inside straight draw. People can call you or just fold out their equity. So is that?
I would like to see a pot size bet because if you do get a call from
he did.
he
bet big. He bet 300.
Nice.
So he took your advice.
Oh, and he
just wins.
There you go. Yay!
Did he win with the best
Mark.
hand? Yeah. Did his opponents have 0%? No. So he just has them fold out their equity. No problemo.
Rickster asks, "Is there a bomb potosaurus shirt?"
You know, Rickster, we did have a bomb potosaurus hoodie.
Question.
There was a hoodie. And we did a limited run of them. I think 50 we had done, and they are all gone. So I don't know if there's going to be another run of anything anytime soon. I suspect no. But, you know, hey, check the black market. Maybe one will pop up on eBay, and you can make a bid for one. Of course, they're going to go for like 10x their original value because, goddamn, is there a secondary market for Stones merchandise? Kappa.
Right.
But, you know, maybe you can, I don't know, if you make some friends with Stones people, maybe you can, steal one from someone's closet.
Right. But we do have an actual bomb potosaurus that you can win if you win the marbles.
Very true.
We'll give you more information, and we'll let you know if that's actually true before the game starts.
Oh, wait, what can they win?
An actual Bombotosaurus.
Oh,
Like a dinosaur?
Oh,
you know?
a dinosaur.
Yeah,
oh,
okay.
Oh, sure.
Dino over
DNA.
everyone's head but mine. I'll make you one. $300. Oh, why so cheap, Crouton?
Yeah.
Rickster,
Come on,
boo.
man.
I'm sorry.
Don't
Rickster.
undersell yourself, MB Crouton. You know, you're skilled labor, dude. $300.
We're seeing some 10s here come down. Not a great flop for 10s at all. But hey, he has the best hand. No, he doesn't. Brian and Jeremy hit the kings.
And kings and deuces for Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy has a deuce
And
also.
aren't we having deja vu? Didn't Mark just have a flush draw with queen six of spades in that bomb pot?
Yes,
Here we are on the
but no
next
pair.
deal. He has the same
Right.
hand.
Almost as good.
Almost. Of course, we had a queen high board that time, which made his hand
Right.
much, much better. In this case, he's
This
going to
is the
need a
nut.
spade.
Does has the nut draw this time, though.
And it says Rich is all in. That is not right. That is not right. Rich is not even in his hand, is he? Isn't he just not at his seat? Or did he switch seats? So Mark is not going anywhere. This is this is a classic hold'em battle here. A flop two fair versus a flop nut flush draw.
Yeah, Mark's not going anywhere as not like Rich, who is gone. Right?
Yeah,
Who's all in?
Right. I think that's just a graphic spaz.
Oh,
I
okay.
think.
I gotcha. So is it heads up at this point?
Oh, he switched seats? Oh, no, maybe that's not correct.
Okay. I gotcha.
Let's see. Let's wait for the overhead view. We'll see in a second. Really, and if that's true, Rich is actually all in for 885.
Oh, and there it
Mark
is.
finds it.
The thing about Rich is that actually improves his hand.
Yeah, he can't
but
know that he's dead.
He still can't be too happy with his hand still, but
Yeah.
gives him a little bit more.
And that is a great-looking turn card for Mark. He cannot be beat. It just goes check, check. And Mark now is just a mandatory value bet, I think.
Wow.
And he can get called by worse easily, of course.
Yeah.
Did he just check?
Well, I mean, he wouldn't have gotten a call. So
Yeah, he would have. From King Deuce?
Oh, I'm sorry. King Deuce is still there.
Of course.
Okay.
Flop,
Sorry, I was looking at
flop
Rich.
two pairs? Yeah. I don't understand it. Unless they had some sort of agreement. This is one of the places where, like, not hearing the table talking here is a little annoying because maybe they were just like, yeah, I don't know, let's just check it down. Because I don't understand. If Mark doesn't go for value there, it makes no sense.
Mark actually has... Okay, I thought they were talking to us. Mark here has 9.2, so he's up, like, a lot. Gotta remember, guys, we started with 2K. 2K, everyone. That's the buy-in for this game. 5-5 with a straddle to 10 or above, which these guys have been. I think they've been pretty consistent in open raises pre-flop. Not all the time though. It's not consistent, but as you can see, I mean, you can see the biggest pots of the night here on the right hand side that these guys are here to play.
You know what that was? That last hand was a card reader error. Mark did not have queen six of spades. Mark had, you are absolutely right, Dank Chank. I thought I saw that. Mark had ace eight of clubs, I believe. So Mark had an ace high, a pair of aces on the flop, and he actually loses to the king deuce, I think. I'm sorry, guys. I missed that because the card readers were not correct. But it does make a lot more sense because Mark would not play the nut flush that way. Probably the graphics were just stuck on his last hand, which was why it was exactly the same queen six of spades. Sorry, we aim for 100% accuracy, but every now and then... we do have a graphic spaz out, and that was one of them.
Billy Ray does raise under the gun. Under gun +1 to 45. We get 4 callers. 9-3-10 board, a rainbow. Looks like Brian does catch a 3. He goes into check. Billy Ray wants to continue with ace king. Now, people are probably going to put him on a hand that didn't connect to this flop. I would, but he bets anyway. He bets 75. Queen jack calls. Looks like he has a pretty good hand, an open ender, and a backdoor flush draw. So I like that call from Eric. Mark catches again, as he always does. He catches a hand on the flop with his 9. Maybe he'll catch a deuce. We've been seeing some deuces come up.
It's still a sketchy overcall when it goes bet call in front of you, and Mark does add a flush draw to the mix, but he does not have the best hand any longer. That belongs to Eric. A gut shot to the nuts for Billy Ray, who has, I mean, if he's got 3%, that must mean, what is there, one jack left? I don't. So he's gonna go for it again.
Eric, oh man, what is Billy again? Billy's gonna do it. Well, Eric,
He's gonna bet again
I can
because he
see
bet
Eric,
the flop.
I see Eric being real confident in his hand here, but with someone behind him and these many players, he may just
he does just check. Yeah, he slows down wisely.
I could see Eric. I don't mind a bet here. I don't mind a check either.
He just goes check around, and Brian.
Oh my
finds
gosh!
an
What is
ace.
going on here?
He
We're seeing
finds
a
the
lot
best
of it.
hand on the river, and he checks. And Billy Ray is going to value bet a small, like 1/5 pot value bet from Billy, hoping to get called by like Ace 8, Ace 5, something that does not have the best hand. Unfortunately for Billy Ray, Brian has Ace 3 and is going to call and have the best hand.
He could have King Jack here.
Or King Jack, sure. He would raise, of course, if he had that
Right.
hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Just Ace 3 is just going to go call, and Billy Ray is going to see.
No, I'm talking about Billy Ray. Billy Ray.
Oh, that he could have King Jack? Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So-
I doubt it, though,
Yeah.
because you know what? He wouldn't check turn. If he just binks off his nut card, because he bet flop into multiple opponents with a gut. Let's say he has King Jack. He bets flop into multiple opponents with a gut shot, gets called in multiple spots, and then binks the honey on the turn, his nut card. He's not going to check. He's going to bet again because all of the two pairs and all of whatever the hell just called him can call again. So I don't see him slowing down and checking.
I've
the
just
turn
seen
with
him in
that
the
hand.
past, like hit and then slow play the action on there, and but yeah, definitely that line works better to maximize on profitability. Luna, what's going on?
Hey, Luna, I bet is a not good call with Ace 3. Well, I'll tell you why, dude. That is a good call because he's getting 5-1 on his money. You know, that bet was so small by Dave. Like, okay, is Ace 3 going to be not good there some of the time? Yeah. But, like, if you're getting 5-1 on your money, you only need to be right one in how many times for that to be a profitable call? Not a lot. So I think if you're getting 5-1 on your money and you fold aces up incorrectly, it is catastrophic. So you know what? Maybe for a pot size bet, that's a bad call more often. But for 1/5 pot, man, that's an auto call.
I like that line. PDX Bunny, what's going on? I haven't played with you in a while. I haven't seen you. Are you in the room or what's going on? PDX Bunny is a regular here at both live. Stones Live and also here at Stones Gambling Hall. You know, you will when you do come in here decide that you want to give it a shot. I think you guys won't regret it. There's just a lot of cool staff. If you like the vibe that we have here, it's a really similar to how it is out there. We like to just have a good time, be friendly, and it is a very positive environment. So come check us out here. We're located in Citrus Heights, California, and yeah.
Eon Valdez 10. Thanks for the follow, Eon Valdez. Greatly appreciated, man. You're hanging out watching Dan here with his monster flush draw battle it out with some straight draws and pairs and stuff. And the best hand pre got flopped into total oblivion. So he's out. Billy Ray looks like he wants to come along here. He's got a two-way a gut shot to the 6.
Dan S. I haven't seen Dan.
Dan bricks on the turn. He was looking for king, queen, or heart, of course, and he does not make any of those. You know, luckily for him, his opponents have nothing, really. I mean, you know, Mark has a bottom pair garbage, and Billy Ray has 7 low. 8, 7, 5, 3, 4.
I like that bet. I mean, I think it's a little easier to fold, seeing that we haven't really seen Dan too much. Might be a new player. Let me see. He's not. Is he a new player? Dan is not a new player. I did not mean offense, but I don't think I've seen too much action from Dan. Maybe he's just, but that's a great hand and great bet. Takes that down.
He gets better to fold.
There you go.
Boom. This is the power of the semi.
But
bluff.
he does have 2.4K, so I'm a little bit suspicious that kind of lines up with not playing any hands and winning that pot. So.
What up, Run It Up Legion? Welcome, man. I wish I had a desk bell to hit just when you pop in, man, but I don't. So you just got to settle for us saying "What up, man?"
What up?
So the other two people are calling with air, Luna. Going back to that last hand, you know. No, it's not that. It's that, like, you know, you're beating a bunch of other 2-pair combos, so they don't have to have air. They can have value hands that are not as good as yours. You have aces up, you know. It's not bottom 2, like it's top and bottom. And I just think for 5-1, when you have aces up like that, even against 2 opponents, is it going to be not the right call some of the time? Maybe even plenty of the time? Yeah. But for 5-1, dude, you just don't have to be right very often for that to be a profitable call.
Running Up Legion, what's going on with you, man? Are you local also, or what's going on? How many of you guys are local here in Sacramento area? Northern Cali, maybe some of you guys are from Cali. Are you guys coming from other states? Let us know. Like to say what's up.
Hanging King, thanks for the follow, man. Hanging King. Justin TBC sees all those kings on the flop, and he's like, I better follow this stream. King 3 and Jeremy flops a monster, and Ray better hope he does not make a a diamond or a 10 here. We're just checking. We're checking. Jeremy is just slow playing himself right into oblivion now.
Can you blame him?
Nah. I mean, could he have gotten value? Yes. Ray has a diamond draw. Like, Jeremy is missing value at some point there in that hand by checking. Now, he thinks like, well, I just flopped the boat. What can my opponents have? But you're up against 2 opponents. Can't your opponent have a king? Sure. Can't your opponent have a flush draw? Sure. Can't your opponent have turn straight draws? Yup. So, I mean, it does seem like we should go for value at some point. I'm not going to, tell him exactly what he should have done because I can, see what would have been perfect. But, I mean...
Sure you can.
Three king against 2 opponents with the diamond draw out there, it does seem like suboptimal to open check all 3 streets when we flop the boat.
Nonetheless, it's always great to flop a boat. What's up, guys? So Netherlands, Simply Wildy from the Netherlands watching us. Welcome.
Wow.
Yeah,
cool, dude.
I like it. And then we have other country, Virginia. What's up? By 46BH2. All right.
I love the international nature of the show. Yeah,
Yeah.
Simply Wildly up in the Netherlands. That's awesome. So cool, man.
Sonoma County. That's in here. That's pretty close. But just far enough.
All right, you take this hand. I'll be right back.
All right. T-Bone, my man T-Bone. So why is T-Bone my man? Not because he has pocket queens, the ladies near him, but he's a new player, and I actually ran into him earlier today. He has been waiting. What is it? We started at 6. He's been waiting 3 hours at a 1-3 game playing because he's first up to play here. I was lucky enough to go over there and kind of scope it out, and I ran into T-Bone. Really nice guy. Looks like he bought it big. Bought it for 5.7K. Let's go. T-Bone's coming here, wanting to knock it out. And so I'm giving him a shout out. Homeboy, I hope you have fun. And let's see if we can get you going. So we did lose a player. But we gained T-Bone. I was just telling them, hey, you changed. You look a little different. Did you do your hair?
I'm much better looking now.
Wow. No comment.
Shots fired.
All.
Hey, he's going to have to go back.
The comments in the chat.
Don't tell him I
Chat.
said that.
Yes, clip it.
Hey, you know what? I had a hot off with Casey and I won in here with our chat, so I'm not
Really?
worried. I'm not worried about the matchup with Scott,
I
to be
don't
honest with you.
know. I'd like
But
to see that.
This game, oh my God, dude, this game has been so
It's
incredible.
The dream. I love this game. This
I know
game
I
is
saw
so
Scott
good.
pop out for a second, so I just wanted to pop in here. And
JFK, Justin in the house.
what's up, guys? That's right. I'm JFK. I'm running for president in the 60s. I hear it doesn't end well. So I did want to say,
It did not end
guys,
well.
we feel the love and we appreciate
Yeah.
it. If you haven't done so already, we bring you all this poker content absolutely for free. And the only thing we ever ask is for you to subscribe for $100 a month. No, that's not what we ask.
I think it's cheaper now.
We don't ask for anything.
It's free.
We
It's
just
free
want
now,
you to
yeah.
like, subscribe. It's free. We don't want any of your money. We just want you guys to show the love. And that's all we want. And we'll keep bringing you these great games. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pound you, pound them. Thank you so much for supporting it, and enjoy the rest of this game. There is some more big hands coming up, and I'm going to get you back to the B cast now.
Thanks, Justin. See, that's why we pay him the big bucks, because he hypes us up. He hypes us up. Hype in the chat. Thanks, Justin. Way to come in here and show your beautiful face. I would say don't watch that segment while you're gone, and we're in good shape. All right, chat, welcome. Let's welcome our homie. Welcome back, Hop Grenade.
What up?
Of course, still just action, regardless of their hands. But it looks like we do still have a hand here. Brian wakes up with
See
tens.
that.
Seen those tens a lot tonight.
Hell yeah. We have
people are betting
Luna86. Thanks for the follow, Luna.
Yeah,
really appreciate
Luna.
that, man. This is a huge action flop here. I mean, Mark loves any pair for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Brian's got over pair, and Dan's got another monster king high
Watch a
flush
6
draw.
on the turn. No, not so lucky.
Now, this would be a spot where Dan, just like a moments ago when he had the king queen of hearts and he got better to fold, he could do that again here if he wants. But he just decides to check behind and try to bink it. He misses. Ryan's 10s are bueno. Check, check, check. Yep. Check, check, check. Brian's just going to show down his 10s and be happy to see that they're good.
Way to go, board. Way to make it boring by putting that ace and that 9 there.
Yeah.
So we'll blame the board, not the dealer, because the dealer, needs a break.
What up, Kieran? Fellow commentator Kieran in the Twitch chat there. Hey, Kieran needs a mod sword.
Really?
Kieran is a staff member now. He needs a mod sword.
Oh, Kieran, that guy. I just talked to him today. I was like, hey.
That guy.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. For me, for some reason, like, I don't know who I'm ever going to be with on that. So I was like, hey, Kieran, are we teaming up tonight? He's like, nope, you're lucky. You're going to be with Scott.
Is that what he said?
He gave you some praises, bro.
Much love, Kieran.
Kieran,
much
you can
love.
confirm that too. I'm not just making that up. Yeah, Kieran. Hey, welcome, man. I'm glad that you're here, bro. Glad
Thanks,
to see
dude.
ya.
Thank you, Kieran, for the congrats. Boom. There it is, man.
Let's go.
Thanks, brother.
Yep. So let's keep going. So, man, look at those chips. Look at those greens. Look at those whites. So those, just so you guys know, the nomination of the chips. All the greens that you see there are 25 stacked there, and 500 stacked for one stack of greens, and then the whites there are 100, and so you'll see a stack of 2,000 there. So as you can see, he's way up. He's running good. Mark's been running good tonight. He's gone in 5 times all in, under $1,000, and as you can see, he has 7.6. Everyone bought in for 2,000. Okay, so now you can match stack. I don't think anyone has done that yet, but everyone did start with 2,000, and I don't remember Mark rebuying, so he's up a good 5 G's. And a lot of these players here, and also T-Bone here buying in for, actually, he bought in for 5, so he's hoping that he can reap the rewards with such a deep stack.
I will point out that I have Mark as the top pot, and given how he has run so far tonight, I like my pick.
No way, that's true. You did get him, man.
Got him.
What a pro. He's like, you know what? I'm going to win this one. And how much did you have him down for, Mark?
6.1.
Okay.
And given that the man has 7.6 in his stack, seems plausible.
Pretty good. I like it.
And here we are. He's going to try to make a big pot here, but he gets out flopped. T-Bone finds the Kang, and you're going to like that flop with 2 queens heads up a lot. Man, you have the best hand so often.
Yep.
And Mark, T-Bone, tricky. He checks back on the flop.
does.
And Mark is now set up to call 2 streets of value here if T-Bone wants to go for it. So I would imagine Mark open checks turn. He does, and here goes T-Bone for value. And there's no way Mark is folding to this bet. No way. When the flop goes check, you have the best hand here. Just so often. Now, it says bet 420, but that's not Mark's bet. No, that's T-Bone's bet.
No, T-Bone actually bet a third of the pot here, which is a good bet because Mark is going to say, I don't know what to do. But he has a lot of money. He's been winning, so generally, you're going to make some smarter plays. You're sitting on a profit. So he's going to sit down, take a moment and think about this, and let's see what Mark decides to do.
He has... I don't believe any option here other than call. I mean, raising makes no sense. Are we trying to get better to fold? Pfft, good luck. I mean, raising for value, 2 10s going to call him? But I would be so shocked if he was checking to fold here.
I think what he's
His
thinking,
opponent checked
if he does
on the flop.
Right.
I mean, like, is your opponent going to check behind a king there? I guess sometimes. Clearly, he did in this spot. But, especially given how, gosh, this was played pre, where T-Bone 3 bets and Mark just flats. I mean, yes, T-Bone is repping a much stronger hand than he actually has pre. But and then I guess given
Queens,
that T-Bone 3 bet,
right, he might be saying, that king is very possible. That 2 deuce, not so much, but that king is possible. The thing is, Mark here is it's such a small that bet there is not something that he's scared about. I think I wonder if he's thinking about a raise. I'm sure he's not.
No,
right?
I don't think so.
mean,
No, I think he's just trying to figure out if T-Bone is playing
That would
like
be
Ace King this way.
suicidal.
Like is T-Bone playing Ace King
especially
this way?
this length of time, he might actually.
He actually might fold here.
fold,
I take it
yeah.
back. I was
There's
so I was so certain he wasn't going to check fold on flop here because T-Bone checked back on turn rather because T-Bone checked back on flop, but because T-Bone took an aggressive line pre, he 3-bet Mark pre, and Mark decided to just flat him with the monster instead of 4-betting. Now Mark is like, well, T-Bone could easily have Ace King here, and would Ace King check behind on that flop? Actually, yes, plenty of the time because he's only heads up, and if you have Ace King here and it comes King Deuce Deuce, isn't your opponent just dead almost all the time? Your opponent's just dead. Like, you have to let them catch up, you know? So, given the T-Bone 3-bet here, I could see Mark folding. And that would be a hell of a play by Mark if he did, you know? He doesn't put one more red cent in on the flop once he gets out-flopped. Like, he piles money in pre-flop and then deceptively just calls a 3-bet, gets unluckily out-flopped, and then doesn't put any more money in. That would be sickly played.
It looks like there's a lot of table chat here right now between Mark and T-Bone. I'm not sure exactly what they said. Maybe you guys heard it in the chat. If there is a little bit of volume on the table for our chat, if you guys want to hear some of it, if you guys are already hearing it, let us know. It is kind of critical though here. Like if he does call, they did send some table chatter already, which could affect how it plays depending on what they said to each other. I'm sure T-Bone here is looking just for a fold and just to take it down. Do you think he's betting for value,
Of
T-Bone
course.
here?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah?
Yep. He's trying to get called by hand just like Mark has. 2 9s, 2 queens. Or not 2 9s, sorry. Like
Right now,
2 jacks,
he
2
feels pretty
10s.
confident. I mean, there's some live tells happening here. If he does call, I mean, T-Bone's, if he wasn't confident before, he's absolutely confident now just because of the mannerism of how Mark is. It looks like he is going to fold. Now that it looks pretty much like he's just, at this point, he has to fold at this point, right? He's giving up too much information.
He is going to fold.
You know?
Yeah, and I know, yes, we do have a table audio button on the stream deck. That is very true. But we can't hear what they're saying. So, you know, we go down there and then we come back and we have no idea what was said. So, unfortunate.
It would have been great if we actually just started pretending like we were one of the players and pretending that was our hand. If we're clever enough to do that. We're not clever enough to do that, guys. So obviously the time has passed. We'll think about it in the future. But yeah, this is a moment where I think he's about 2 minutes past, which is a good courtesy. So I don't know if you guys run into an often. Actually, Sandy Joy here calls clock. So, and I don't blame her. Way to get, see? And if you call clock, you know, they may call. So
There you go. Mark does fold. I did not expect that, but, you know, given the 3-betting pre, makes sense. You know, that's, you know, not bad. Well played by Mark.
So when there's a table and someone's taking a long time, everyone's thinking, man, someone call clock, please. Sandy Joy is that person. Come play with me, please, because I don't like to call clock, but I do always hope that someone will call clock.
Do I have... Yeah, I have Venmo, lucky one. What, you want to send me some of your winnings from that tournament?
Is that a straight-up question? Do you have... Let me see. Oh, true. Oh, yeah. Mentioning Trooper earlier, I'm actually going to be casting one of his games here, so I'm really excited. I wonder who I'm with that night. But
Which one?
where Trooper's playing on the table.
Ah.
So I don't know what date that is. I forget. But when are you casting next?
I think, let's see. Let me check my calendar.
I should do that. I should have a calendar to check.
So here we're on Saturday, September. I'm back on Wednesday. Wednesday the 11th. And here we go. 4 ways to the flop. I would imagine Dan and Eric probably have pieces of that.
If we get lucky enough to have... Oh, never mind. They just revealed Eric's hand.
That's nice of you, lucky one. Thanks, dude. And let me throw it into the chat.
So Jeremy and Eric actually catch a 10 on the board with... Eric actually catches 2 pair now. Jeremy's still with the best hand here with that ace now because that jack hitting on the turn. So Jeremy with the nuts. Oh, actually, no, not with the nuts. There is that draw, that hard draw.
Man,
So I would say make that bet, and he sure does. Jeremy raises his 600. I like that bet. Got to protect your hand. You should be good. Does Ray really go all in?
Yeah, they're the same hand.
Oh yeah, he does have the same hand. Okay.
The board runs out of king high straight. They both play their ace, and
Nice hand.
easy. Hand plays itself when that jack comes, that's for sure. Let me make sure that is right. I just typed that in there too, lucky one. And I'm almost positive. Hold on, let's make sure that's right.
Wednesday for the return of Postle. Is that correct? Okay.
Mike's back.
Mike Postle in
Yeah,
the
that
house
is
on
right.
Wednesday. Let's go. So mark your calendars. Have your notifications turned on is actually easier. So make sure you subscribe and follow, and you'll be notified on Wednesday in case you're occupied by other things and want to get notified. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Going back to that hand where Mark tanked forever and then finally folded those queens. Like Monsieur Duck is like,
Someone
he has to call when. I'm assuming Monsieur Duck that you think he should call there with the queens because his opponent can be value betting a worse hand. Like, in other words, since we checked flop and they checked back, now on turn we check again and maybe they value bet 2 jacks. Not out of the question, but hard. I still think those hands are just going to check back plenty of the time because they have showdown value. You're not wrong, and I still, even despite the 3-bet pre-flop, I was surprised to see Mark just check fold to 1 bet, really, on turn. Because the flop went check, I think I'm going to be check calling on turn there. Like, if my opponent really has a good king, I wouldn't think they would show up with king 10, 3-betting like that. I would think they would show up with like king, queen suited, ace, which is hard because I have 2 queens, ace, king, really, right, ace, king, and that they would just bet flop when checked to a lot. And I think like if they checked me again on the turn, I'd be like, well, I'm very, very, I'm convinced now that I have the best hand, and so I'm gonna call. I don't know. God, would I really check fold to 1 bet on that turn card? I don't. You know what? Honestly, I wouldn't have called the 3-bet pre-flop. I would have 4-bet pre-flop because I'm out of position and I'm heads up and I'm just so sure I have the best hand. So it's like, you know what? I really don't want to go to the streets out of position here. I want to actually just 4-bet right now while I think I have the best hand. So I'm not going to really set myself up for that out of position like that. I'm just 4-betting the queens. If I chose to just call, which I wouldn't, but if I chose to just call and I checked and my opponent checked back, I would not check to fold on 4th Street. I would check and I would call. Incorrectly that time. But I think that's going to be correct a lot of the time. I think you're going to be folding 2 queens incorrectly there a bunch of the time. And then on the river, I guess I would check, call, turn, and then evaluate on river, I guess. I mean, assuming the river's a brick, we check, call, turn, and we check river, our opponent's just going to check back with kings and then have to bet all their bluff. It's tough, man. It's a weird call. That's why like cold calling 3-bets, even with premium hands like queen, out of position, set yourself up for weird spots. As it stands, Mark played it perfectly.
Especially out of position. Yep.
What can you do? Mark read the situation well, and he took a little longer than we would have liked, but he made the right fold. I did see ace queen fold there. Goes down in flames as usual.
PDX says, is Mark actually leaving the table with chips? Yeah. A lot of chips. Good work.
Anything happening? You had 6-5 bet, and Brian gonna call here with 5s and a straight draw? Man, he has the best hand. This would be a sick call by Brian. He checks and calls flop, and this he checks and folds. Good play by Eric there to stay on the gas pedal. He did make a good turn card to make a draw, and well played. So jacks and 10s can bet turn, so he can easily, and then either check and call river. So we can have ace jack, jack 10. You have so many worse hands that can fold in this turn if you don't call queen. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, ultimately, Monsieur, I agree. I would not be checking to fold queens there on the turn. Not when my opponent checked behind. Yep, I would check and call. For sure. It wouldn't have been right that time, but I think it's going to be right more often than it is to fold.
Hey, Hop Grenade, I am going to take a quick break.
Go for it, dude.
If you don't mind.
Not at all.
And,
I am happy to hang here with the chat as usual.
All right, chat, you guys are in good hands. I'll be RB.
Yeah, as we watch, man, the game is thinning out here a little bit. Seat open. Yeah, there are. Yeah, Ghost, I'll as soon as we're off the stream here, I'll send you a chart, and you can see the few. There are only a few hands that are better than Jack 10. Let's see. Did you send that? Oh, you did. Oh, dude, you're the best, man. Thank you, lucky one. Wow. Man, I can get myself a double. That's very generous of you, man. I really appreciate that a lot. I hope you do end up getting to another Reno here at some point so I can return the favor. All you got to do is, marry your girl, and then boom, I'll return the favor. Fair enough, Ghost. Riley 420. Yeah, this is live, man. The game is 30 minutes ago, of course, to protect the integrity of the players. We are live here in the booth with you guys. Part of the super fun nature of this stream is that we don't have to be on a 5-minute delay and have conversations with you guys in a time warp. We can do the real-time chatter, and we love it. So T-Bone going to take advantage of his position and raise it up. And he's getting a call from the exact same hand. And, of course, as we all know, T-Bone is favored because he has 2 flush draws. And indeed, there are a couple of hearts for him. But, of course, the important part here is that T-Bone has the betting lead and position. And all he's got to do is fire 1 red chip into the spot when Billy Ray checks to him. And the hand is over. See ya. Boom. Done. Usually make it to the spring Renos, the solo getaway trip, and yeah, just the no sleep grind session. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you. I do have a really good time going with my wife to those events, but if ever she wasn't able to make it to one, believe me, I would roll solo in a heartbeat. And yeah, you don't bother. No, you don't need a room. No, you can just you can sleep on the bench. Every floor right outside the elevator, there's like a bench and the table and like a flower vase. You just take a sleep there. Hey, Riley 420, hitting that follow button, man. Thank you, dude. We really appreciate that. Welcome to the Stones fam, man. Live cash and tournament poker stream, 2-card poker, 4-card poker, lots of familiar friends and faces, and we appreciate you hanging out, man. For sure. Thanks, dude. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it always reminds me of is it like the Board of Tourism for Vegas, the what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas commercials, where like the group of dudes from like Brazil or whatever, they're going around with their trophy. Yeah, their trophy. They're partying. They're at the club, up on stage with Deadmau5. They've got their trophy. Yeah, the whole town is going nuts for them. And then it's like 6 a.m. on Sunday, and they just put it's a big vase, and they just kind of put it back on that end table, and then catch their flight back to wherever. Yeah, you guys know how Vegas works. It's that easy. Wow, Ace Queen made a hand. And it's going to bet and get... Well, there you go. 1 customer. Jeremy made a pair. So he's going to come along for a street. King means nothing. Slightly annoying for Dan. Overcard. That is not an ace. But I don't know. How many kings is Jeremy really going to have? They both make 2 pair on the river. And after Dan S checks behind... Is he going to go for some thin mint value? Yes. And he's setting himself up to get called by worse here. Oh, sorry. No, Jeremy bet. No, Dan bet. Yeah. So Jeremy checked. Dan bet went for worse calls. Like, a worse queen might call for sure. And the ace plays. So a good spot to go for thin mint value. And his opponent did have worse, but made a good fold. Yeah, don't make us regret the sword, Kieran. You gotta turn off caps lock and turn on chill lock. Hey, what up, run it up, chick? I love all the run it up shout outs via your screen names and chatter and stuff in the chat. You know, man, I have been on a old Jason streams kick. You know, as I've been known to do. Honestly, though, lately, and maybe like the last 6 months, I really haven't been watching old streams. I've been, because there's like, you know, Casey and Justin or the Thirst Lounge. So I'm watching Thirst Lounge streams and, you know, every day, Matt's live, Lexus live. And so I've been actually watching modern day Twitch poker. It feels weird, man. But the last week or so, since I've been back from the wedding, working this week, it's just been all old Jason streams, and it's been nostalgic and fun. And I was reminded why he was the nuts. So here's Eric with the King Queener. Best hand and going to raise it up. Contesting 2 ways. And Brian likes that board a lot. Ray also. And there you go. Eric goes from first to worst quickly. And he's out. Brian bets when check to, and Ray is not checking to fold, so he's going to come along. He's got the best hand. Total brick on the turn. It just goes check, check. Makes sense. Ray adds a 10 to the mix, and he loves the sight of that river. He didn't need it. But you do feel a whole hell of a lot more comfortable now with 10s up, and he's going to go for some value and hope to get called by Jack 9, Ace X, or something, but Queen High, not any good. Brian just gets out. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, the bar in the tournament room, the players' bar, that is worth the trip on its own. That is for damn sure. I would imagine, Ghost, that you probably on about minute number 3 of having your eyes closed would come get jostled by, I would imagine, like 2 security guards. It wouldn't just be 1. It would be 2 huge Samoan guys with earpieces. Sir, no chance you could get away with that for 5 minutes in a casino, that's for sure. That's why when I see videos of, like, sometimes you'll see it on like Reddit public freakout forum, you'll see someone getting out of line on the floor of a casino. They're yelling at the pit boss. They're like fighting with their girlfriend in an extremely loud fashion. They're just generally acting a fool on the floor of a casino. It just seems so suboptimal. What are we doing? Like, oh, they were drunk. Yeah, I know. I'm drunk all the time. I don't do that. I mean, like, aren't you just going to get tackled and zip-tied immediately? I can't think of a worse place. Maybe the parking lot of a police station. Where is a worse place to get out of line than a casino? Get it together, man. What are you guys doing? And here I am running my damn mouth off, and I didn't notice the dealer change. Is this a bomb pot? Bomb pot? Question? I'm asking. All right, Ray seems to have the best of it here. Right? T-Bone has a bad king. The ace was a brick. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem like it when you're playing. It seems like that has to have hit my opponent, but we're heads up, and per those guys' holdings, it was a banana. Looks like Dan is going to take the lead here. I'm not sure if it will work. I can see it either way, 50-50. He has a horrible king, T-Bone does. A fold makes total sense to me. And indeed, Dan's bet is going to get it done here. Yeah, it gets better to fold. And Brian is out, and Jeremy is out, and Dan's bet. Is that a value bet? I don't think so, man. I don't think he's trying to get worse to call. I think he's just like, I'm not sensing that anyone is particularly strong here. I'm just going to fire turn. I think it'll fold around here a bunch of the time. And if it doesn't, at least I have queens going into the river. Works nicely. Gets a king to fold. How did all these NFL players get themselves in arrestable circumstances, Brian Fodder? Well, I mean, at the risk of going too much into, social commentary, a lot of football players come from suboptimal growing up circumstances, and so they do not have a meter on their aggression, self awareness thing, right? Plus, they're like 19. I mean, they're like kids. They're super young, so they have big heads. They have a ton of money. They've had a lot of people around them since they were 14 years old nodding their heads. Yes, whatever you say, 400-pound guy who's going to make us rich. So they just have like no sense of where they're at or how they're coming across, and they just kind of feel like they can get away with anything. And they can a lot of the time, It's not a totally unjustifiable feeling. Like, I always used to think that with Charlie Sheen. Remember when he was going nuts and he was like living with the porn stars and stuff? And he would like say what seemed like crazy things like, oh, I'm a god, I'm, whatever he was when he was on his kick, right? Now, was that drug induced? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But like, is he a delusional guy? No. Like, it would be delusional if, Joe Blogs was to, get whacked out of his skull and make those pronouncements. What up, Gurn Killer? Thanks for the follow, dude. But, like, it's kind of not crazy if you're Charlie Sheen. I'm a god. Well, yeah, you kind of are, Like, you've starred in legendary movies. You're on a 4-camera laugh track sitcom 2 generations after that format was dead, and you're top of the ratings. Like, what explanation is there if it's not that Charlie Sheen's a god? So, you got to tip your cap. Yeah, exactly, Moose. That's Moose Aces. That's exactly what I would say. I mean, you give little tiny giant kids that kind of money and expect them to behave. No way, man. They have no sense of even what behaving even means. They've been praised for nonsense. How are they to even know what behavior is? I never watched The Two Men. Yeah, I never did either. I mean, man, that format, 4-camera laugh track sitcom peaked with Seinfeld. I haven't been into that in a long time. But man, apparently tens of millions of people every episode disagree, and they watched with fervor. I don't really get it, but that show was at the top of the ratings year after year, like it was freaking 1995, man. I think most people don't understand the things that people have to deal with when the cameras are not rolling. Depending on where you grow up, how you grew up, you may have to show that kind of aggression to deter others from just not running all over you. Oh, yeah, like it's a defense mechanism? Yeah, I mean, I'm not like... I understand. I get it. I mean, I get why they have the chip on their shoulder and where some of that behavior comes from, but, man, it'll get you into big trouble. Big trouble. Here's trouble for Jeremy, who makes a pretty damn good-looking flop for that hand. Ace of blue, 8. Unfortunately, he's up against an overpair, and he is in bad shape. There's a banana on the turn. It wouldn't surprise me to just get, because Brian is open-checked. He played it passively pre by just calling the raise. He open-check flop. He open-check turn. He's just taking a passive line in the sand. I don't mind it. It makes sense, He's getting some value here out of a worse hand. He induces another bet. Easy just call. River is a brick. And another open check from Brian, and this time Jeremy has enough showdown value to just be like 8 ace, which is going to be good there plenty of the time, I guess, as played, but not that time. And Brian makes some good value with those jacks. Keeps the decisions easy, keeps the pot reasonable, and just wins. Seems reasonable. Marketing works. That's why that show was on the top of the ratings. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, for sure, marketing works. There's plenty of examples, though, of it not. I mean, the examples are legion of networks putting all of their marketing weight behind, name the product, and it just flops because people just don't care. Wasn't the contemporary Twilight Zone that was released earlier this year? Wasn't that an example? Man, with the Super Bowl and we aired it right after the Prime whatever, and nonstop the jamming down of the throat of the new Twilight Zone. It flopped, didn't it? So I mean, while you're obviously right, people market because marketing works. There are so many examples of marketing not working. So why did it work with 2 Men and a Baby or whatever the hell that show was? Because Charlie Sheen is a god. I don't see another explanation. I give up. Yeah, I'm with you, Brian. I give up on regular series 20 years ago, too. I mean, even Friends, honestly, seemed like it was just riding the edge of too late for that format. Also, by the way, I was never like a Friends watcher, but my girl has been watching it on Netflix recently. Why are Jen Aniston's You Know What's always hard? Was that just part of the deal? Did she like make it happen before the cameras went live? I mean, it's crazy. Every scene. I don't. Okay. Did everyone just completely whiff this? Wow, that is so far away from everybody. Man, it just goes check around. Boring. T-Bone picks up a straight draw here now. So does Jeremy. 9 would be nasty. Eric turns the best hand, though. He had the best hand on the flop, too. Just ace high. Now he has 8s. But it's T-Bone who's going to bet after everyone showed their allergy to the pot on the flop. He figures, well, you know, I have a draw to the nuts, and I bet. How bad could it be? And it might work. I mean, I don't know who's going to really call him here. The only person who can contest is Eric, who turned a pair, but he just immediately folds. Yeah, it's like not even a decision. So there you go. Queen high, betting, gets it done. A medical intervention in what case, Ghost? Oh, for Aniston, for Jen Aniston. Yeah, it was just cold on set. Yeah, maybe, man. Maybe. I'm not really... the consistency with which it was happening leads me to believe it was purposeful. I'm not complaining. Believe me. Yeah. I'm not... I think it was purposeful. I mean, hey, you don't get Brad Pitt by accident, you know? Am I the only one that's still devastated over that breakout? Alrighty. So Billy has an ace. Still an ace. Obviously we're playing. Open limp from under the gun. If you've got your steno pad out, that is not advisable. But if you're Billy Ray, you can do what you want. Jeremy in the hijack with a suited one gapper. He's going to raise it up. He's got position. He's got a reasonable hand, kind of. Ray in the big blind. I think I would actually be 3-betting a bunch of the time with ace-jack of clubs in the big blind. The position is just so bad, man. Out of the blinds, you know, you're just going to not really know how to proceed so often, and your hand is so good. I would be 3-betting there a lot. Ray opts not to. He just calls. He does flop an inside straight draw. The queen of clubs looks real nice, too. But now here, like, what do you do? You check and call? What do you do? And he has the he has the best hand. But, of course, like, how can you know that? That board is so wet. You're against 3 opponents. Eric, once again, on the turn, turns the best hand with a weird pair. But much like that ace-8 he just had a minute ago, he's not going to have any idea that he has the best hand now. But unlike the last hand, it checks to him. So he is firing out, and Ray is not folding because it's the 5 of clubs. So he has 2-way draw to the nuts. Any club, 10. Ace is probably good for him, too. What? Okay, he could not have had ace-jack of clubs. That's got to be a card reader error. 140, I mean, so it's a big bet, you know, relative to the size of the pot, but I just can't imagine that hand is going to fold there. Thank you, Mold Your Cloud. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you're having a good time. I will not... Ghost knows what I want to say so badly right now, but I'm not going to because you complimented me. Thanks, brother. Thanks for hanging out with us. Welcome to Stones Live. If you guys are new to the show, please hit the like and follow and subscribe buttons. It goes a long way to keeping the lights on around here at Stones. We broadcast all the time, so please hit the notifications button. We're on Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays consistently bringing you cash and tournament action. All sorts of special streams as well on days that are not Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. So don't got to think about it if you just hit the notifications button. As you just saw a minute ago on the right side of your screen, we got all sorts of special guests coming up here for the fall poker series here at Stones. Thanks, Mold Your Cloud. Thanks for the follow, brother. Appreciate that a lot. Jamin Burton, the Drawing Dead, friend of the show, will be back in town. The first time ever, the Trooper, Tim Watts, is going to be here. David Tuckman, the legend, is a friend as well. He'll be back. And Alex Fitzgerald, new friend of the show, the Assassinato. They will all be here for the Stones Fall Classic starting on Monday, September 30th. There's going to be meetup games, cash games. We're streaming every night for 7 straight nights. And there's going to be $50 satellites to get into the $100,000 guaranteed main event. It's going to be a blast. Come hang out at Stones, play some cards, and enjoy the Fall Poker Series and all of the fun guests we have around here, including JDR, who is back.
Hey, I'm back. So I heard a little bit of that. So that sounds super exciting. The Fall Poker Series, trying to make it happen.
It's going to be a blast. Hey, Table 9, Seat 9, what up, man?
What up?
Nice to see you guys.
What's up, Ghost? Anything change on the pot leader board?
No, you didn't miss anything too epic.
Okay. Well, you
Yep.
do have a new player. Is his name Thu?
Thu.
All right.
Short for Thursday, of course.
I was gonna go there. I was like, oh, let someone else that can make it funny
Yeah.
do it, and he pulled through.
Hey, thanks, David Miller. I really appreciate that, man.
Brando Baggins, what up?
Thanks for hanging out, dude.
I mean, technically you said hi to Hop Grenade, but I'm gonna say hi to you regardless.
Yeah.
My love is unconditional, just so you know. So take that hello.
For sure. And just to clarify, my love is always conditional. I don't understand this whole unconditional love notion. It makes no damn sense.
I mean, we both know that it's conditional.
You know, it's funny. Like, people throw around that term all the time as if it's, and people just nod their head. Oh yeah, good. That's so good. Unconditional love. Yeah. Really? Right. No. You got to earn love, man.
It's
earn
like my
love.
3 bets. Unconditional. Just do it.
So it's not conditioned on anything?
No.
Nothing at all.
Like, I don't even have to have 2 cards, right? I mean, that's a condition, right?
Totally. Like, dude, you folded. Why are you 3-betting? It's unconditional, man.
I'm all in. Wait,
what?
Yeah, that guy's all in.
Here, I have a Costco card
Talk
and
about a
a
fish.
library card, and I'm all in. This guy's a fish. 7's still good here. Ray still with the straight draw. His 2 overs are live too, but damn, Thursday is making it expensive.
Ghost, I see you, man. Mose, what's going on, dude? Running up, chick.
First condition, get raised first. I love you unconditionally, Taylor. Kappa.
Kappa. Too many kappas tonight.
No. Kappa on that statement. There's never too many.
Kappa the kappa. Yeah, some people think, you know what, I can say whatever I want as long as I say Kappa at the end.
That's exactly right. It's just like if you say bless their heart, you can make whatever insult you want.
Man,
JDR couldn't commentate an ant farm, bless his heart, you know? See, and it makes it okay.
I'm offended, then not offended.
Somehow these guys with a Costco card and a library card call anyway, and then they just run out of chop. Oh, poor Ghost, running bad.
Yikes.
Oh, man.
No offense, but
yeah, right.
Something offensive.
Totally. Or, you know, when people say, I'd like to help, they always are never going to help. Like, have you ever heard anyone say, I'd like to help, and here I go? No. They're always like, I'd like to help, but I have a bad back, and,
right.
you know,
yeah.
I don't want to be an asshole, but here I go.
You actually might see me up here next to T-Bone. If you've already, probably in like 10 minutes, you're gonna see me on screen.
Oh, I can't wait.
An appearance. Hey,
I have an unconditional desire to see Time Machine JDR.
Oh man, not running bad at all. That is standard. Oh, that's a feels bad for sure. Well, good luck.
Man, I love this 3-bet by T-Bone. Man, you know, his hand is really marginal, and so a lot of people would just call and see a multi-way flop. He actually turns his hand into kind of a bluff. He's going to get folds a lot. This time he doesn't. This time he has 2 opponents call him, and it's not going to be a good spot for him, unfortunately, because Eric flops the nut flush draw. But, you know, a lot of the time, that's going to serve to get hands like Ace-Jack to actually just fold pre. You know, it's going to get better to fold a lot. And when better doesn't fold, you give yourself the betting lead in the streets, and then you can win later in the hand. So I really like T-Bone not just flatting there and seeing a flop multi-ways, but actually raising. So here like I said, it's not going to work because Eric flopped a monster draw. But it goes check to him, and so he has the betting lead. He continuation bets, and he has total air, right? I mean, he's not going to check back.
Seeing that as diamonds being the forefront here, not a lot of diamond flushes tonight we're seeing.
So Eric is going to, I would imagine he's actually going to check raise here plenty of the time, at least a check call. This is a spot where I'd be check raising if I were Eric a bunch. Check call is reasonable
right.
too. I would do a mix of both for sure. I wouldn't like to see that turn card if I decided to just check call. Like, look at this. Like, Eric has the check mark, but he has what he feels like is air for right now, you know? So it's like, that's why I think I would be check raising a lot here, because if I just choose to check call, which I would sometimes, I would end up in the spots where, like, okay, a brick is going to hit the turn so often, and then I'm going to have no idea where I'm at. And, like, he checks to T-Bone, who's going to bet again because he has nothing. Like, he can't just check. He doesn't want to get any closer to showdown, right? So Eric now checks, and he's going to call. I think he's probably going to set himself up to fold incorrectly here by playing it more passively. Again, it's not check calling is fine, but there is so much merit to playing your especially nut flush draws aggressively, because now look, like he has the check mark on 4th Street and he folds. It's not his fault, you know. T-Bone played it great. There is why the brilliance of the 3-bet by T-Bone pre-flop with that hand. He gets better to fold 3 bets later. So he gets all sorts of value from his opponent. He was fortunate that Eric chose not to play it aggressively there. But with the nut flush draw on that flop, like, look, is my opponent going to show up with ace-king sometimes and we're just getting it in? Yeah, I guess so. But I don't even mind that. You know, there's going to be so many other times where I just win. My opponent just folds to my check raise. There's going to be times where they don't want to fold king X and they just call, and I set myself up to open jam 4th Street and then they fold or whatever. There's a lot of optimal outcomes, a lot of better outcomes in my opinion to playing your nut flush draws a little more aggressively. But what can you say, man? You know, ace-10 plays that really, really well.
You know, it's actually, now that you bring that up, I think it's always nice to see someone's hand in those situations to kind of really tell how these players will play these hands. Like, if you're sitting at a live cash game and you're able to see showdown and see for cheap and see someone in a hand like that in that position, it says a lot about the player. So it's always nice to see players' hands at the end there.
For sure. Hey, thanks, Moan. I really appreciate that, man. Glad you guys enjoy it. I hope you're getting as much out of it as I get from sort of talking myself through this stuff along with you guys. I appreciate that you guys appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you guys' appreciation of his appreciation.
Unconditional appreciation of appreciation, for sure. I did, Vancouver. Boom. Just south of you, my friend, in Bellingham. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Congratulations, dude. Nice to see you hanging out, man. Nice to see you. You know, we were like this close to rolling up to Vancouver for sushi. You know, I was up in Bellingham, right? And it's, you know, it's not a huge town. And I asked my dad we wanted to go get some sushi for lunch. And I asked my dad, I was like, hey, can you give me a sushi restaurant recommendation? A few of us are gonna roll for lunch. And he was like, no, I got nothing for you. I was like, come on, old man, you live here. Like, you don't got a sushi. You love sushi. You don't have a recommendation? And he was like, we go up to Vancouver for our sushi because it's 30 minutes away, and the sushi in Vancouver is
sure it's amazing,
twice the portion for half the price, straight away. The sushi in I'm no exaggeration, man. The sushi in Vancouver is unbelievable. Now, the rest of Vancouver is unbelievably expensive, but it is literally worth the 30-minute drive to go up to Vancouver for sushi. And honestly, Villa, we almost did it, dude. We were like this freaking close.
Speaking of, I need to get a passport so that I can have that option. Because you need one, right?
You don't got a passport?
I did. Expired. I think there's like a 6-year expiration, and I haven't left the country.
I gotta renew it.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a word to the wise on passport renewal. Moose Aces is like, I appreciate that you acknowledge your appreciation of my appreciation for you.
Okay.
We appreciate that, Moose.
I think you're short a couple appreciations, but we'll let that go.
You know, there's
JDR will do.
There's something very important to keep in mind, guys, for passport renewals. If you guys find yourself in this pickle, like my brother did a few months ago when our family went to Italy, you have to have at least a 60-day buffer from the end of your trip from when your passport expires. So my brother's passport expired like a week after the trip ended. So when he booked the plane tickets months in advance, he was like, yeah, oh, no big deal, you know? Wow. But then when he went to check in for his flight, the morning of his flight, he goes to LAX to check in, and they don't let him check in. They're like, sorry, guy, your passport expires in 4 weeks. And he was like, yeah, but I'm coming back in 2 weeks. And they were like, doesn't matter. It's got to be a 6-week buffer. You would think that they would, like, you know, let you know that when you book your flight, because you type in your passport information when you book an international flight. But no. So basically, he just forfeits his $1,000 ticket, and just had to buy a new one. Ugh. So if you got a passport that's anywhere near expiring and you're going to travel internationally, renew it.
We tell you guys facts.
You're welcome. We appreciate the appreciation of the fact. And Brian appreciates this flop because he has made himself a Setosaurus Rex. Can anybody really contest? Well, Thu is going to go for it here from the button. It checks to him, so he fires. He's got some backdoor draws. Brian, KG, just... Oh, he raises. I'm sorry. He makes it 320 to go. So,
only someone that appreciates a set of threes would bet here. So, nice work, Brian.
Yeah. It's just barely over a minimum raise. So it's an eke value out of Jack 8, 9, 10, etc. But his opponent doesn't have any one of those things. But because Brian just min clicks and Thu has backups to the nuts, he calls. See, man, this is such a great illustration of why, like, why are we check raising with a set? Aren't all of the hands that have no equity just folding out? Well, yeah, a bunch of the time, but sometimes, man, people just inexplicably call. There's so much like over slow playing in no limit cash games, and this is a perfect example of why it so often just makes sense to fast play. People do inexplicable things. Like, will they just fold out hands that had 2% equity? Yeah, they will a bunch of the time. But man, sometimes people just, you're like, why? He calls, but man, people do. And Brian, now Brian's open check on the turn, in my opinion, is a huge mistake. You know, when he sets himself up to lead turn and out, was it the perfect check given that his opponent had ace-4? I guess. But, you know, his opponent could easily have eights as played, you know, and just have turn trips
have eights,
and never going anywhere.
That's a tough one.
But honestly, like, okay, like we talked about earlier in the stream, if you check raise flop and then you open check turn with a huge value hand like that, isn't your opponent checking back almost all the time? Why is your opponent betting? You just check raise them. So when Brian checks the turn there, like, he has to expect a check back basically all the time. Now, maybe he would say, I don't even mind that. I don't care if my opponent checks back. I have threes full. What river card don't I like? Wayway 1025, thanks for the follow, Wayway, man. We appreciate that. Welcome to Stones Live. I mean,
you are a homie now.
I wouldn't care. Brian would say, well, I don't care about any river card. Okay, an 8 would suck, I guess. But other than that, I don't really care about any river card. So if my opponent checks back, fine. Then maybe I can get called super light on the river, I guess. But if I was going to check raise there and I got called, I would just open bet every turn. There's just no way I would be open checking the turn. Even though I just turned, you know, a huge monster full house, whatever, I bet. Whatever you just called me with on the turn. Can't you call again? You know? Yeah. And, like, what if you don't call? What if he has, let's say he had something kind of big. Like, let's say he had, like, 2 10s, right? He's got an overpair. Well, and he just folds. Well, aren't you mad? You know, 2 10s just folded out. No, I'm not. No, because I just win. Like, is it a 10 going to come on the river? No, almost never. But not never. Like, sometimes you just lose. Like, an 8 comes, a 10 comes. It's hard, but it happens. And if your opponent just folds, you just win. More importantly, you're just not going to get anything but a check back almost ever. If you're going to set yourself up in that way by check raising flop, I just would not be open checking the turn. Now, Brian knew something I didn't because his opponent had ace-4. So I don't know. What do I know?
And Voltron here saying, now Brian is slow playing his aces. Not. Well, it looks like he's 3-betting here, and he takes it down.
Boom. Yeah, the real ID. Yeah, that's coming up what is it, next year that goes into effect. And yeah, no, it's not 6 months, Lucky One. No, it's 60 days for sure. That's too much. 6 months is too long. But I wouldn't, even if you were 6 months out, I wouldn't mess around with it. You know, I mean, I've seen Locked Up Abroad. You know, you never know when you're going to get stuck in a Bolivian prison. You know what I mean? And you're going to need your passport to be current. So, you know, just renew that thing, dude. Oh, there you go. Oh, starting in October 2020, the real ID. There you go. Thank you. So if the passport was expiring in 65 days, would they have let him fly out and then be... I think. I mean, if his trip was... It's just 60 days. Yeah, I mean, if his trip was going to... It's 60 days from the end of your trip, so his return flight needed to be 60 days out of his expiration.
David Miller here in YouTube saying, glad you're commentating tonight, Scott. You're one of my favorites.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, you
yes.
did?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did, and I appreciate it.
Yeah,
David. Yes,
nice.
very much.
Hey, guys, you know, absolutely. Like, you know, we appreciate... We enjoy ourselves here, and so you get the natural ourselves here, and so we're happy to share that
100%.
our enjoyment with you.
Table 9, C9's like, I'm canceling my trip to Bolivia now, damn. I mean, you don't have to cancel it, Table 9, C9. You can just, you know, put the suitcase with the false bottom and all the sacks in it. Don't bring that one. Just bring your regular Samsonite and have a fun trip, you know? See if you can, like, you know, pay a college kid to mule it for you. Don't do your own dirty work.
Samsonite. I was way off.
Man.
T-Bone gets those queens.
Yeah, and look at this.
This is the second time, actually, he's had queens tonight that I've seen, and he did pretty good on the last one.
It's a cooler here because Thursday has jacks. He has the one hand that queens is going to be able to get a bunch of value from that's worse. I mean, he's never folding jacks. He's an over 10-9 deuce. You know, jacks are good here so often, so unlucky that they're not in this spot. The pot is big, too. So T-Bone bets 350, straight value bet. Ray is open-ended with a backup diamond draw, and he is calling, and weird spot. Overcall by Thu. Makes sense. He doesn't want to fold jacks, and unfortunately for Thu, that is a total banana on fourth, and there's no way he's getting away from this hand. You know, he's going to have to hope something happens that gets him off of this hook here. But right now, it is firmly embedded in his cheek, and he is being dragged towards the boat, man. Ah-yah.
I like to see a nice, maybe a little less than half pot size bet here. I wouldn't mind a big bet, too. Just as long as he's betting.
He's definitely going for another value bet here. And he is in just a great spot here, T-Bone. He's got this situation dead red for, like, my opponents have, like, ace-10 and jack-jack kind of thing, and he's completely right. And if it just goes fold-fold here, terrific. He just wins. And if his opponent calls, great. He is a monstrous favorite going to the river. But I implore you, my friends, to look at the percentages. It is not zero. Is he going to win here very, very often? Yes. Is he going to win here all the time? No. So you can never be too mad when it just goes fold-fold, even if you had way the best of it. As it stands here, Ray has to decide right now, you know, what he's going to do. I mean, you know, is he even going to be happy with a jack? I mean, obviously he doesn't know two of them are dead. But a jack is not the nuts. Only a 6 would make him the nuts. So while he is open-ended, he really would only be thrilled with a 6. Mm-hmm. Effectively a gut shot.
Right, yep. Right,
and so, you know, and he's going to call it. Now, if it's the 3 of diamonds on turn, yeah, you're going to see him call again. But yeah, good fold. Yep, he has a good draw on the flop. He sees a turn he doesn't like, he folds. But unfortunately for Thu, I cannot imagine him getting away from this hand right now.
He may be contemplating a raise here.
I don't think so.
Not really. Okay.
And I say that because there's not really any merit to raising. He just has the best hand here so often. Like, what's he trying to blow off that's worse? Is he trying to get 2 queens to fold if he raises? Is he trying to get value from worse?
Yeah.
You know, ace-10, would ace-10 call a raise? You know, so I think, like, there's just a clear move there for jack-jack, and it's call, because you just have the best hand a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Neither one of them are going to... A raise isn't out of the question, but given how big the pot is, he's going to shove? He's going to shove with jacks.
He'll
for value?
By a better hand.
For value? He's only going to get called by better. So he calls, and now T-Bone slows down, and Thu's just going to check back. Yeah, because both of them have plenty of showdown value. So I can't imagine Thu is going to go for value here. Makes no... Oh, my God, I'm wrong. He shoves. I'm so wrong.
So T-Bone here is now in a tight spot.
Is he gonna? What can Thu have as played the queens are
The
beating?
thing is, the nines. It's really hard to put him on a 9 here. It didn't play out for him to have.
Yeah,
that.
I don't think a 9 makes sense. But like, if you're T-Bone, what is now? Better question: is Thu value shoving here? Does he think this is a value shove, or is he turning his hands into a bluff? I suspect he thinks this is a value shove.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I think he just thinks he has the best hand. I mean,
And
is he
with
trying?
that,
Is he trying to
he-
get 2 kings to fold? Like, is he trying to get a hand like T-Bone has to fold? Would 2 aces fold here? Would 2 kings fold here? T-Bone might have the exact hand that would consider a fold, but he still probably isn't going to fold. I think Thu has just incorrectly read this as that he has the best hand. Because, oh my God, it works! Unbelievable! It works! I can't believe that. That is sick. There's no way that was a bluff. No way. Thu thinks he's shoving for value in that spot. Because I don't know. God, I'm second guessing myself.
That's a tough spot.
Like, if I have jacks there and I thought I had the best hand enough to call on flop and turn and my opponent slows down and checks river, I think they just have like ace 10 suited and I'm just like, check, jacks. But he doesn't do that. He shoves. Man, was he turning his hand into a bluff?
I think he was. T-Bone here.
Wow, that is so sick.
T-Bone's this is gonna be stuck in his head, and
Wow.
in about 30 minutes, he's probably gonna be like, all right, let's go ahead
Wow.
and check this out. But actually, just so you guys know that everyone that's come in here that may have not been notified, you'll notice that a lot of players on the table here don't have any phones, which actually is it changes the game a little bit because it doesn't allow them to, check previous hands like this one right here where he's gonna be now. There's something that he'll gain some knowledge off of that big hand right there.
That is
that he won't
crazy.
see till the end.
That is crazy. I mean, I don't blame T-Bone for folding. What is he beating? A stone bluff? I mean, it just feels like a hand like Jack wouldn't bluff there because it doesn't need to. I don't blame T-Bone for folding the queens. I mean, so crazy. I mean, I thought he was checking to induce exactly that, like a shove from worse. But god damn, man, what is he trying to say he has for? I'm dying to know. Should I go ask him? Is that out of line for me to go ask him if that was a bluff or not? Oh my god, that is crazy. That is just
I don't think it
crazy.
would be out of line. Maybe like while they're in the game, but yeah, if they maybe later, that'd be pretty cool to know.
JFK, you tell me, man, if you think that's out of line. Maybe I shouldn't go say anything, or not say anything. Ask. I'm just dying to know.
Let's say he's asking, are they allowed to walk away from the table and check the stream? Of course. So the rule is actually you just can't have your phone at the table. You can't be using your phone on the table, so that's restricted now. A lot of card rooms actually have that enforced. So we don't have that enforced on the floor, just on that stream.
You know what? Here's the excellent point from Dank Chank. And, oh, hey, Fat Train. What's up, my brother?
Fat
Welcome
Train?
in, brother, man. Dank Chank, fantastic point. He never thinks T-Bone has queen there because T-Bone pre-flop just flat called out of the small blind. So that's a value shove. That is not a bluff. You are absolutely right, Dank Chank. He thinks he has the best hand. He thinks he's up against like ace 10 and he's shoving for value. That is crazy. Unintentional bluff. That's what that was. Wow.
You don't think that if he was you don't think he would bet smaller if he absolutely thought he had the best hand?
Nah, because it was too much. It's like it's less than a pot-sized bet. An all-in shove is like, it makes total sense. He's not overbetting the pot or anything. It's an unconditional bluff, yeah. Oh, that is true. Yeah, Fat Train's like, I only fold royal flushes. Yeah. Fat Train and I were playing some online cards up at the wedding house, late night cash session, and he folded queen 10 of clubs pre and would have binked a royal. Whoops.
What up?
Feels bad, man.
Yeah.
That is crazy. And well, I don't want to I'm not haranguing T-Bone. Believe me, this has nothing to do with T-Bone. It's just a learning thing, which is like, man, that is why I am 3-betting a hand like queen out of the blinds effectively all the time. You
What a tight ass.
You set yourself up. Now, everything worked perfectly. Well, what do you mean, Scott? Look at all that value that he got there. Like, he just flat calls. He gets a bet on the flop. He gets another big bet on the turn. Like, yeah, your opponent, you've under-repped your hand. Your opponent thinks that, like, more marginal hands are good because you only flatted out of the small blind. How can you have anything? But he set himself up to fold incorrectly on the river. Like,
he did. He under-repped it, and that's why he shoved.
What if he just 3-bets out of the small blind with queen, so that he doesn't have to play a bloated pot out of position, even with a premium? It just changes the whole dynamic of the hand. You're going to get value from 2-jacks. Are 2-jacks just going to fold to your 3-bet? I doubt it. Is it going to set them up to be a little more wary with, like, how they play their hand for value? Yeah, and I'm just going to be 3-betting there with those
T-Bone
two queens.
here might be on a little bit of a tilt. T-Bone possibly, or possibly not, but he is betting ace high here against Ray here, who looks like he's considering what is he doing here? He's I'm not really too sure, actually.
Man, that was a crazy hand.
Do you see this here?
Yeah. So let's see. Ray bet, T-Bone call. Ray bet, T-Bone raise. Ray call.
But his hand is a 10 high at this point.
Wow. T-Bone is bluffing with the best hand.
But what can we be thinking here, Ray?
He's wondering if a shove could ever work, but he only has 3.3.
It can be, right? Exactly. So that's out of the question.
Less than a min click.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure. Maybe he's misread his hand. I'm not too sure because he can't even beat a bluff.
This could be a card reader error.
I'm thinking it might be the wrong hand, or he misread his hand. A call is impossible here.
Yeah, he doesn't have 10 high. That's card reader error.
Yeah. Hey, actually, the dealers can hear us as we speak.
Yeah, you're right, Taylor. There's no way. He's not tanking with 10 high.
No. So, good bet on T-Bone for T-Bone because it's putting Ray in a really tough spot, and he could pull this off.
Man, I am just still reeling from that hand. That was just crazy. I thought for sure Jacks were just going to check back on the river there. That's just such a crazy shove. Man. He's going to watch this stream back later and be like, holy crow, my opponent had queens? That is just gnarly.
What do you put him on? What do you think? Ace, top pair?
Ace 10 makes sense. Yeah. Or even like 10x.
Yeah,
King,
anything,
King
really,
10,
any 10.
Yeah.
I can see that. I mean, if you really put him on that, then definitely a value shove.
Would that hand play it that way?
Yeah.
Bet flop, bet turn, check river? Yeah, I guess, sure. Ace 10, sure.
We've seen
10x
crazier.
less often. We've seen crazier, certainly. For sure. I think I had more than Ghost is like I had 3 million hands or more between my first and second royal, which is way below expectation. Well, it must feel terrific to make royals. I have no idea what that feels like. You'll have to, describe it in vivid detail so I can live vicariously through your description, because I made zero in probably 400,000 hands or so, which I think I was supposed to have made 1 or 2.
Guys in Twitch land and YouTube world, welcome to Stones Live. If you're new here, we are going to be wrapping up. We're kind of closing out towards the end of our stream. We did start at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time here in Citrus Heights.
6:30.
6:30?
Yeah, 6:30. I just want to so people know when the stream starts.
Right, exactly. I'm sorry. The 6:30 is when our stream starts. This game actually started at 6. There's a half-hour delay. So if you guys are new here, hit that follow button if you're enjoying the content. And if you are on Twitch, we are going to be playing a game called Marbles on stream. And for you guys that don't know what that is, it's you turn into marbles and you compete against each other in a marble race. And anyone in YouTube that wants to join us, feel free to hop on over to Twitch when that time comes. Otherwise, just enjoy, sit back, relax, and enjoy the game here. 5, 5, 10.
Actually, at least 3 royals I have made are horrible stories that would make me feel better about not having made them. What? It can't have been related to the cards. Like, so you rivered a royal and then your phone rang and it was your girl breaking up with you or something. Like, I mean, what memories could you possibly have associated with making a royal that are not good? Oh, man. All right, we are 5 ways to this flop. 8, 9, 10. Jay Bastion 99. Thanks for the follow, Jay Bastion. Very much appreciated.
Welcome, dude.
Welcome in. Yep. So Brian here has the equity lead by a skosh with the pair of 9s and the open ender. Ray is going to like that flop. He's got a gut shot to the nuts. He's open ended, and he's open ended, and the queen would be the money card for the nuts. He also has the backup diamond draw. So he's just going to lead. Well, he leads from, okay, check. He leads. He bets from the button, rather. And then it goes call. Makes sense.
Eric's going for a gutter
just
here.
in there with the gutter, yeah. And there is the deuce of pumpkins. Although it is a diamond, so Ray does pick up another.
Ray has that jack for the blocker and Brian with the blocker. So Eric's not going to hit his card. Less than likely. Ray here is betting for 250 on his... He has two. Oh, he has a huge hand, actually.
And
24 outs.
Brian fades it. The 5 of nothing is not going to do it. And Brian's 9 is good. $1,000 pot, and your second pair is good. That is fortunate.
Jeez.
Now, Ray has to bet to win here, and he does. And Brian is now going to have to call it off with just a 9. Can he do it? What is he hoping Ray has? Wow, he does call. Sick call. And he's good with his 9. Wow.
He was convinced that 5 was basically
a brick
for any draws here. So
he just thinks, what's Ray doing? Is he betting a 10 again?
5, 6.
What does he have? 10s and 9s?
Yeah.
I have a 9. So he just thinks that Ray can have plenty of bluffs there, and he was right. Great call by Brian. Man, sick. I got a royal online, says Brad Kraft, and someone rivered a full house, so that was the dream. And of course, that's the key, right? It's what does our opponents have when we have monsters? If they just have air balls, what good is your nuts straight? Oh man, now you've got me on the edge of my seat, Ghost. I'm hanging a cheek over here. I guess I'll just hold my breath and wait.
Thanks for joining us, Ghost. Ghost likes to appear in a lot of broadcasts. I see him actually all around on the poker category on Twitch. Ghost is actually pretty well known. Did you know that around the poker community?
No, I never heard of him
online. So Ghost, yeah, he's just a moderator for a lot of big streamers out there.
Oh,
so,
cool. Well,
yeah,
it sounds like he does good work.
Yeah, and we definitely appreciate it.
Cool.
So, yep.
Well, that's good to know. So Ghost of M, noted.
Cool, brother. Billy Ray, looks like he called so there's a 3-bet to 150 from Brian on the button here with Ace Jack suited. Originally raised by T-Bone with 6-7. So we actually have some draws. 4 players with identical. Well, not identical. Two with spades and 2 with clubs. Let's see.
So we're going like red, blue on the flop, right?
Exactly. Pretty close to that. A 4-bet is 470. Yeah, that's gonna slim
welcome
it
to
down.
the game, Matt.
Yeah. So a lot of you guys, if you are local here, have probably seen Matt play or are familiar with the Stones live cash game. Have seen Matt in the past play quite a few times. He's a very experienced player, and it's always nice to see him here making some great plays.
So here's Brian with the best hand, but he's facing a 4-bet, and he doesn't really know what to do. He's in position.
He has the button. He has that working for him,
but there's the power of aggression, man.
Yeah.
He's just going to have to fold because all of the ace-queen, ace-king, ace-ace, king-king combos belong to Matt, even though he just has ace-rag. So there you go, a well-timed 4-bet. Welcome to the game, Matt.
And sure, what a big sizing too. It was nice. That was a nice bet. Made it happen. Got the job
that's the
done.
old, exactly, it did. And that's the old using the ace in your hand just to pretend like you have ace and ace.
And double. Yep, you got it. Double aces. Pocket Rockets. T-Bone with 6K. So it sounds like he may have rebought now, so which is good. So he can get value for
The
his
old
hands.
add-on.
Let's get it. So I think only a couple people on this table have done that. We have 3 new players now. Matt, Thursday as we call him, and then T-Bone in seat 9.
I am just absolutely dying to know if Thursday thought he was bluffing or thought he was value betting there. My money's on value betting.
Half the time I'd be like right there with him, but he had so much energy that he's like, oh, well, I'm going to let him do his thing.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no need for both of us to get all I mean, it's okay. I don't want to get too crazy about it. But no, that's definitely a good question. He may want to share.
Maybe I'm gonna, as JFK points
know.
out, I should leave him alone until we're off this, until he's off the table.
He may be private about it.
Yeah,
know,
of
so,
course. And
you never know.
it does seem a little out of line, so I'm not gonna go do anything. Is this a bomb pot, engineer Mike?
I have to just use the restroom real quick.
Go for
I'll
it.
be right back.
Bomb pot?
Burb.
Question mark?
We're 0 for 2. Let's see what happens.
Brian's got all the 8s here, and I think the hand is just going to be over. Eric turned 8s and 7s, but I'm not really sure he's going to want to continue. Yeah, nah. That pot belongs to Brian. I have no idea if that was a bomb pot. Wow, and T-Bone there with the 0% went to showdown. I can think of one spot I think he wishes he would have gone to showdown. And look at, there you go, on the right side of your screen, guys. The bad beat jackpots are huge, but more in the range of reasonable than they were before they were hit 3 times in a week. So we went a year, almost to the day, without hitting a bad beat here at Stones. It got up to like 3 and change for the limit game, about double what you see now, and it finally hit. And the exact same hands that it hit it hit what on like August X of 2018, and it was quad 10s beat by a royal. Ghost did not hold the royal, of course, because then he would have had a good royal story to tell. It was a Stones reg who held the now, and then it hits a year later, and it's the same hands. Quad 10s loses to a royal. It was not at the limit game, but it was still a cool 150K, and we are now back down to more sort of normal range. But then it hit 3 times. It hit 3 times in a week. Isn't that crazy? It was so weird. That's all Dan right there. Even though Ray makes a pair, Dan has the monster combo draw. So he's going to raise here. I would be raising here a ton too. And Ray, sticky icky. Bottom pair, bottom kicker. Call you! And here's Brian, who bet when checked to, and all of a sudden his opponents are going crazy. He folds. And now it's the battle of Dan and Ray is going to have a tough time winning this spot. So he does not have the best hand any longer. Dan now has a 9 to go with his monster combo draw, and Ray is drawing paper thin. Dan bets again, and what's Ray going to do now? He calls. Wow, so stubborn. Unless it's another card reader error, I mean, that just seems unbelievably stubborn. And Dan has no idea. I'm going to assume the card reader's correct. Dan probably thinks he has to bet to win. How is a 9 good? So he bets.
9 high?
This cannot, no. It must be another card reader error. That cannot be. Wow. Bluff raise? This is a sick raise. If Ray is doing this with 6 deuce, that is a sick raise. And if that's what the guy was calling for, if he was calling to take this pot away deep in a dark alley on 5th Street raising, then it's a sick raise.
What was the original raise?
I think Brian had ace 10. He originally raised pre-flop.
No, on this hand, Dan raised, or he bet. What did he bet?
What do these guys have? What you got?
Oh, 275.
9-5. Holy moly! Really?
And he
That was
Yikes.
right. Dan calls. Wow, that's sick. Dan found a call.
Great plays by both players.
Wow, I can't believe Dan called.
He didn't tank very long on that one either.
That's a
I think
sick
he,
read.
I think he was adamant on calling there. Actually,
Wow.
Otherwise, he would have tanked a little longer on that one. But that's good bet.
That's man, yeah, and I think that's probably at Vegas Aviation. You know, he just reads Ray as like refusing to give up and trying to steal the pot away from
It was
him.
a stubborn call, and it paid
Yeah,
off.
and he's just like, how did you make a king? Like, you got all this way and you rivered a king? No. And you wouldn't raise that hand anyway. What do you value raising me here with? Makes no sense.
Yeah.
So he's just like,
A lot
I don't
of
know,
times he's
9.
gonna be wrong in that situation, and but it didn't. I mean, he might have had a read, and I think it was probably just a stubborn call.
I think
but
we get all that way,
That's it.
and Dan can't figure out what Ray is value raising with. Like, wouldn't all of the reasonable value hands just call? Like, Dan showed so much aggression. He showed so much aggression in the hand. He raises flop. He
I see
bets
you, Ghost.
turn.
I
He
see
bets
you.
river, and his opponent raises him on the river. What does he have? He rivered a set of kings. I mean, like, not a lot
right.
makes sense, you know.
And you know, Big Earn here coming in the chat says it just
Get me in this
exactly.
game.
Yeah, let's go, baby.
Exclamation mark join. You can come play.
Absolutely. This is not an invitational. Actually, it might be invitational, but it is still open to the public. We have players here that just came in. You know, maybe if you can't make it tonight, in the future. I mean, we'll have these games in the future. So if you guys haven't joined us before, enjoy the game, watching the
Absolutely.
game, and come into the game. That's what's up.
That's what's
Guys,
up. We are
yeah.
enjoying it for sure. Now,
Right. Oh, come on. Let's go. Look at that turn. Dan's
Nuts?
like, what? I got to check this one.
is the nuts any good?
Yummy.
Oh, the board pairs. You never liked that, but man, he had this locked up 6 ways to sunset.
You know what? I mean, if he's going to call that blast hand, he's not scared of that 3. You feel what I'm saying? He's going the distance. If someone has the boat, he's like, I really doubt that he's going to be worried about that anyway. T-Bone here, really thinking about it. It might be this. I mean, it's just a small pot. It's nothing about the sizing. I mean, it's 300. Oh, you know what? The pot was actually 2. That's over betting the pot, actually.
Yeah, T-Bone is
He
going
did
to seize a
overbet it.
bad news. Dan has the nutter butters.
So
or
Dan
the nuts
actually,
straight.
I think it's because he overbet the pot. I don't even know, but he did overbet it. So, well played. Good work, Dan. You got paid. You got paid max on that.
He did. So that's and now Ghost is not a fan of the call in the last hand where the 9-5
The 9
bets
call?
and then calls a raise. Like, what did you say there, Ghost? What he can't have Ray can't have Jack 10. King, Queen, Jack 10.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
He can have.
King,
He can have a lot of hands. I mean,
but wait a
literally.
minute. King, Queen, doesn't King, Queen back into 2 pair, right? Wasn't it Queen, turn, King, river? Wasn't it? So he calls a raise on the flop with air? Huh? I mean, 10 Jack, sure. I mean, yeah. Well, for one, yeah, it's a clear like, well, don't try to bluff Dan. You know, like, you know, Dan makes that call and like, is he going to be wrong there plenty of the time? Yeah, you know, sure, but they'll know not to bluff it. Now, why did he bet river? SE24 is like, why does he lead the river with the 9? Like, I think he thinks he has to bet to win. It seemed to me like he was turning his hand into a bluff because he missed all of his draws, and he wasn't really sure where he was at, and he didn't want to check and call a bet, so he figured he would just bet. But then it is a little confounding when he calls the raise. Like, I think he just maybe he caught an eyelid flutter or something. Like he caught something coming off a raise that he just wasn't. That was not a raise for value. That was like I refuse to give up on this damn pot. I raise you. I guess he must have picked up on something like that because he freaking called with a 9.
Yeah, he was. I think he just wanted that call. So 2 players here with nothing, but they're gonna compete here. This board definitely. Ace high king could be like he could I guess try to. No, okay.
No,
Never mind.
Okay, so
Hold
clarification. Thank you, Go. So the flop was so it did not come queen king. It was queen 8-6 on the flop with the 2 hearts, right? So he has the flush draw and the inside straight draw. He turns the 9 to make a pair to go with his hand. So he raised the flop with his combo draw. He got called by bottom pair. Turns a 9, he makes the best hand and still has that monster combo draw. So he bets again, gets called again. On the river's a king. Doesn't help him at all, doesn't do anything. Is he turning his 9 into a bluff there? I think he is. I think he just thinks he has to bet to win, and so he does. And maybe he's going to get called there by, let's see what, Jack 10 has a gutter on the flop and got there on the river. Would he call a turn bet there with just Jack 10? I guess maybe, right? If he's going to call with a 6, sure. And then he raises for value on the river, and Dan is going to be wrong calling with a 9. Yes, fine. King Jack is a pure float. I don't see that. Not to a raise on the flop. Ace King, no F's given. Because Dan raised on the flop, I don't see really any case for anything, even with a stubborn player like that, for anything other than Jack 10 that really is going to play that way for realsies. And even then, it's so thin. I mean, calls turn. I guess, yeah. What do I know, man? If he's going to call with 6 deuce, maybe that is right.
Moan says that if the raise was maybe to 1.5, then he could fold it.
But he 3x'd only. Yeah.
Bigger sizing. I mean, I think that will actually do it in that situation. It's just... But, I mean, he was pretty stubborn. It was a stubborn call all overall, so you never know what he would call, actually.
He called stubbornly. He called stubbornly
Right.
twice and then raised river to try in a last-ditch effort to take the pot away. And Dan just must have just picked up on that. I mean, really, like, I suspect that's just a live tell, like, the vibes coming off of his opponent. Dan just sensed that, like, this is not a raise for value. What can I say? Because otherwise, like, you're right. I guess you can show up with Jack 10 there, and we're turning a 6 into a bluff. A 6 that we called a flop raise with and a turn bet with? I mean, that's what happened. That's just 2 very, very stubborn players battling. There you go. All right, so back to reality here.
We have some not so premium hands seeing a flop.
That's how we do.
But Billy Ray hits the flop. Not too sure if he's gonna have too much action. These guys may just be. This may be a quick one. I'm gonna foresee that these guys aren't gonna get out of line.
I don't know though. Ray looks like he doesn't want to fold.
No. What?
You're like, dude, you can't check, bro.
Is that a live tell or what?
Your check already bounced.
Yeah. Fast forward.
Check.
Like
bro,
it.
you can't check. Your opponent
like
bet.
that.
Check. Sir, I said you cannot check.
So some of the big
check.
stacks left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Mark. Yeah, Mark bounced. Mark took
like
his winnings and bounced.
Big stack. He's like, I got 10K, guys.
He is now
Peace.
currently in a
out.
motel room on one of those beds that vibrates when you feed the quarters.
Oh yeah.
On a pile of money, just throwing it in the air and laughing maniacally.
And recording himself in slow-mo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can.
Bouncing off your head. Come on, guys. You've had that dream. Chips just falling on your head, and you don't even care. It doesn't hurt.
Just check out the Hold My Beer forum on Reddit, and you will see the slow-mo video of Mark later tonight.
I can't wait. It's all in our heads. Still can't wait. Guys, it is 10:35. We have a good about 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes before we start our marble stream. So if you're hearing this now, come back to your desk, open up the app again, or come back to us because we're about to start a marble stream. People from YouTube, if you want to join us, you can open up another tab, join us on Stones Live on Twitch, and create a register so then you can chat and hit !play or !play space 2, or maybe you don't need the space, but that's how you get your marbles and are able to play. We're going to start that up in about 10 or 15 minutes.
No comment on what Mark's really doing, says Moose Aces. Like, this is a family stream, and you have a sick mind, Moose. You know what?
Oh,
sick.
Man. See
Sick.
what happens when we open the door?
You raised by wolves, you sicko. Is marbles loaded up, Mike? All right, yes, confirmed. Exclamation mark play in the Twitch chat. Get in on them marbles.
And
just
no,
a few.
exclamation point play 3 is not the secret winning ball.
Exclamation mark boost doesn't work? I know that part is right, Moose. And also, like, you know, there's like a TV set from the 80s, like a tube TV. The Johnny Carson show is playing, you know? There he is. What's up, dude? Where's your trench coat? Some limps here.
PDX saying what's
The
up to
Playboy
us.
in the hizzy.
MHZ.
Exclamation mark
Dondo.
play in the Twitch chat.
Marjo, say hi. Hey, if you guys are in the chat and you have been lurking this whole time and haven't said anything,
Continue
that's
lurking.
cool.
Is that what you were going to say?
Lurking. No, I was going to say something.
That's not where I thought you were
Say
going.
what's up? Put an emote out there. Let's see some emotes. Let's see an emotes in the chat. You guys got it? Put your favorite emote up or say something something funny. I don't know.
This is a great name. I've never seen this guy's name before.
What?
Neil Datgrass Highson. That's so good. Great name, Neil deGrasse. That's
Let's go.
amazing. Awesome. All right, so inside
What's
Broadway
going
for
on?
Thursday. Still the best hand for Matt. Forked and hoofed. That's good too. Thanks for the follow on Twitch, man. Appreciate that, huh?
Thanks, guys.
A drink? Oh, food. Your food is ready.
Okay.
Thanks for that follow, man. We appreciate that very much, man. You're just on the tail end of this stream tonight here, Stones Live. Thanks, guys, for hanging out on spending part of your Saturday. There you go. Thanks, Neil deGrasse Hyson, man.
Hey.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome in, man. I hope that is not the last time I see your name because I find it delightful. And if you are new around here, please hit the follow, like, and subscribe. We greatly appreciate it. It's the tail end of tonight's stream. We'll shoot some marbles, and then we are back on the air on Monday. And what the hell's coming up? Is it a 1-2-3 game? We go live here all the damn time on Stones, and
You
we
guys are
appreciate
going to see
you guys
me,
hanging
actually.
out.
You'll see
Oh,
me
you're
again.
back?
On Monday.
Right
I'll
on.
be with, I don't know. I never know, actually. I don't know where to check it out. But you'll see me on Monday, and you'll see someone else also to carry me like I was carried tonight. So, hey, guys, thanks a lot for being here. Continue to stay because we're going to do some marbles. We're going to maybe watch another hand or two. We'll see what happens here, and then we'll get marbles on the screen. Are you guys ready to go?
It's coming
Exclamation
up.
point play.
Thanks, Moose, man. We are happy to keep you company while you engage in the grind, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with us, dude. Very appreciated. Gods of drawing a royal 1 in 650K. How great. I'm short. I'm 200K short, and I'm only playing live these days. I can't run up my hand count fast enough. Feels bad, man. I guess I'm just going to have to go a lifetime without it.
Moan, we see you. We see you. Thanks. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the YouTube chat.
Yeah,
for
you're
sure.
welcome. You're very welcome, man. Thanks for making good comments, keeping it interesting. We love chatting with you guys and doing the interaction thing and all just watching this degeneracy together.
I really appreciate that. Hum Grenade here is appreciative of your guys' appreciation.
I
of us.
appreciate that you appreciate that unconditionally. Billy Ray has all the 8s and
Thank you, Breaky Heart.
8s and 5s feels like it could be good here some of the time, but they are not meow.
Did he get broken? Billy Ray's sitting at 1.7. We all started at 2K, so you can kind of do the math on who. I don't think Billy Ray rebought, so he's still in decent shape. Not too bad. I think you can see. I think what is it? Exclamation point to get the cumulative.
Is it cash
numbers.
win? Exclamation mark cash win.
There you go, cash win. To see if you guys want to see that, you could see where people are cash standings. They're what they've done tonight.
Dan is going for a little feeler lead on the river here. And Dave is going to feel him right up, if you'll pardon the turn of that phrase, with a raise.
Whoa, brought me back to the
And-
mic.
I think,
JK.
did Dan call? Wow. Nice min click from Billy Ray. It gets worse to call. Well done. Yeah, I don't know what the hell all that action was about. It seems like max value for Billy Ray there. Whoa.
And there you go. He is now, what we were talking about in a small loss, now in the positive. So good job, Billy Ray. This game actually may go for a while. So if you guys are still kind of thinking, oh, is this going to end when this stream ends? No. This game continues for as long as there are players. And we do have people on the list, so feel free to check that. Exclamation point join for the information how to get onto the stream. Also, how to get here to Stones Live. We'll get that information to you.
Wow, I never win. Dedication. I just listen while I drive. Can't do all the searching and stuff. Just the audio only. Thanks, man. That's high praise.
Yeah. Well, just
here.
to let you know, I'm a 6'3" Persian.
Yeah, he's wearing a Tommy Hilfiger jacket.
Right.
He pulled up in a
mohawk.
slammed BMW M5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a spiked green mohawk. And, he's a little intimidating. It smells like Lavoris in here.
I like your pink shirt, by the way.
Thanks. I like to, keep the colors light and pastel-y in the summertime, No homo.
We see you, Ghost. All right, so we have, let me see, maybe one of our last hands, possibly. Ace, looks like not really anything going on here. We're not, actually, it's funny because we're not getting any action. We're not getting any cards. Maybe we can get one slam dunk card or a hand.
Typical Persian action junkie here. He can't make sense of what's
okay,
happening.
You know what's funny is, I didn't get to it earlier, but in cash, yeah, I am an action junkie, actually. I do like to raise. I like my position raises, and I do it often. So it's unconditional, like I said earlier.
That's right. Brian Fodder is also providing a little more description for I Never Win. All of the players at the table are supermodels and in G-strings, and they're all dudes, so it's a good thing that you're not watching, I guess, I Never Win, assuming that is something that you could not want to see, Brian Fodder, on the other hand, loves it and has been watching on his big screen for the evening. Can't blame the man. But of course, we don't tune in for Zoolander and G-strings. We tune in for the poker action because we're action junkies, unconditionally.
Poker, I barely know her.
Stanced BMW. I got to start working in stanced. I usually go slammed, but stanced is good. Is that the one where the tires are like convex or whatever?
2 rocks in a slingshot.
You're welcome.
All right. All right. Well, we actually didn't go over the top pots, did we? While I was gone, maybe. But,
no, we did not. Jeremy with the big wiener there, 6.8.
6.8.
So who got the closest?
Let's go.
Who got the? So Jeremy at 4.2, I think 4.7. David Morales had Jeremy at 4.7, and that was the closest guess. David Morales. Applause, my friend. Applause. Excellent guess. Yep. Well, not excellent. Okay guess, but the best guess.
Only 2, so maybe a line of. All right. Hey, so what is this? So, and then Ray 4.3, Mark 4.1. Even though Mark is at the bottom, I think he had the best run good here. Mark leaving.
Mark did run really nicely
to 10K
tonight.
Because at some point, and some of you guys didn't know, earlier on, Mark actually got down under 1K.
Yeah,
which everyone bought
ran
in
it
for
all the
2,
way back up.
And he ran it all the way up.
That's so true.
So, nice work, Mark.
Nice
work. I'm sure he's gonna watch. A lot of the players do go back and watch this, and that's why it's a good idea to invite you guys to come in here. If you ever want to just watch to see how you actually are in action, if you're making plays correctly, maybe a small sample, but that's another way. A lot of people like to go here and see how they play.
For sure. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Brad Kraft. That's where they're pointing diagonally out for no reason. And the best part is, that rim, tires, and suspension setup that guy, it's always a guy, that guy has on his what do you usually see that on? Like a 4-door Honda Civic, like a early 2000s Honda Civic. He spent way over Blue Book value for the car for that look, and who likes that? Who thinks that looks good? I don't really know anybody like that. I don't think. It ain't me. Yeah. What up, Nick from Yuma? It sounds like they were all playing strip poker and then they lost. Yeah. If you ever want to see a reverse strip poker game, you can always tune into Vanessa Cade's stream. She's been known to do reverse strip poker. Unfortunately, she starts in more clothing than you would hope.
Yeah, so she's sweating.
But
for reals.
Yeah,
at the
for
end.
reals.
Yeah.
Oh, so Solo Asylum just bought himself a 2006 Honda Civic for $1,000. So now your next step, obviously, Solo Asylum, is to spend $5,000 on rims and tires that make your car look like crap. Exclamation mark play in the Twitch chat.
Yep.
Let's shoot some marbles, my
This
friends.
is not a poker table. This is a round instrument where we're gonna go all the way down in there and race with your marbles. So everyone, let's do it.
Let's do it.
So there's a lot of you guys in the chat. I know you want to play. Maybe you're too relaxed, but hey, if you want to come on in, just all you have to do is hit exclamation point play, and you can play with the dudes.
Oh, are we giving stuff away? Two? Yeah, buddy. Now we're talking. We have giveaways, guys. To the winner of both races. The winner of the first race will receive a Stones hat.
Look at those
numbers. And the winner of the second race
climb.
will also receive a Stones hat. Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
Giveaway.
Free
Change our
Stones
title.
merch.
Can we update our title to just giveaways? Please, giveaways.
Let's count her down, Mike. Let's do it.
Man, once we mentioned giveaways, we went from 10
there you
people
go.
to 41.
That's right.
Oh,
Everyone
my.
wants the free stuff.
Someone's here for themselves.
And you know what's funny too? Like, it's of course it's not free. Like Stones pays for this stuff, and it's marketing for them. It's great, but like someone said this recently, and I was like, oh yeah, like nothing is free. It just means that I want someone else to pay for something that benefits me. That's what free means, because nothing is free, right? Like Stones is paying for these hats that you wear for your enjoyment. Now in this case, you rep Stones. Stones gets a lot out of it too. But every time you hear the word free, just remember in your head, that's a bullcrap word that means nothing. All right, here we go. Marbles, guys.
All right, let's
Marbles.
get it. All right. So,
Yes, what Bri is right. If you hit the space bar really quickly, your marble will go faster, so have at it.
faster the better.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are just a little too late. Shivam and Warlike Admiral.
So,
But you guys aren't too late for the second race, where we will also be giving away a Stones hat, so stay tuned for one more when we're done here.
look at these guys, all curious what's down there.
Yes, I did, Moose.
Follow the leader.
I did, yep.
Wait, he's doing it. I'm doing it too. All right, guys, we're off. And it looks like we have some obstacles coming our way. Don't be surprised if you see someone throw a banana on the floor.
Throw a turtle shell, maybe.
Yeah,
Yep.
let's go.
Oh man, I saw a GIF on maybe it was like Hold My Red Bull on Reddit, and it was a guy riding a go-kart on a frozen river, and it was like a GoPro camera of him riding his go-kart on a frozen river, and it looked unbelievably fun. His drift control was amazing, but I was thinking, holy, this is Mario Kart in real life.
Yeah.
He's on an ice track in Mario Kart. I was waiting for like a turtle shell to come flying into the frame.
Unfortunately, he was playing solo, so he wasn't playing with anyone else.
Yeah, there's no one else
And
there.
if he wins, it's good.
Hebrew
Always
Hammer.
gonna win.
Oh yeah, that's exactly right. I'm gonna post
Unless
first if I'm the
he
only one in the
falls
race.
through the ice.
DNQ. Yeah. Hebrew Hammer Live. The stream
GG's.
is almost over. We are shooting marbles to cap it off. And speaking of cap, we are giving away Stones hats to the wieners of these two races. This is the first one. So hang out, race with us, win yourself some awesome Stones merch if you can. Yeah, that's all right. You know what, Hebrew Hammer? There's always the VOD, dude. As soon as we're off the air, presto, the VOD appears, and you can watch to your heart's content.
Dirty
and
Curdy's.
it's Dirty.
Yeah, Dirty's gonna be kind of bored for
Dirty
a little bit.
Curdy.
Way to be too
Nice.
good. Way to be too good.
Way
because
out in front.
now we gotta wait for all these guys, and we're highlighted on Hop Grenade for whatever reason.
Hey,
that
staff is eligible. Top 10 finish. I'm looking for it. But it is all Dirty Curdy. This has your name on it, Dirty Curdy. Well-run race, man. And the course record. Whoa, what a performance. And I am a distant 4th place. Table 9, Seat 9, Portland Playboy, Brian Fodder, Occam's Razor, another great name. Presumably out in Modesto. Thanks, guys, for racing with us. As we wait to finish this one up, we'll run one more, give away one more hat.
Oh, is that the circle? The circle is closing, guys. Wait a second. This is not Marbles BR, is it? That does look like a storm for any gamers out there. Any gamers? I doubt there's not one gamer out there since we're talking about Twitch.
I would imagine there's a few.
Dirty Curdy 48, way to go.
Yeah, way
with
to
that
go, man.
purple marble winner. And so wait, he gets a hat, right?
He does get a hat, yeah.
How does he get that hat?
If you, where are you at in the chat, Dirty Curdy?
Yeah, let's get something in the chat so then we know what's going on.
And there you go. JFK, Boss Man, is in there giving you the... and there you are. Yeah, you needed a new hat? Well,
you need
perfect.
a new hat? Okay.
Your timing is wonderful. So there you go. Just follow JFK's instructions above there, Dirty Curdy, and we will get you a hat.
So I imagine Dirty Curdy at home going, yes, takes off his hat, throws it on the ground, and says... New one coming. 10 years old.
Maybe Dirty Curdy was at a
Time
hockey
for a new
game
one.
and somebody got a hat trick and he threw his hat onto the ice in celebration. You know that happens when hockey players get 3 goals in a game called a hat trick. The entire crowd throws their hat onto the
way.
ice. Yeah, it's a thing. So maybe that's what happened and now the man doesn't have a hat. !Play. We'll give away one more hat
I like it. We're learning things.
before the night is up. Yes, a hat trick in hockey. It's weird. I always imagine 6'4" Persian guys as huge hockey fans, but for some reason you aren't.
Oh,
Feels
man.
weird,
yeah.
man.
I sleep through big events, things that I should be knowing.
Just like Lucky One
Yeah.
sleeps through
I just play
important events.
poker. Yeah,
That's
all
right.
I know. I marbles.
And Bigger Ultra makes a great point. These are the hats as worn by Chris Moneymaker when you watched him play at the World Series and other places.
Right.
Moneymaker, well known to wear Stone stuff.
Yep, we had him just put on every hat that we have, so then we can claim that it is a hat that he has worn.
That is exactly right.
Kappa.
You know, one of the prides of my let's count her down, Mike. Let's do it. One of the more pride-filled moments of my life was when Moneymaker and a bunch of other fine folks came out to my bar, came out to the Grenade. We had some
that's
beers,
great.
and then later that night on stream, their Moneymaker was wearing a Hop Grenade shirt. Feels
the
great,
love, man.
Good
I mean,
times. You still have
that
5
fills
seconds.
That fills my heart with so much warmth that he would do that for us.
I know, right? And
That's
it was
so
great. Good on Chris.
Or he was just really thirsty and he needed a drink and he just thought of you because
Yeah.
he saw you on Twitch and he's like, you know what?
Well,
Let's
we
make it happen.
we arranged a field
Perfect
trip.
timing.
So, but what's amazing though is at the Grenade. I mean, it's nowhere near a card room or anything close to a casino environment. He's just in a random location at a random bar, and somebody came up to him. And not only that, it was like the middle of the day on a weekday. Somebody came up to him and they like wanted to shake his hand.
It was 9 in the morning.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, right. But they were like, hey, you're the reason I play poker in a random bar, man. So like all these
That's
years later,
great.
Chris, still very famous guy. I mean, it's a given in a casino environment, but outside of an environment related to poker,
course.
it's pretty awesome to see that, man.
Speaking of wieners, bam!
How dare you, lucky one?
F
How
you.
dare you? I'm gonna get you, man. Next time, I'm definitely finishing ahead of you because I have my strategy. I have a plan, man, and I plan to execute it. I'm simply gonna not show up. Works like a charm. All right.
Oh,
Who
Kieran's-
wants it?
Kieran's in
Who
there,
wants
too.
some? Oh man, you guys, if you thought you heard a lot of Duke Nukem crap on this stream, you had to be there for the 4-day straight Train and me hangout. It was a nonstop barrage of Duke Nukem
conversations.
Come get some.
Oh my god.
Your face, your
That'd be
ass. What's the difference? Oh, Brian Fodder, GG.
Oh, Kieran up front.
Oh, Lucky One decided to show up for this race. Weird. In the lead.
Lucky
for
here,
now.
trying to get luckier as he is not up front.
We're neck and neck. Who wants the hat? I know it's.
Reek says, "Hey, you know what? I'm going home."
See ya.
Lucky says, "I'm right behind you. I'm not that lucky, after all." Coco Flow.
What, Bri? You just got to hit your spacebar faster, dude. Faster. Use both hands if you have to.
So it looks
There
like
it is. QZEP. QZEP P.
Q.
Well run race,
Hey.
QZEP. This
GG's.
hat has your name on
GG's
it.
in the chat. Let's get it.
It
Hey,
was
back
you,
up.
man. It was you,
Let's go.
QZEP.
I like it. I like it.
JFK Poker right there above you there, QZEP will throw the
GG's.
instructions in the chat for you so you can score yourself your hat. Well run race, man.
Hey, GG's to everyone. You guys were great. And the marbles here is infamous, so tell your friends to come join us. If not for the poker, but for the marbles. Because what else are you going to do at 10:56 p.m. at night.
That is exactly right. Yeah, JDR speaks the truth. Yeah, honestly, for real though, no cap. Occam's Racer 209. Thanks for the follow, man.
Yep.
Appreciate it a lot. But JDR's right. That telling your friends and that sort of word of mouth stuff. That's how shows grow. Tell your friends, hang out, and it's all for free, and it's all some real time poker coaching and marbles racing for your viewing pleasure. All right, that was it, guys.
Yep.
That was our Saturday night 5-5-10.
Yeah. That was so fun.
Porcelain Pals that turned into just a regular poker game, and man, did we have a great time calling it.
I had a really good time. Despite Hop Grenade's feelings towards me, my feelings towards him is unconditional. And so I'm really happy that I was able to commentate with you tonight.
Fair enough. Yeah, it was a great time. Hey, first show in the books, man.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
We're down.
Yeah, all right, so
Chat,
we will be back on Monday night, 6:30 p.m. Pacific. If you haven't already hit the follow and like and subscribe and stuff, as we keep saying, please do that. It goes a long way. It'll be a 1-2-3 No Limit Cash game, I believe, on Monday night. And that was it. Thank you to all the players.
Yeah.
They kick ass. They're the stars of the show, and we appreciate them putting themselves out there and hanging out and playing some cards for all of our entertainment.
Thanks, Twitch. Thanks,
and
YouTube.
Thank you guys. So until Monday night, it's Scott for JDR, producer Mike, JFK, and all the players and you guys.
Run good.
So long.
See you guys. Peace.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the side.